Preface of Condemned as a Nihilist, a story of escape from Siberia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Grace Silvey. Condemned as a Nihilist, a story of escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. Preface. There are few difficulties that cannot be surmounted by patience, resolution, and pluck. And great as are the obstacles that nature and the Russian government oppose to an escape from the prisons of Siberia, such evasions have occasionally been successfully carried out, and that under far less advantageous circumstances than those under which the hero of this story undertook the venture. For the account of life in the convict establishments in Siberia, I am indebted to the very valuable books by my friend, the Reverend Dr. Lansdale, who has made himself thoroughly acquainted with Siberia, traversing the country from end to end and visiting all the principal prisons. He conversed not only with officials, but with many of the prisoners and convicts, and with Russian and foreign residents in the country, and his testimony as to the management of the prisons and the condition of the convicts is confirmed by other independent writers, personally cognizant of the facts, and like him, able to converse fluently in the language, and writing from intimate knowledge of the subject. G.A. Henty. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Condemned as a Nihilist, a story of escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 1. A Great Change. Half a dozen boys were gathered in one of the studies at Shrewsbury. A packed portmanteau and the general state of litter on the floor was sufficient to show that it was the last day of term. "Well, I am awfully sorry you are going, Bullen. We shall all miss you. You would certainly have been in the football team next term. It is a nuisance altogether." "It is a nuisance, and I am beastly sorry I am leaving. Of course, I have known for some time that I should be going out to Russia, but I did not think the governor would have sent me until after I had gone through school. His letter a fortnight ago was a regular stumper. I thought I should have had another year and a half, or 2 years, and of course, that is just the jolliest part of school life. However, it cannot be helped." "You talk the language, don't you, Bullen?" "Well, I used to talk it, but I don't remember much about it now. You see, I have been home 6 years. I expect I shall pick it up again fast enough. I should not mind it so much if the governor were out there still. But you see, he came home for good 2 years ago. Still, it won't be like going to a strange place altogether, and as he has been living there so long, I shall soon get to know lots of the English there. Still, I do wish I could have had a couple of years more at Shrewsbury. I should have been content to have gone out then. Well, it is time for us to be starting. I can hear the omnibus." In a few minutes, the omnibus was filled with luggage inside and out. The lads started to walk to the station. As the train drew up, there were hearty goodbyes, and then the train steamed out of the station, the compartment in which Godfrey Bullen had taken his seat being filled with boys going, like himself, straight through to town. All were in high spirits, and Bullen, who had felt sorry at leaving school for the last time, was soon as merry as any of them. "You must mind what you are up to, Bullen," one of his companions said. "They are terrible fellows, those Nihilists, they say." "They won't hurt Bullen," another put in, "unless he goes into the secret police. I should say he would make a good sort of secret policeman." No, he is more likely to turn a Nihilist." "Bosh!" Bullen said, laughing. "I am not likely to turn a secret policeman, but I am more likely to do that than to turn Nihilist. I hate revolutionists and assassins and all those sort of fellows." "Yes, we all know that you are a Tory, Bullen, but people change, you know. I hope we shall never see among the lists of Nihilists tried for sedition and conspiracy, and sentenced to execution, the name of one Godfrey Bullen." Oh, they wouldn't execute Bullen, another said. They would send him to Siberia. Bullen's always good at fighting an uphill game, and he would show off to great advantage in a chain gang. Do they crop their hair there, Bullen, and put on a gray suit, as I saw them at work in Portsmouth dockyard last year? I am more likely to see you working in a chain gang at Portsmouth, Wilkinson, when I come back, than I am to form part of a convict gang in Siberia, at any rate for being a nihilist. I won't say about other things, for I suppose there is no saying what a fellow may come to. I don't suppose any of the men who get penal servitude for forgery and swindling and so on ever have any idea when they are 16 that that is what they are coming to. At present, I don't feel any inclination that way. I should say you were not likely to turn forger anyhow, Bullen, whatever you take to. Why is that, Parker? Because you write such a thundering bad hand that you would never be able to imitate anyone else's signature, unless he couldn't go farther than making a cross for his name. And the betting is about even that you would blot that. There was a roar of laughter, for Bullen's handwriting was a perpetual source of trouble to him, and he was continually losing marks for his exercises in consequence. He joined heartily in the laugh. It is an awful nuisance, that handwriting of mine, he said, especially when one is going to be a merchant, you know. The governor has talked 2 or 3 times about my going to one of those fellows who teach you to write copperplate in 20 lessons. I shouldn't be surprised if he does let me have a course these holidays. I should not mind if he does, for my writing is disgusting. Never mind, Bullen. Bad handwriting is a sign of genius, you know. You have never shown any particular genius yet, except for rowing and boxing, and I suppose that is muscular genius, but you may blossom out in a new line some day. I don't want to disturb the harmony of this last meeting, Parker, or I should bring my muscular genius into play at your expense. No, no, Bullen, another boy said. You keep that for Russia. Fancy Bullen polishing off a gigantic Cossack, or defending the Tsar's life against 6 infuriated nihilists. That would be the thing, Bullen. It would be better than trade any day. Why, you would get an estate as big as an English county, with 10,000 serfs, and sacks upon sacks of roubles. What bosh you fellows talk, Bullen laughed. There is one thing I do expect I shall learn in Russia, and that is to skate. Fancy 6 months of regular skating, instead of a miserable 3 or 4 days. I shall meet some of you fellows some day at the Round Pond, and there you will be just working away at the outside edge, and I shall be joining in those skating club figures and flying round and round like a bird. What birds fly round and round, Bullen? Lots of them do, as you would know, Jordan, if you kept your eyes open, instead of being always on the edge of going to sleep. Swallows do, and eagles. Never mind, you fellows will turn yellow with jealousy when you see me. And so they laughed and joked until they reached London. Then there was another hearty goodbye all round, and in a couple of minutes they were speeding in hansoms to their various destinations. Godfrey Bullen's was Eccleston Square. His father was now senior partner in a firm that carried on a considerable business with the east of Europe. He had, when junior partner, resided at St. Petersburg, as the firm had at that time large dealings in the Baltic. From various causes this trade had fallen off a good deal, and the firm had dealt more largely with Odessa and the southern ports. Consequently, when at the death of the senior partner, Mr. Bullen returned to England to take up the principal management of the affairs of the firm, it was not deemed advisable to continue the branch at St. Petersburg, and Ivan Petrovich, a Russian trader of good standing, had been appointed their agent there. The arrangement had not worked quite satisfactorily. Petrovich was an excellent agent as far as he went. The business he did was sound, and he was careful and conscientious, but he lacked push and energy, had no initiative, and would do nothing on his own responsibility. Mr. Bullen had all along intended that Godfrey should, on leaving school, go for a few years to Russia, and should, in time, occupy the same position there that he himself had done. But he had now determined that this should take place earlier than he had before intended. He thought that Godfrey would now more speedily pick up the language again than if he remained another 2 or 3 years in England, and that in 5 or 6 years' time he might be able to represent the firm there, either in conjunction with Ivan Petrovich or by himself. Therefore, 10 days before the breaking up of the school for the long holidays, he had written to Godfrey, telling him that he should take him away at the end of the term, and that in 2 or 3 months' time he would go out to St. Petersburg. Mr. Bullen's family consisted of 2 girls in addition to Godfrey. Hilda, the elder, was 17, a year older than the lad, while Ella was 2 years his junior. "Well, Godfrey," his father said, as, after the first greeting, they sat down to dinner, which had been kept back for half an hour for his arrival. "You did not seem very enthusiastic in your reply to my letter." "I did not feel very enthusiastic, father," Godfrey replied. "Of course, one's 2 last years at school are just the jolly time, and I was really very sorry to leave. Still, of course you know what is best for me, and I dare say I shall get on very well at St. Petersburg." "I have no doubt of that, Godfrey. I have arranged for you to live with Mr. Petrovich, as you will regain the language much more quickly in a Russian family than you would in an English one. Besides, it will be handy for your work. In Russia, merchants' offices are generally in their houses, and it is so with him. But of course, you will know most of the English families. I shall write to several of my old friends, and I am sure they will do all they can for you. But I shall write more to my Russian acquaintances than to my English. The last are sure to call upon you when they hear you have come out, but it is not so easy to get a footing in Russian families, and you might be some time before you make acquaintances that way. Besides, it is much better for you to be principally in the Russian set than in the English, in the first place because of the language, and in the second because you will get a much better acquaintance with the country in general with them than among the English. There are not many English lads of your own age out there, very few indeed, and those nearest your age would be young clerks. I have nothing whatever to say against young clerks, but as a rule, they consort together, spend their evenings in each other's rooms or in playing billiards, or otherwise amuse themselves, and so learn very little of the language and nothing of the people. It is unfortunate that it should be so, but they are not altogether to blame, for as I have said, the Russians, although friendly enough with Englishmen in business, in the club and so on, do not as a rule invite them to their houses, and therefore the English, especially the class I am speaking of, are almost forced to associate entirely with each other, and form a sort of colony quite apart from native society. I was fortunate enough to make some acquaintances among them soon after I went out, and your mother and I were much more in Russian society than is usual with our countrymen there. I found great advantage from it, and shall be glad for you to do the same. You will have one very great advantage, that you will be able to speak Russian fluently in a short time." "I don't think I remember much about it now, father." "I dare say not, Godfrey. That is to say, you know it, but you have lost a good deal of the facility of speaking it. You have always got on fairly enough with it when we have spoken it occasionally during your holidays since we have been in England, and in a very few weeks you will find that it has completely come back to you. You spoke it as you did English, indeed better, when you came over to school when you were 10, and in 6 years one does not forget a language. If you had been another 5 or 6 years older, no doubt you would have lost it a good deal. But even then you would have learnt it very much more quickly than you would have done had you never spoken it. Your mother and the girls have been grumbling at me a good deal for sending you away so soon." "It is horrid, father," Hilda said. "We have always looked forward so to Godfrey's coming home, and of course it would be better still as he got older. We could have gone about everywhere with him, and we shall miss him especially when we go away in summer." "Well, you must make the most of him this time, then," her father said. "Have you settled where we are going?" Godfrey asked. "No, we would not settle until you came home, Godfrey," Mrs. Bullen said. "As this was to be your last holiday, we thought we would give you the choice." "Then I vote for some quiet seaside place, mother. We went to Switzerland last year, and as I am going abroad for ever so long, I would rather stop at home now. And besides, I would rather be quiet with you all, instead of always traveling about and going to places. Only, of course, if the girls would rather go abroad, I don't mind." However, it was settled that it should be as Godfrey wished. "But I do think, Father," Godfrey said, "that it will be a good thing if I have lessons in writing from one of those fellows who guarantee to teach you in a few lessons. I suppose that is all bosh, but if I got their system and worked at it, it might do me good. I really do write badly." The girls laughed. "I don't think that quite describes it, Godfrey," his father said. "If anyone asked me about your accomplishments, I should say that you knew a good deal of Latin and Greek, that you had a vague idea of English, and that you could read. But unfortunately you were quite unable to write. According to my idea, it is perfectly scandalous that at the great schools such an essential as writing is altogether neglected, while years are spent over Greek, which is of no earthly use when you have once left school. I suppose the very worst writers in the world are men who have been educated in public schools." "Well, I'm glad you have had the good sense to suggest it, Godfrey. I had thought of it myself, but I was afraid you would think it was spoiling your last holidays at home. I will see about it tomorrow. I cannot get away very well for another fortnight. If you have a dozen lessons before we go, you can practice while we are away. And mind, from today we will talk nothing but Russian when we are alone." This had been indeed a common habit in the family since they had come home 2 years before, as the two girls, and Mr. and Mrs. Bullen, spoke Russian as fluently as English, and Mr. Bullen thought it was just as well that they should not let it drop altogether. Indeed, on their travels in Switzerland they had several times come across Russians, and had made pleasant acquaintances from their knowledge of that language. The holidays passed pleasantly at Weymouth. Godfrey practiced 2 hours a day steadily at the system of handwriting, and although he was, at the end of the holidays, very far from attaining the perfection shown in the examples produced by his teachers of the marvels they had effected in many of their pupils, he did improve vastly, and wrote a fair current hand instead of the almost undecipherable scrawl that had so puzzled and annoyed a succession of masters at Shrewsbury. After another month spent in London, getting his clothes and outfit, Godfrey started for St. Petersburg. On his last evening at home, his father had a serious talk with him. "I have told Petrovich," he said, "that you may possibly some day take up the agency with him, but that nothing is decided as to that at present, and that it will all depend upon circumstances. However, in any case, you will learn the ins and outs of the trade there, and if, at the end of a few years, you think that you would rather work by yourself than with him, I can send out a special clerk to work with you. On the other hand, it is possible that I may require you at home here. Venables has no family, and is rather inclined to take it easy. Possibly in a few years he may retire altogether, and I may want you at home. At 5 or 6 and 20, you should be able to undertake the management of the Russian part of the business, running out there occasionally to see that everything goes on well. I hope I need not tell you to be steady. There is a good deal too much drinking that goes on out there, arising, no doubt, from the fact that the young men have no family society there, and nothing particular to do when work is over. Stick to the business, lad. You will find Petrovich himself a thoroughly good fellow. Of course, he has Russian ways and prejudices, but he is less narrow than most of his countrymen of that class. Above all things, don't express any opinion you may feel about public affairs, at any rate outside the walls of the house. The secret police are everywhere, and a chance word might get you into a very serious scrape. As you get on, you will find a good deal that you do not like. Even in business, there is no getting a government contract, or indeed a contract at all, without bribing right and left. It is disgusting, but business cannot be done without it. The whole system is corrupt and rotten, and you will find that every official has his price. However, you won't have anything to do with this for the present. If I were you, I should work for an hour or two a day with a German master. There are a great many Germans there, and you will find a knowledge of the language very useful to you. You see, your Russian has pretty nearly come back to you during the last 2 months, and you will very soon speak it perfectly, so you will have no trouble about that." Godfrey found the long railway journey across the flat plains of Germany very dull, as he was unable to exchange a word with his fellow passengers. but as soon as he crossed the Russian frontier, he felt at home again, and enjoyed the run through the thickly wooded country lying between Wilna and St. Petersburg. As he stepped out at the station, everything seemed to come back vividly to his memory. It was late in October, and the first snow had fallen, and round the station were a crowd of sledges drawn by rough little horses. Avoiding the importunities of the drivers of the hotel vehicles, he hailed an izvoshchik in furred cap and coat lined with sheepskin. His portmanteaus were corded at the back of the sledge. He jumped up into the seat behind the driver, pulled the fur rug over his legs, and said, "Drive to the Vasily Ostrov, 52 Ulitsa Nikolai." The driver gave a peculiar cry, cracked his whip half a dozen times, making a noise almost as loud as the discharge of a pistol, and the horse went off at a sharp trot. "I thought your Excellency was a foreigner," the driver said, "but I see you are one of us." "No, I am an Englishman, but I lived here till I was 10 years old." "The snow has begun earlier than usual, has it not?" "It won't last," the izvoshchik said. "Sometimes we have a week at this time of year, but it is not till December that it sets in earnest. We may have droskies out again tomorrow instead of the sledges." "The sledges are the pleasantest," Godfrey said. "Yes, your Excellency, for those that travel, but not for us. At night, when we are waiting, we can get into the droski and sleep, while it is terrible without shelter. There are many of us frozen to death every winter." Godfrey felt a sense of keen enjoyment as the sledge glided along. There were many rough bumps and sharp swings, for the snow was not deep enough to cover thoroughly the roughness of the road below. But the air was brisk and the sun shone brightly, and he looked with pleasure at the people in costumes, which seemed, to his surprise, perfectly familiar to him. He was quite sorry when the journey came to an end at the house of Ivan Petrovich, the merchant whose office was on the ground floor and who occupied the floor above, the rest of the house being let off by floors to other families, came out to greet him. "I'm glad to see you, Godfrey Bullen," he said. "I should have sent to the station to meet you, but your good father did not say whether you would arrive by the morning or evening train, and as my driver did not know you, he would have missed you. I hope that all has gone well on the journey. Paul," he said to a man who had followed him out, "carry these trunks upstairs." After paying the driver, Godfrey followed his host to the floor above. Petrovich was a portly man, with a pleasant but by no means good-looking face. "Wife," he said, as he entered the sitting room, "this is Godfrey Bullen. I will leave him in your hands for the present, as I have some business that I must complete before we close." "My name," Mrs. Petrovich said, "is Catherine. You know, in this country we always address each other by our names. The high-born may use titles, but simple people use the Christian name and the family name unless they are very intimate, and then the Christian name only. I heard you speaking to my husband as you came in, so that you have not forgotten our language. I should have thought that you would have done so. I can remember you as quite a little fellow before you went away." "I have been speaking it for the last 2 months at home," Godfrey said, "and it has nearly come back to me." "And your father and mother and your sisters, are they all well?" "They are quite well, and my father and mother begged me to give their kind regards to you." At this moment the servant came in with the samovar, or tea urn. "It is 4 o'clock now. We dine at 5 o'clock when the office is closed. Many dine at 1, but my husband likes it when he has done his work, as then he does not need a hurry." After drinking a tumbler of tea and eating a flat cake or 2 with it, Godfrey went to his room to have a wash after his long journey, and to unpack some of his things. He thought that he should like both Petrovich and his wife, but that the evenings would be dull if he had to spend them in the house. Of this, however, he had but little fear, for he was sure that between his father's friends and the acquaintances he might himself make, he should be out as much as he liked. In the course of the next week, Godfrey called at the houses of the various people to whom he had letters of introduction, and left them with the hall porter. His host told him that he thought he had better take a fortnight to go about the capital and see the sights before he settled down to work at the office. And as not only the gentlemen with whom he had left letters of introductions in his card, for in Russia strangers always call first. But many others of his father's friends called or invited him to their houses. He speedily made a large number of acquaintances. At the end of the fortnight he took his place in the office. At first he was of very little use there, for although he could talk and understand Russian as spoken, he had entirely forgotten the written characters, and it took him some little time before he could either read the business correspondence or make entries in the office books. Ivan Petrovich did his best to assist him, and in the course of a month he began to master the mysteries of Russian writing. At 5 o'clock the office closed. Godfrey very frequently dined out, but if he had no engagement he took his meal with the merchant and his wife, and then sallied out and went either alone or with some of his acquaintances to a Russian theater. With December, winter set in earnest. The waters were frozen, and skating began. The season at St. Petersburg commenced about the same time, and as Godfrey was often sent with messages or letters to other business houses, he had an opportunity of seeing the streets of St. Petersburg by day as well as by night. He was delighted with the scene on the Nevsky Prospect, the principal street of St. Petersburg. The footways were crowded with people, the wealthy in high boots, coats lined with sable, and caps to match, the poorer in equally ample coats, but with linings of sheep, fox, or rabbit skins, with the national Russian cap of fur with velvet top, and with fur-lined hoods, which were often drawn up over the head. The shops were excellent, reminding Godfrey rather of Paris than London, but the chief interest of the scene lay in the roadway. There were vehicles of every description, from the heavy sledge of the peasant, piled up with logs for fuel, or carrying, perhaps, the body of an elk shot in the woods, to the splendid turnouts of the nobles with their handsome fur wraps, their coachmen in the national costume, and horses covered with brown, blue, or violet nets, almost touching the ground, to prevent the snow from being thrown up from the animals' hoofs into the face of those in the sledge. The harness was in most cases more or less decorated with bells, which gaily tinkled in the still air as the sledges dashed along. Most struck was Godfrey with the vehicles of the nobles who adhered to old Russian customs. The sledge was drawn by 3 horses. The one in the center was trained to trot, while the 2 outside went at a canter. The heads of the latter were bent half round, so that they looked towards the side, or even almost behind them as they went. An English acquaintance to whom Godfrey expressed his surprise the first time he saw one of these sledges, replied, "Yes, that is the old Russian pattern, and curiously enough, if you look at Greek bas-reliefs and sculptures of the chariot of Phoebus, or at any other representations of chariots with 3 or 4 horses, you will see that the animals outside turn their heads in a similar manner." "But it must be horribly uncomfortable for the horses to have their heads turned round like that." "It is the effect of training. They are always tied up to the stables with their heads pulled in that way, until it becomes a second nature to go with them in that position." "It is a very curious idea," Godfrey said, "but it certainly looks nice. What magnificent beards all the drivers in the good sledges have." "Yes, that again is an old Russian custom. A driver with a big beard is considered an absolute necessity for a well-appointed turnout, and the longer and fuller the beard, the higher the wages a man will command, and the greater the pride of his employer." "It seems silly," Godfrey said, "but there is no doubt those fellows do look wonderfully imposing with their fur caps and their long blue caftans and red sashes and those splendid beards. They remind me of pictures of Neptune. Certainly I never saw such beards in England." Besides these vehicles, there were crowds of public sledges, driven by the izvozchiks, long, rough country sledges, laden perhaps with a dozen peasant women returning from market, light, well-got-up vehicles of English and other merchants, dashing turnouts carrying an officer or 2 of high rank, and others filled with ladies half buried in rich furs. The air was tremendous with the music of countless bells, and broken by the loud cracking of whips, with which the faster vehicles heralded their approach. These whips had short handles, but very long, heavy thongs, and Godfrey observed that, however loud he might crack this weapon, it was very seldom indeed that a Russian driver ever struck one of his horses with it. Sometimes when Ivan Petrovitch told him that there was little to be done in the office, and that he need not return for an hour or two, Godfrey would stroll into the Isaac or Kassin cathedrals, both splendid structures, and wonder at the taste that marred their effect, by the profusion of the gilding lavished everywhere. He was delighted by the singing, which was unaccompanied by instruments, the bass voices predominating, and which certainly struck him as being much finer than anything he had ever heard in an English cathedral. There was no lack of amusement in the evening. Some of his English friends at once put Godfrey up as a member of the skating club. This club possessed a large garden well planted with trees. In this was an artificial lake of considerable extent, broken by wooded islets. This was always lit up of an evening by colored lights, and twice in the week was thrown open upon a small pavement to the public, when a military band played, and the grounds were brilliantly illuminated. The scene was an exceedingly gay one, and the gardens were frequented by the rank and fashion of St. Petersburg. The innumerable lights were reflected by the snow that covered the ground and by the white masses that clung to the boughs of the leafless trees. The ice was covered with skaters, male and female, the latter in gay dresses, tight-fitting jackets trimmed with fur, and dainty little fur caps. Many of the former were in uniform, and the air was filled with merry laughter and the ringing sound of innumerable skates. Sometimes parties of acquaintances executed figures, but for the most part they moved about in couples, the gentleman holding the lady's hand, or sometimes placing his arm around her waist as if dancing. Very often Godfrey spent the evening at the houses of one or other of his Russian or English friends, and occasionally went to the theater. Sometimes he spent a quiet evening at home. He liked Catherine Petrovitch. She was an excellent housewife, and devoted to the comfort of her husband. But when not engaged in household cares, she seldom cared to go out, and passed her time for the most part on the sofa. She was, like most other Russian ladies, when at home and without visitors, very careless and untidy in her dress. Among the acquaintances of whom Godfrey saw most were two young students. One of them was the son of a trader in Moscow, the other of a small landed proprietor. He had met them for the first time at a fair held on the surface of the Neva, and had been introduced to them by a fellow student of theirs, a member of a family with whom Godfrey was intimate. Having met another acquaintance, he had left the party, and Godfrey had spent the afternoon on the ice with Akim Sushilov and Petrov Stepanov. He found them pleasant young men. He was, they told him, the first Englishman they had met, and asked many questions about his country. He met them several times afterwards, and one day they asked him if he would come up to their room. "It is a poor place," one said, laughing, "but you know most of us students are poor, and have to live as best we can." "It makes no odds to me," Godfrey said. "It was a pretty bare place I had when I was at school. I shall be very glad to come up." The room which the students shared was a large one, at the top of a house in a narrow street. It was simply furnished enough, containing but 2 beds, a deal table, 4 chairs, and the indispensable stove, which kept the room warm and comfortable. "We are in funds just at present," Akim said. "Petrov has had a remittance, and so you find the stove well light, which is not always the case." "But how do you manage to exist without a fire?" "We don't trouble the room much then," Petrov said. "We walk about till we are dead tired out, and then come up and sleep in one bed together for warmth, and heap all the coverings from the other bed over us. Oh, we get on very well. Food is cheap here, if you know where to get it. Fuel costs more than food. Now, which will you take, tea or vodka?" Godfrey declared for tea. Some of the water from a great pot standing on the top of the stove was poured into the samovar. Some glowing embers were taken from the stove and placed in the urn, and in a few minutes the water was boiling, and 3 tumblers of tea, with a slice of lemon floating on the top, were soon steaming on the table. The conversation first turned upon university life in Russia, and then Petrov began to ask questions about English schools and universities, and then the subject changed to English institutions in general. "What a different life to ours," Akim said. "And the peasants, are they comfortable?" "Well, their lives are pretty hard ones," Godfrey acknowledged. They have to work hard and for long hours, and the pay is poor. But then, on the other hand, they generally have their cottages at a very low rent, with a good bit of garden and a few fruit trees. They earn a little extra money at harvest time, and though their pay is smaller, I think on the whole they are better off and happier than many of the working people in the towns. And are they free to go where they like? Certainly they are free, but as a rule they don't move about much. Then if they have a bad master, they can leave him and go to someone else. Oh yes, they would go to some other farmer in the neighborhood, but there are seldom what you may call bad masters. The wages are always about the same through a district, and the hours of work, and so on, so that one master can't be much better or worse than another, except in point of temper. And if a man were very bad-tempered, of course the men would leave him and work somewhere else. So he would be the loser, as he would soon only get the very worst hands in the neighborhood to work for him. And they are not beaten? Beaten? I should think not, Godfrey said. Nobody is beaten with us. Though I think it would be a capital thing if, instead of shutting up people in prison for small crimes, they had a good flogging. It would do them a deal more good, and it would be better for their wives and families, who have to get on as best they can while they are shut up. And nobody is beaten at all? No, there used to be flogging in the army and navy, but it was very rare, and is now abolished. And not even a lord can flog his peasants? Certainly not. If a lord struck a peasant, the peasant would certainly hit him back again, and if he didn't feel strong enough to do that, he would have him up before the magistrates, and he would get fined pretty heavily. And how do they punish political prisoners? There are no political prisoners. As long as a man keeps quiet and doesn't get up a row, he may have any opinions he likes. He may argue in favor of a republic, or he may be a socialist or anything he pleases. But of course, if he tried to kick up a row, attack the police, or make a riot or anything of that sort, he would be punished for breaking the law. But that would have nothing to do with his politics. The two young men looked in surprise at each other. But if they printed a paper and attacked the government? Akim asked. Oh, they do that. There are as many papers pitched into the government as there are in favor of the government. Parties are pretty equally divided, you see, and the party that is out always abuses the party which is in power. And even that is lawful? Certainly it is. You can abuse the government as much as you like. Say that the ministers are a parcel of incompetent fools, and so on. But of course you cannot attack them as to their private life and character any more than you can anyone else, because then you would render yourself liable to an action for libel. And you can travel where you like in the country and out of the country without official permits or passports? Yes, there is nothing like that known in England. Every man can go where he likes and live where he likes and do anything he likes, providing that it does not interfere with the rights of other people. Shall we ever come to this in Russia, Akim? Petrov said. Akim made no answer, but Godfrey replied for him. No doubt you will in time, Petrov, but you see liberties like these do not grow up in a day. We had serfs and vassals in England at one time, and feudal barons who could do pretty much what they chose. And it was only in the course of centuries that these things got done away with. At this moment there was a knock at the door. It is Katya, Akim said, jumping up from his seat and opening the door. A young woman entered. She was pleasant and intelligent looking. Katya, this is an English gentleman, a friend of ours, who has been telling us about his country. Godfrey, this is my cousin Katya. She teaches music in the houses of many people of good family. I did not expect to find visitors here, the girl said, smiling. And how do you like your winter? It is a good deal colder than you are accustomed to. It is a great deal more pleasant, Godfrey said. I call it glorious weather. It is infinitely better than alternate rains and winds, with just enough frost occasionally to make you think you are going to do some skating, and then a thaw. You are extravagant, the girl said, looking round. It is a long time since I have felt the room as warm as this. I suppose Petrov has got his allowance? Yes, in a grumbling letter. My father has a vague idea that in some way or other I ought to pick up my living, though he never offers a suggestion as to how I should do it. The young woman returned to the cupboard, fetched another tumbler and poured herself out some tea, and then chatted gaily about St. Petersburg, her pupils, and their parents. "Do you live at the house of one of your pupils?" Godfrey asked. "Oh no," she said. "I don't mind work, but I like to be free when work is over. I board in an honest family, and live in a little room at the top of the house which is all my own and where I can see my friends." After chatting for some time longer, Godfrey took his leave. As soon as he had gone, the girl's manner changed. "Do you think you are wise to have him here, Akim?" "Why not?" the student asked in turn. "He is frank and agreeable. He is respectable, and even you will allow that it would be safer walking with him than some we know. We do not talk politics with him." "For all that, I am sorry, Akim. You know how it will be. We shall get him into trouble. It is our fate. We have a great end in view. We risk our own lives, and although for the good of the cause we must not hesitate even if others suffer, I do hate with all my heart that others should be involved in our fortunes." "This is not like you, Katya," Petrov said. "I have heard you say your maxim is, 'at any cost,' and you have certainly lived up to it." "Yes, and I shall live up to it," she said firmly. "But it hurts sometimes, Petrov. It hurt me just now when I thought that lad laughing and chatting with us had no idea that he had better have thrust his hand into that stove than have given it to us. I do not shrink. I should use him as I should use anyone else, as an instrument if it were needful. But don't suppose that I like it." "I don't think there is any fear of our doing him harm," Akim said. "He is English, and would find no difficulty in showing that he knew nothing of us save as casual acquaintances. They might send him out of the country, but that would be all." "It would all depend," she said, "upon how he fell into their hands. If you happened to be arrested only as you were walking with him down the Nevsky Prospect, he would be questioned, of course, but as soon as they learned who he was and that he had nothing to do with you, they would let him go. But if he were with us, say here, when we were pounced upon, and you had no time to pull the trigger of the pistol pointing into that keg of powder in the cupboard, he would be hurried away with us to one of the fortresses, and the chances are that not a soul would ever know what had become of him. Still, it cannot be helped now. He may be useful, and as we give our own lives, so we must not shrink from giving others. But this is not what I came here to talk to you about. Have you heard of the arrest of Mikhailovich?" "No!" they both exclaimed, leaping from their seats. "It happened at 3 o'clock this morning," Katya said. "They surrounded the house and broke in suddenly and rushed down into the cellar and found him at work. He shot 2 of them, and then he was beaten down and badly wounded." "Where were the other 2? Akim asked. "He sent them away but an hour before, but he went on working himself to complete the number of handbills. Of course he was betrayed. I don't think there are 6 people who knew where the press was. Even I didn't know." "Where did you hear of it, Katya?" "Fyodorina Samolov told me. You know she often helps Mikhailovich to work at the press. She thinks it must have been either Luka or Gazin. Why should Mikhailovich have sent them away when he hadn't finished work, if one or the other of them had not made some excuse so as to get out of the way before the police came? But that is nothing. There will be time to find out which is a traitor. They know nothing, either of them, except that they worked at the secret press with him. They were never much trusted. But Mikhailovich is a terrible loss. He was always daring and full of expedients." "They will get nothing from him," Petrov said. "Not they," she agreed. "When do they ever get anything out of us? One of the outer circle fellows, like Luka or Gazin, who know nothing, who are instruments and nothing more, may tell all they know for gold, or for fear of the knot. But never once have they learned anything from one who knows. Fortunately, the press was a very old one, and there was but little type there, only just enough for printing small handbills. We have 2 others ready to set up." "Were there any papers there?" "No, Mikhailovich was too careful for that." "I hear that old Lipka died in prison yesterday," Akim said. "He is released from his suffering," Katya said solemnly. "Anything else, Akim?" Yes, a batch of prisoners start for Siberia tomorrow, and there are 10 of us among them. Well, be careful for the next 2 days, Akim, Katya said. Don't do anything in the schools. It will not be long now before all is ready to strike a blow, and it is not worthwhile to risk anything until after that. I have orders that we are all to keep perfectly quiet till the plans are settled and we each get our instructions. Now I must go. I have 2 lessons to give this afternoon. It tries one a little to be talking to children about quavers and semi-quavers when one's head is full of great plans, and you know that at any moment a policeman might tap you on the shoulder and take you off to the dungeon of St. Nicholas, from which one will never return unless one is carried out or is sent to Siberia, which would be worse. Be careful. The police have certainly got scent of something. They are very active at present. And with a nod she turned and left the room. She is a brave girl, Akim said. I think the women make better conspirators than we do, Petrov. Look at her. She was a little serious today because of Mikhailovich, but generally she is in high spirits, and no one would dream that she thought of anything but her pupils and pleasure. Then there is Fyodorina Samilov. She works all day, I believe, in a laundry, and she looks as impassive as if she had been carved out of soap. Yet she is ready to go on working all night if required, and if she had orders she would walk into the Winter Palace and throw down a bomb that would kill her as well as everyone else within its reach, with as much coolness as if she was merely delivering a message. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Condemned as a Nihilist, A Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 2. A Cat's Paw. One evening a fortnight later, Godfrey went with 2 young Englishmen to a masked ball at the opera. It was a brilliant scene. Comparatively few of the men were masked or in costume, but many of the ladies were so. Every other man was in uniform of some kind, and the floor of the house was filled with a gay, laughing crowd, while the boxes were occupied by ladies of the highest rank, several of the imperial family being present. He speedily became separated from his companions, and after walking about for an hour, he became tired of the scene, and was about to make his way towards the entrance, when a hand was slipped behind his arm. As several masked figures had joked him on walking about so vaguely by himself, he thought that this was but another jest. "You are just the person I wanted," the mask said. "I think you have mistaken me for someone else, lady," he replied. "Not at all. Now put up your arm and look as if I belonged to you." "Nonsense. Do as you are told, Godfrey Bullen." "Who are you who know my name?" Godfrey laughed, doing as he was ordered, for he had no doubt that the masked woman was a member of one of the families whom he had visited. "You don't know who I am?" she asked. "How should I when I can see nothing but your eyes through those holes?" "I am Katya, the cousin of your friend Akim." "Oh, of course," Godfrey said, a little surprised at meeting the music mistress in such an assembly. "I fancied I knew your voice, though I could not remember where I had heard it. And now what can I do for you?" The young woman hesitated. "We have got up a little mystification," she said after a pause, "and I am sure I can trust you. Besides, you don't know the parties. There is a gentleman here who is supposed to be with his regiment at Moscow, but there is a sweetheart in the case, and you know when there are sweethearts, people do foolish things." "I have heard so," Godfrey laughed, "though I don't know anything about it myself, for I shan't begin to think of such luxuries as sweethearts for years to come." "Well, he is here masked," the girl went on, "and unfortunately the colonel of his regiment is here, and some ill-natured person, we fancy it is a rival of his, has told the colonel. He is furious about it, and declares that he will catch him and have him tried by court-martial for being absent without leave. The only thing is, he is not certain as to his information." "Well, what can I do?" Godfrey asked. "How can I help him?" "You can help if you like, and that without much trouble to yourself. He is at present in the back of that empty box on the 3rd tier. I was with him when I saw you down here, So I left him to say goodbye to his sweetheart alone and ran down to fetch you, for I felt sure you would oblige me. What I thought was this. If you put his mask and cloak on, you are about the same height, it would be supposed that you are he. The colonel is waiting down by the entrance. He will come up to you and say, 'Captain Presnovich?' You will naturally say, 'By no means.' He will insist on your taking your mask off. This you will do, and he will, of course, make profuse apologies, and will believe that he has been altogether misinformed. In the meantime, Presnovich will manage to slip out, and will go down by the early train to Moscow. It is not likely that the colonel will ever make any more inquiries about it. But if he does, some of Presnovich's friends will be ready to declare that he never left Moscow." "But can't he manage to leave his mask and cloak in the box and to slip away without them?" "No, that would never do. It is necessary that the colonel should see for himself that the man in the cloak, with the white and red bow pinned to it, is not the captain." "Very well, then, I will do it," Godfrey said. "It will be fun to see the colonel's face when he finds out his mistake. But mind, I am doing it to oblige you." "I feel very much obliged," the girl said. "But don't you bring my name into it, though." "How could I?" he laughed. "I do not see that I am likely to be cross-questioned in any way. But never fear, I will keep your counsel." By this time they had arrived at the door of the box. "Wait a moment," she said. "I will speak to him first." She was 2 minutes gone, and then opened the door and let him in. "I am greatly obliged to you, sir," a man said as he entered. "It is a foolish business altogether, but if you will enact my part for a few minutes, you will get me out of an awkward scrape." "Don't mention it," Godfrey replied. "It will be a joke to laugh over afterwards." He placed the broad hat, to which the black silk mask was sewn, on his head, and Katya put the cloak on his shoulders. "I trust you," she said in a low voice, as she walked with him to the top of the stairs. "There, I must go now. I had better see Captain Presnovich safely off, and then go and tell the young lady, who is a great friend of mine. It is for her sake I am doing it, you know, not for his. How nicely we have managed to throw dust in the colonel's eyes." Regarding the matter as a capital joke, Godfrey went downstairs and made his way to the entrance, expecting every moment to be accosted by the irascible colonel. No one spoke to him, however, and he began to imagine that the colonel must have gone to seek the captain elsewhere, and hoped that he would not meet him as he went down the stairs with Katya. He walked down the steps into the street. As he stepped onto the pavement, a man seized him from behind. 2 others grasped his wrists, and before he knew what had happened, he was run forward across the pavement to a covered sledge standing there, and flung into it. His 3 assailants leapt in after him. The door was slammed. Another man jumped onto the box with the driver, and 2 mounted men took their places beside it as it dashed off from the door. The men had again seized Godfrey's hands and held them firmly the instant they entered the carriage. "It is of no use your attempting to struggle," one of the men said. "There is an escort riding behind the sledge, and a dozen more behind it. There is no chance of a rescue, and I warn you, you had best not open your lips. If you do, we will gag you." Godfrey was still half bewildered with the suddenness of the transaction. What had he been seized for? Who were the men who had got hold of him? And why were they gripping his wrists so tightly? He had heard of arbitrary treatment in the Russian army, but that a colonel should have a captain seized in this extraordinary way, merely because he was absent from his post without leave, was beyond anything he thought possible. "I thought I was going to have the laugh all on my side," he said to himself, "but so far it is all the other way." In 10 minutes the carriage stopped for a moment. There was a challenge. Then some gates were opened. Godfrey had already guessed his destination, and his feeling of discomfort had increased every foot he went. There was no doubt he was being taken to the fortress. "Seems to me that Miss Katya has got me into a horrible scrape of some kind," he said to himself. "What a fool I was to let myself be humbugged by the girl in that way." 2 men with lanterns were at the door of a building, at which the carriage, after passing into a large courtyard, drew up. Still retaining their grip on his wrist, 2 of the men walked beside him down a passage, while several others followed behind. An officer of high rank was sitting at the head of a table. One of inferior rank stood beside him, while at the end of the table were 2 others with papers and pens before them. "So you have captured him?" the general said eagerly. "Yes, Your Excellency," the man who had spoken to Godfrey in the carriage said respectfully. "Has he been searched?" "No, Your Excellency. The distance was so short, and I feared that he might wrench one of his hands loose. Moreover, I thought that you might prefer his being searched in your presence." "It is better so. Take off that disguise." As the hat and mask were removed, the officer sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "Why, who is this? This is not the man you were ordered to arrest. You have made some confounded blunder." "I assure you, Your Excellency," the official said in trembling accents, "this is the only man who was there in the disguise we were told of. There, Your Excellency, is the bunch of white and red ribbons on his cloak." "And who are you, sir?" the general thundered. "My name, sir, is Godfrey Bullen. I reside with Ivan Petrovich, a merchant living in the Vasily Ostrov." "But how come you mixed up in this business, sir?" the general exclaimed furiously. "How is it that you are thus disguised, and that you are wearing that bunch of ribbon? Beware how you answer me, sir, for this is a matter which concerns your life." "So far as I am concerned, sir," Godfrey said, "I am absolutely ignorant of having done any harm in the matter, and have not the most remote idea why I have been arrested. I may have behaved foolishly in allowing myself to take part in what I thought was a masquerade joke, but beyond that I have nothing to blame myself for. I went to the opera house, never having seen a masked ball before. I was alone, and being young and evidently a stranger, I was spoken to and joked by several masked ladies. Presently one of them came up to me. I had no idea who she was. She was closely masked, and I could see nothing of her face." He then repeated the request that had been made him. "Do you expect me to believe this ridiculous nonsense about this Captain Presnovich and his colonel?" "I can only say, sir, what I am telling you is precisely what happened, and that I absolutely believed it. It seemed to me a natural thing that a young officer might come to a ball to see a lady, who perhaps he had no other opportunity of meeting alone. I see now that I was very foolish to allow myself to be mixed up in the affair, but I thought that it was a harmless joke, and so I did as this woman asked me." "Go on, sir," the general said in a tone of suppressed rage. "There is little more to tell, sir. I went up with this woman to the box she had pointed out, and there found this Captain Presnovich, as I believed him to be. I put on his hat, mask, and cloak, walked down the stairs, and was leaving the opera house when I was arrested, and am even now wholly ignorant of having committed any offense." "A likely story," the general said sarcastically. "And this woman, did you see her face?" "No, sir, she was closely masked. I could not even see if she were young or old, and she spoke in the same disguised, squeaking sort of voice that all the others that had spoken to me used." "And that is your entire story, sir? You have nothing to add to it?" "Nothing whatever, sir. I have told you the simple truth." The general threw himself back in his chair, too exasperated to speak further, but made a sign to the officer standing next to him to take up the interrogation. The questions were now formal. "Your name is Godfrey Bullen?" he asked. "It is." "Your nationality?" "British." "Your domicile?" Godfrey gave the address. "How long have you been in Russia?" 4 months. "What is your business?" "A clerk to Ivan Petrovich." "How comes it that you speak Russian so well?" "I was born here and lived up to the age of 10 with my father, John Bullen, who was a well-known merchant here, and left only 2 years ago." "That will do," the general said impatiently. "Take him to his cell and search him thoroughly." Naturally, the most minute search revealed nothing of an incriminating character. At length Godfrey was left alone in the cell, which contained only a single chair and a rough pallet. "I have put my foot in it somehow," he said to himself, "and I can't make head nor tail of it beyond the fact that I have made a fool of myself. Was the whole story a lie? Was the fellow's name Presnovich? If not, who was he? By the rage of the general, who I suppose is the chief of the police, It was evident he was frightfully disappointed that I wasn't the man he was looking for. Was this Preface somebody that girl Katia knew and wanted to get safely away? Or was she made a fool of just as I was? She looked a bright, jolly sort of girl, but that goes for nothing in Russia. All sorts of people get mixed up in plots. If she was concerned in getting him away, I suppose she fixed on me because, being English and a newcomer here, it would be easy for me to prove that I had nothing to do with plots or anything of that sort. Whereas if a Russian had been in my place, he might have got into a frightful mess over it. Well, I suppose it will all come right in the end. It is lucky that the weather has got milder, or I should have had a good chance of being frozen to death. It is cold enough as it is. Resuming his clothes, which had been thrown down on the pallet, Godfrey drew the solitary rug over him, and in spite of the uncertainty of the position, was soon fast asleep. He woke just as daylight was breaking, and was so bitterly cold that he was obliged to get up and stamp about the cell to restore circulation. 2 hours later, the cell door was opened, and a piece of dark-colored bread and a jug of water were handed in to him. "If this is prison fare, I don't care how soon I am out of it," he said to himself as he munched the bread. "I wonder what it is made of. Rye." The day passed without anyone coming near him save the jailer, who brought a bowl of thin broth and a ration of bread for his dinner. "Can't you get me another rug?" he asked the man. "If I have got to stop here for another night, I shall have a good chance of being frozen to death." Just as it was getting dark, the man came in again with another blanket and a flat earthenware pan half full of sand, on which was burning a handful or two of sticks. He placed a bundle of wood beside it. "That is more cheerful by a long way," Godfrey said to himself, as the man, who had maintained absolute silence on each of his visits, left the cell. "No doubt they have been making a lot of inquiries about me, and find that I have not been in the habit of frequenting low company. I should not have had these indulgences if they hadn't. Well, it will be an amusement to keep this fire up. The wood is as dry as a bone, luckily, or I should be smoked out in no time, for there is not much ventilation through that narrow loophole." The warmth of the fire and the additional blanket made all the difference, and in a couple of hours Godfrey was sound asleep. When he awoke, it was broad daylight, and although he felt cold, it was nothing to what he had experienced on the previous morning. At about 11 o'clock, as near as he could guess, for his watch and everything had been removed when he was searched, the door was opened, and a prison official with 2 warders appeared. By these he was conducted to the same room where he had been first examined. Neither of the officers who had then been there was present, but an elderly man sat at the center of the table. "Godfrey Bullen," he said, "a careful investigation has been made into your antecedents, and with one exception, and that not, for various reasons, an important one, we have received a good report of you. Ivan Petrovich tells us that you work in his office from breakfast time till 5 in the afternoon, and that your evenings are at your own disposal, but that you generally dine with him. He gave us the names of the families with which you are acquainted, and where, as he understood, you spend your evenings when you are not at the skating club, where you generally go on Tuesdays and Fridays at least. We learned that you did spend your evening with these families, and we have learned at the club that you are a regular attendant there 2 or 3 times a week, and that your general associates are," and he read out a list, which included, to Godfrey's surprise, the names of every one of his acquaintances there. "Therefore, we have been forced to come to the conclusion that your story, incredible as it appeared, is a true one. That you, a youth and a foreigner, should have had the incredible levity to act in the way you describe, and to assume the disguise of a person absolutely unknown to you, upon the persuasion of a woman also absolutely unknown to you, well nigh passes belief. Had you been older, you would at once have been sent to the frontier. But as it is, the Tsar, to whom the case has been specially submitted, has graciously allowed you to continue your residence here, the testimony being unanimous as to your father's position as a merchant, and to the prudence of his behavior while resident here. But I warn you, Godfrey Bullen, that escapades of this kind, which may be harmless in England, are very serious matters here. Ignorantly, I admit, but none the less certainly you have aided in the escape of a malefactor of the worst kind. And but for the proofs that have been afforded us that you were a mere dupe, the consequences would have been most serious to you, and even the fact of your being a foreigner would not have sufficed to save you from the hands of justice. You are now free to depart, but let this be a lesson to you, and a most serious one, never again to mix yourself up in any way with persons of whose antecedents you are ignorant, and in future to conduct yourself in all respects wisely and prudently. It will certainly be a lesson to me, sir. I am heartily sorry that I was so foolish as to allow myself to be mixed up in such an affair, and think I can promise you that henceforth there will be no fault to be found in my conduct. In the anteroom, Godfrey's watch, money, and the other contents of his pocket were restored to him. A carriage was in waiting for him at the outer door, and he was driven rapidly to the house of the merchant. "This is a nice scrape into which you have got yourself, Godfrey," Ivan Petrovitch said as he entered. "It is lucky for you that you are not a Russian. But how on earth have you got mixed up in a plot? We know nothing about it beyond the fact that you had been arrested, for although 1,000 questions were asked me about you, nothing was said to me as to the charge brought against you. We have been in the greatest anxiety about you. All sorts of rumors were current in the city as to the discovery of a plot to assassinate one of the Grand Dukes at the Opera House, and there are rumors that explosive bombs had been discovered in one of the boxes. It is said that the police had received information of the attempt that was to be made, and that every precaution had been taken to arrest the principal conspirator, but that in some extraordinary manner he slipped through their fingers. But surely you can never have been mixed up in that affair." "That is what it was," Godfrey said, "though I had no more idea of having anything to do with the plot than I had of flying. I see now that I behaved like an awful fool." And he told the story to Petrovitch and his wife as he had told it to the head of the police. Both were shocked at the thought that a member of their household should have been engaged, even unwittingly, in such a treasonable affair. "It is a wonder that we ever saw you again," the merchant's wife exclaimed. "It is fortunate that we are known as quiet people, or we might have been arrested too. I could not have believed that any one with sense could be silly enough to put on a stranger's mantle and hat." "But I thought," Godfrey urged, "that at masked balls people did play all sorts of tricks upon each other. I am sure I have read so in books. And it did seem quite likely, didn't it now, that an officer should have come up to meet a young lady masked whom he had no chance of meeting at any other time. It certainly seemed to me quite natural, and I believe almost any fellow, if he were asked to help anyone to get out of a scrape like that, would do it. You may do it in England or in France, but it doesn't do to take part in anything that you don't know for certain all about here. The wonder is they made any inquiries at all. If you had been a Russian, the chances are that your family would never have heard of you again from the time you left to go to the opera. Nothing that you could have said would have been believed. Your story would have been regarded by the police as a mere invention. They would have considered it as certain that in some way or other you were mixed up in the conspiracy. They would have regarded your denials as simple obstinacy, and you would have been sent to Siberia for life. "I should advise you, Godfrey," Ivan Petrovitch said, "to keep an absolute silence about this affair. Mention it to no one. Everyone knows that something has happened to you, as the police have been everywhere inquiring, but there is no occasion to tell anyone the particulars. Of course, rumors get about as to the action of the Nihilists and of the police, but as little is said as possible. It is, of course, a mere rumor that a plot was discovered at the Opera House. Probably there was an unusual number of police at all the entrances, and a very little thing gives rise to talk and conjecture. People think that the police would not have been there had they not had suspicion that something or other was going to take place, and as everything in our days is put down to the Nihilist, it was naturally reported that the police had discovered some plot, and as 2 of the Grand Dukes were there, people made sure it was in some way connected with them. As nothing came of it, and no one was, as far as was known, arrested, it would be supposed that the culprit, whoever he was, managed to evade the police. Such rumors as these are a very common occurrence, and it is quite possible that there is not much more truth in them this time than there is generally. However, of one thing you may be sure, the police are not fonder than other people of being outwitted, and whether the man for whom they were in search was a nihilist or a criminal of some other sort, you certainly aided him to escape. You are sure to be watched for some time, and it will be known to the police in a very few hours if you repeat this story to your acquaintances. If they find you keep silence about it, they will give you credit for discretion, while it would certainly do you a good deal of harm, and might even now lead to your being promptly sent across the frontier, were it known that you made a boast of having outwitted them. There is another reason. You will find that for a time most of your friends here will be a little shy of you. People are not fond of having, as their intimates, persons about whom the police are inquiring, and you will certainly find for a time that you will receive very few invitations to enter the houses of any Russians. It would be different, however, if it were known that the trouble was about something that had no connection with politics. Therefore, I should advise you, when you are asked questions, to turn it off with a laugh. Say you got mixed up in an affair between a young lady and her lover, and that, like many other people, you found that those who mingle in such matters often get left in the lurch. You need not say much more than that. You might do anything here without your friends troubling much about it, provided it had nothing to do with politics. Rob a bank, perpetuate a big swindle, run away with a court heiress, and as long as the police don't lay hands on you, nobody else will trouble their heads about the affair. But if you are suspected of being mixed up in the most remote way with politics, your best friends will shun you like the plague. I will take your advice certainly, Godfrey said, and even putting aside the danger you point out, I should not be anxious to tell people that I suffered myself to be entrapped so foolishly. For some time indeed, Godfrey found that his acquaintances fell away from him, and that he was not asked to the houses of any of the Russian merchants where he had been before made welcome. Cautious questions would be asked by the younger men as to the trouble into which he got with the police, but he turned these off with a laugh. I am not going to tell the particulars, he said. They concern other people. I can only tell you that I was fool enough to be humbugged by a pretty little masker, and to get mixed up in a love intrigue in which a young lady, her lover, a captain in the army, and an irascible colonel were concerned, and that the young people made a cat's paw with me. I am not going to say more than that. I don't want to be laughed at for the next 6 months. And so it became understood that the young Englishman had simply got into some silly scrape, and had been charged by a colonel in the army with running away with his daughter, and he was therefore restored to his former footing at most of the houses that he had before visited. 2 days after his release, a note was slipped into Godfrey's hand by a boy as he went out after dinner for a walk. It was unsigned, and ran as follows. Dear Godfrey Bullen, my cousin is in a great state of distress. She was deceived by a third person, and in turn deceived you. She has heard since that the story was an entire fiction to enable a gentleman, for whom the police were in search, to escape. She only heard last night of your arrest and release, and is in the greatest grief that she should have been the innocent means of this trouble coming upon you. You know how things are here, and she is overwhelmed with gratitude that you did not, in defense, give any particulars that might have enabled them to trace her, for she would have found it much more difficult than a stranger would have done to have proved her innocence. She knows that you did say nothing, for had you done so, she would have been arrested before morning. Not improbably, we might also have found ourselves within the walls of a prison, since you met her at our room. And the mere acquaintanceship with the suspected person is enough to condemn one here. By the way, we have moved our lodging, but we'll give you our new address when we meet you. That is, if you are good enough to continue our acquaintance in spite of the trouble that has been caused you by the credulity and folly of my cousin. Godfrey, who had begun to learn prudence, did not open the letter until he returned home, and as soon as he had read it, dropped it into the stove. He was pleased at its receipt, for he had not liked to think that he had been duped by a girl. From the first he had believed that she, like himself, had been deceived, for it had seemed to him out of the question that a young music mistress, who did not seem more than 20 years old, could have been mixed up in the doings of a desperate set of conspirators. However, he quite understood the alarm she must have felt, For though his story might have been believed owing to his being a stranger, and unconnected in any way with men who could have been concerned in a nihilist plot, it would no doubt have been vastly more difficult for her to prove her innocence, especially as it was known that there were many women in the ranks of the Nihilists. It was a fortnight before he met either of the students, and he then ran against them upon the quay just at the foot of the equestrian statue of Peter the Great, opposite the Isaac Cathedral. They hesitated for a moment, but he held out his hand cordially. "Where have you been, and how is it I have not seen you before?" "We were afraid that you might not care to know us further," Akim said, "after the trouble that foolish cousin of mine involved you in." "That would have been ridiculous," Godfrey said. "If we were to blame our friends for the faults of persons to whom they introduced us, there would be an end to introductions." "Everyone wouldn't think as you do," Akim said. "We both wish to meet you, and thank you for so nobly shielding her. The silly girl might be on her way to Siberia now, if you had given her name." "I certainly should not have done that in any case. It is not the way of an Englishman to betray his friend, especially when that friend is a woman. But I thought even before I got your letter that she must in some way or other have been misled herself." "It was very good of you," Petrov said. "Katya has been in great distress over it. She thinks that you can never forgive her." "Pray tell her from me, Petrov, that I have blamed myself, not her. I ought not to have let myself be persuaded into taking any part in the matter, and I entered into it as a joke, thinking it would be fine fun to see the old colonel's face, and also to help a pair of lovers out of a scrape. It would have been a good joke in England, but this is not a country where jokes are understood. At any rate, it has been a useful lesson to me, and in future young ladies will plead in vain to get me to mix myself up in other people's affairs." "We are going to a students' party tonight," Petrov said. "One of our number who has just passed the faculty of medicine has received an appointment at Tobolsk. It is a long way off, but it is said to be a pleasant town, and the pay is good. He is an orphan and richer than most of us, so he is going to celebrate it with a party tonight before he starts. Will you come with us?" "I should like it very much," Godfrey said. "But surely your friend would not wish a stranger there on such an occasion." "Oh yes, he would. He would be delighted. He is very fond of the English. I will answer for it that you will be welcome. Meet us here at 7 o'clock this evening. He has hired a big room, and there will be 2 or 3 dozen of us there, all good fellows. Most of them have passed, and you will see the army and navy, the law and medicine, all represented." Godfrey willingly agreed to go. He thought he should see a new phase of Russian life, and at the appointed hour he met the 2 students. The entertainment was held in a large room, in a traktar, or eating house, in a small street. The room was already full of smoke, and a number of young men were seated along 2 tables extending the length of the room, and crossed by one at the upper end. Several were in military uniform, and 2 or 3 in that of the navy. Akim and Petrov were greeted boisterously by name as they entered. "I will talk to you presently," Akim shouted in reply to various invitations to take a seat. "I have a friend whom I must introduce to Alexis." He and Petrov took Godfrey up to the table at the end of the room. "Alexis," Akim said, "I have brought you a gentleman who I am sure you will welcome. He has proved himself a true friend, one worthy of friendship and honor. His name is Godfrey Bullen." There was general silence as Akim spoke, and an evident curiosity as to the stranger their comrade had introduced. The host, who had risen to his feet, grasped Godfrey's hand warmly. "I am indeed glad to meet you, Godfrey Bullen," he said. "My friends, greet with me the English friend of Akim and Petrov." There was a general thumping of glasses on the table, and 2 or 3 of those sitting near Alexis rose from their seats and shook hands with Godfrey, with a warmth and cordiality which astonished him. Room was made for him and his 2 friends at the upper end of one of the side tables, and when he had taken his seat, the lad was able to survey the scene quietly. Numbers of bottles were ranged down the middle of the tables, which were bare wood without cloth. These contained, as Petrov told him, wines from various parts of Russia. These were wines similar to sherry and Bordeaux from the Crimea, Kayatinskoe, strongly resembling good Burgundy, from the Caucasus, and Don Squé, a sparkling wine resembling champagne, from the Don. Besides these were tankards of Iablogin kvass, or cider, Grushevoi kvass, or perry, Malvinoi, a drink prepared from raspberries, and Lampopo, a favorite drink on the shores of the Baltic. The conversation naturally turned on student topics, of tricks played on professors, on past festivities, amusements, and quarrels. No allusion of any kind was made to politics or to the matters of the day. Jovial songs were sung, the whole joining in chorus with great animation. At 9 o'clock, waiters appeared with trays containing the indispensable beginning of all Russian feasts. Each tray contained a large number of small dishes with fresh caviar, raw herrings, smoked salmon, dried sturgeon, slices of German sausage, smoked goose, ham, radishes, cheese, and butter. From these the guests helped themselves at will, the servants handing round small glasses of kumul livtoka, a spirit flavored with the leaves of the black currant, and vodka. Then came the supper. Before each guest was placed a basin of stehi, a cabbage soup, sour cream being handed round to be added to it. Then came rastigai patties, composed of the flesh of the sturgeon and isinglass. This was followed by cold-boiled sucking pig with horseradish sauce. After this came roast mutton stuffed with buckwheat, which concluded the supper. When the table was cleared, singing began again, but Godfrey stayed no longer, excusing himself to his host on the ground that the merchant kept early hours, and that unless when he had specially mentioned that he should not be home until late, he made a point of being in between 10 and 11. He was again surprised at the warmth with which several of the guests spoke to him as he said good night, and went away with the idea in his mind that among the younger Russians, at any rate, Englishmen must be much more popular than he had before supposed. One or two young officers had given him their cards, and said that they should be pleased if he would call upon them. "I have had a pleasant evening," he said to himself. "They are a jolly set of fellows, more like boys than men. It was just the sort of thing I could fancy a big breaking-up supper would be if fellows could do as they liked, only no headmaster would stand the tremendous row they made with their choruses. However, I don't expect they very often have a jollification like this. I suppose our host was a good deal better off than most of them. Petrov said that he was the son of a manufacturer down in the south. I wonder what he meant when he laughed in that quiet way of his when I said I wondered that, as his father was well off, he should take an appointment at such an out-of-the-way place as Tobolsk. "Don't ask questions here," he said. "Those fellows handing round the meat may be government spies." I don't see, if they were, what interest they could have in the question why Alexis Stupoff should go to Tobolsk. However, I suppose they make a point of never touching on private affairs when any one can hear them, however innocent the matter may be. It must be hateful to be in a country where, for aught you know, every other man you come across is a spy. I dare say I am watched now. That police fellow told me I should be. It would be a lark to turn off down by-streets and lead the spy, if there is one, a tremendous dance. But jokes like that won't do here. I got off once, but if I give them the least excuse again, they may send me off to the frontier. I should not care much myself, but it would annoy the governor horribly, so I will walk back as gravely as a judge. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Condemned as a Nihilist, A Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 3, A Hunting Party. 2 days later, Robson, an English merchant who had been one of the most intimate of Godfrey's acquaintances, and to whom he had confided the truth about his arrest, said to him, "You are not looking quite yourself, lad." "Oh, I am all right," he said, "but it is not a pleasant thing having had such a close shave of being sent to Siberia. And it isn't only that. No doubt the police feel that they owe me a grudge for having been the means of this fellow, whoever he was, slipping through their fingers, and I shall be a suspected person for a long time. Of course it is only fancy, but I am always thinking there is someone following me when I go out. I know it is nonsense, but I can't get rid of it. I don't suppose they are watching you as closely as that, Mr. Robson said, but I do think it is likely that they may be keeping an eye on you. But if they are, they will be tired of it before long, when they see that you go your own way and have nothing to do with any suspected persons. You want a change, lad. I have an invitation to join a party who are going up to Finland to shoot for a couple of days. It is more likely than not that we shall never have a chance of firing a shot, but it will be an outing for you and will clear your brain. Do you think you would like it? Thank you very much, Mr. Robson. I should like it immensely. Petrovich was saying this morning that he thought I should be all the better for a holiday, so I am sure he will spare me. I am nothing of a shot. In fact, I never fired a shot at game in my life, though I have practiced a bit with the rifle. But I am sure it will be very jolly whether we shoot anything or not. Very well then, be at the station to catch the 7 o'clock train in the morning. It is a 4 hours railway journey. Is there anything to bring, sir? No, you can take a handbag and sleeping things, but beyond a bit of soap and a towel I don't suppose you will have need of anything, for you will most likely sleep at some farmhouse, or perhaps in a woodman's hut, and there will not be any undressing. There are 6 of us going from here, counting you, but the party is got up by 2 or 3 men we know there. They tell me some of the officers of the regiment stationed there will be of the party, and they will have 100 or so of their men to act as beaters. I have a spare gun that I will bring for you. The next morning Godfrey joined Mr. Robson at the station. A Mr. White, whom he knew well, was one of the party, and the other 3 were Russians. They had secured a first-class compartment, and as soon as they started they rigged up a table with one of the cushions and began to play whist. You don't play, I suppose, Godfrey? Mr. Robson said. No, sir. I have played a little at my father's, but it will be a long time before I shall be good enough to play. I have heard my father say that there is better whist at St. Petersburg than in any place in the world. I think he is right, lad. The Russians are first-rate players and are passionately fond of the game, and naturally we English here have had to learn to play up to their standard. The game is similar to that in England, but they score altogether differently. The 4 hours passed rapidly. Godfrey sometimes slipped out of the window at the flat country they were passing through, but more often watched the play. They were met at the station by 2 of Mr. Robson's friends, and found that sledges were in readiness, and they were to start at once. We have 10 miles to drive, one of them said. The others went on early. They will have had one beat by the time we get there, and are then to assemble for luncheon. The road was good, and the horses fast, so that the sledges flew along rapidly. Most of the distance was through forest, but the last half-mile was open, and the sledge drew up at a large farmhouse standing in the center of the cleared space, and surrounded at a distance of half a mile on all sides by the forest. A dozen men, about half of whom were in uniform, poured out from the door as the 4 sledges drew up. You are just in time, one of them said. The soup is ready, and in another minute we should have set to. The civilians all knew each other, but the newcomers were introduced to the Russian colonel and his 5 officers. Have you had any luck, Colonel? Mr. Robson asked. Wonderful, the latter replied with a laugh. A stag came along, and every one of us had a shot at it, and each and every one is ready to take oath that he hit it, so that every one is satisfied. Don't you call that luck? Mr. Robson laughed. But where is the stag? He asked, looking round. That is more than any one can tell you. He went straight on and carried off our 12 bullets. Captain Fomich here, and in fact all my officers, are ready to swear that the deer is enchanted, and they have all been crossing themselves against the evil omen. Such a thing was never heard of before, for being such crack shots all of us, of course there can be no doubt about our each having hit the stag, when it was not more than 100 yards away at the outside. But come in, the soup smells too good to wait, and the sight of that enchanted beast has sharpened my appetite wonderfully. Godfrey entered with the rest. Large as the farmhouse was, the greater portion of the ground floor was occupied by the room they entered. It was entirely constructed of wood blackened with smoke and age. A great fire burned on the hearth, and the farmer's wife and two maids were occupied with several large pots, some suspended over the fire, others standing among the brands. The window was low, but extended half across one side of the room, and was filled with small latticed panes. From the roof hung hams, sides of bacon, potatoes in network bags, bunches of herbs, and several joints of meat. A table extended the length of the room, covered with plates and dishes that, from their appearance, had evidently been brought out from the town, and differed widely from the rough earthenware standing on a great dresser of darkened wood extending down one side of the room. At one end the great pot was placed, the cloth having been pushed back for the purpose, and the colonel, seizing the ladle, began to fill the earthenware bowls, which were used instead of soup plates. "Each man come for his ration before he sits down," he said. "It would be better if you did not sit down at all, for I know well enough that when my countrymen sit down to a meal, it is a long time before they get up again, and we have to be in the forest again in 3/4 of an hour." "Quite right, Colonel," one of the hosts said. "This evening you may sit as long as you like, but if we are to have another drive today we must waste no time. A basin of soup and a plate of stew are all you will get now, with a cup of coffee afterwards to arm you against the cold, and a glass of vodka or kumyl to top up with. No, Colonel, not any punch just now. Punch in the evening. But if we were to begin with that now, I know that there would be no shooting this afternoon." "What are the beaters doing?" Mr. Robson asked as they hastily ate their dinner. "They have brought their bread with them," the colonel said, "and our friends here have provided a deer almost as fine as that which carried off the 12 bullets. It was roasting over a fire in the forest when we went past, and I saw some black bottles, which I guess were vodka." "Yes, Colonel, I ordered that they should have a glass each with their dinner, and another glass when they had done this afternoon." "They would not mind being on fatigue duty every day through the winter on those terms," the colonel said. "It is better for them than soldiering. We must mind that we don't shoot any of them, gentlemen. The lives of the Tsar's soldiers are not to be lightly sacrificed, and next time, you know, the whole of the bullets may not hit the mark as they did this morning." "There really is some danger in it," Mr. Robson said to Godfrey, who was sitting next to him. "In fact, I should say there was a good deal of danger. However, I fancy the beaters all throw themselves down flat when they hear the crack of the first rifle." "I see most of them have got a gun as well as a rifle." "Yes, there is no saying what may come along, and indeed, they are more likely to get birds than fur. I was told there are a good many elk in the forest, and the peasants have been bringing in unusual number in lately. A friend of mine shot 2 last week, but as our party did not get one in their first drive, they are not likely to get any afterwards. Occasionally in these big drives a good many animals are enclosed, but as a rule the noise the soldiers make as they move along to take up their places is enough to frighten every creature within a couple of miles. I told you you were not likely to have to draw a trigger. Expeditions like this are rather an excuse for a couple of days' fun than anything else. The real hunting is more quiet. Men who are fond of it have peasants in their pay all over the country, and if one of these hears of a bear or an elk anywhere in his neighborhood, he brings in the news at once, and then 1 or 2 men drive out to the village, where beaters will be in readiness for them, and have the hunt to themselves. I used to do a good deal of it the first few years I came out, but it is bitter cold work waiting for hours till a beast comes past, or trying to crawl up to him. After all, there is no great fun in putting a bullet into a creature as big as a horse, at a distance of 30 or 40 yards. But there, they are making a move. They are going to drink the coffee and vodka standing, which is wise, for after standing in the snow for 4 hours, as they have been doing, they are apt to get so sleepy after a warm meal that if we were to stop here much longer, you would find half the number would not make a start at all. The sledges were brought up, and there was a 3 miles' drive through the forest. Then the shooters were placed in a line, some 40 or 50 yards apart, each taking his station behind a tree. Then a small bugler sounded a note. Godfrey heard a reply a long distance off. 3/4 of an hour passed without any further sound being heard, and then Godfrey, who had been stamping his feet and swinging his arms to keep himself warm, heard a confused murmur. Looking along the line, he saw that the others were all on the alert, and he accordingly took up his gun and began to gaze across the snow. The right-hand barrel was loaded with shot, the left with ball. Presently a shot rang out away on his right, followed almost immediately afterwards by another. After this evidence that there must be something in the forest, he watched more eagerly for signs of life. Presently he saw a hare coming loping along. From time to time it stopped and turned its head to listen, and then came on again. He soon saw that it was bearing to the left, and that it was not going to come within his range. He watched it disappear among the trees, and 2 minutes later he heard a shot. Others followed to the right and left of him, and presently a hare, which he had not noticed, dashed past at full speed, almost touching his legs. He was so startled for the moment that the hare had got some distance before he had turned round and was ready to fire, and he was in no way surprised to see it dash on unharmed by his shot. When there was a pause in the firing, the shouting recommenced, this time not far distant, and he soon saw men making their way towards him through the trees. "It is all over now," Mr. Robson shouted from the next tree. "If they have not done better elsewhere than we have here, the bag is not a very large one." "Did you shoot anything, Mr. Robson?" "I knocked a hare over. That is the only thing I have seen. What have you done?" "I think I succeeded in frightening a hare, but that was all." Godfrey laughed. "It ran almost between my legs before I saw it, and I think it startled me quite as much as my shot alarmed it." The bugle sounded again, and the party were presently collected round the colonel. The result of the beat was 5 hares, and a small stag that had fallen to the gun of Mr. White. "Much cry and little wool," Mr. Robson said. 100 beaters, 20 guns, and 6 head of game. Another short beat was organized, resulting in 2 stags and 3 more hares. One of the stags and the 3 hares were placed on a sledge to be taken back to the farmhouse, and the rest of the game was given to the soldiers. A glass of vodka was served out to each of them, and, highly pleased with their day's work, the men slung the deer to poles and set out on their march of 8 miles back to the town. "They will have done a tremendous day's work by the time they have finished," Godfrey said. 8 miles out and 8 miles back, and 3 beats, which must have cost them 4 or 5 miles walking at least. They must have gone over 30 miles through the snow. "It won't be as much as that, though it will be a long day's work," the colonel said. "They came out yesterday evening and slept in a barn. Another company come out tonight to take their place." It was already dark by the time the party reached the farmhouse, and after a cup of coffee all round, they began to prepare the dinner. They were like a party of schoolboys, laughing, joking, and playing tricks with each other. 2 of them undertook the preparation of hare soup. 2 others were appointed to roast a quarter of venison, keeping it turning as it hung by a cord in front of the fire, and being told that should it burn from want of basting, they would forfeit their share of it. The colonel undertook the mixing of punch, and the odor of lemons, rum, and other spirits soon mingled with that of the cooking. Godfrey was set to whip eggs for a gigantic omelette, and most of the others had some task or other assigned to them, the farmer's wife and her assistants not being allowed to have anything to do with the matter. Dinner was a great success. After it was over, a huge bowl of punch was placed on the table, and after the health of the Tsar and that of the Queen of England had been drunk, speeches were made, songs were sung, and stories told. While this was going on, the farmer brought in a dozen trusses of straw. These his wife and the maids opened and distributed along both sides of the room, laying blankets over them. It was not long before Godfrey began to feel very drowsy, the result of the day's work in the cold, a good dinner, the heated air of the room and the din, and would have gladly lain down, but his movement to leave the table was at once frustrated, and he was condemned to drink an extra tumbler of punch as a penalty. After that, he had but a confused idea of the rest of the evening. He knew that many songs were sung, and that everyone seemed talking together. And as at last he managed to get away and lie down on the straw, he had a vague idea that the colonel was standing on a chair, making a final oration, with the punch bowl turned upside down and worn as a helmet. Godfrey had not touched the wine at dinner, knowing that he would be expected to take punch afterwards, and he had only sipped this occasionally, except the glass he had been condemned to drink. And when he heard the colonel shout in a stentorian voice, "To arms!" he got up and shook himself, and felt ready for another day's work, although many of the others were sitting up, yawning or abusing the colonel for having called them so early. However, it was already light. 2 great samovars were steaming, and the cups set in readiness on the table. Godfrey managed to get hold of a pail of water and indulged in a good wash, as after a few minutes did all the others, while a cup or 2 of tea and a few slices of fried bacon set up even those who were at first least inclined to rise. A quarter of an hour later the sledges were at the door, and the party started. The hunt was even less successful than that of the previous day. No stag was seen, but some 10 hares and 5 brace of grouse were shot. At 3 o'clock the party assembled again at the farmhouse, and had another hearty meal, terminating with 1 glass of punch round. Then they took their places in the sledges, and were driven back to the town. The party for St. Petersburg started by the 6 o'clock train, the rest giving them a hearty cheer as the carriage moved off from the platform. "Well, have you enjoyed it, Godfrey?" Mr. Robson asked. "Immensely, sir. It has been grand fun. The colonel is a wonderful fellow." "There are no more pleasant companions than the Russians," Mr. Robson said. "They more closely resemble the Irish than any people I know. They have a wonderful fund of spirits, enjoy a practical joke, are fond of sport, and have, too, a sympathetic, and one may almost say a melancholy, vein in their disposition, just as the Irish have. They have their faults, of course, all of us have, and the virtue of temperance has not as yet made much way here. Society, in fact, is a good deal like that in England 2 or 3 generations back, when it was considered no disgrace for a man to sit after dinner at the table until he had to be helped up to bed by the servants. Now, White, you have got the cards, I think." Godfrey watched the game for a short time, then his eyes closed, and he knew nothing more until Mr. Robson shook him and shouted, "Pull yourself together, Godfrey. Here we are at St. Petersburg." 3 days later, when Ivan Petrovitch came in to breakfast at 11 o'clock, for the inmates of the house had a cup of coffee or chocolate and a roll in their rooms at 7:30, and the office work commenced an hour later. Godfrey saw that he and his wife were both looking very grave. Nothing was said until the servant, having handed round the dishes, left the room. "Has anything happened?" Godfrey asked. "Yes, there is bad news. Another plot against the life of the Tsar has been discovered. The Nihilists have mined under the road by which he was yesterday evening to have travelled to the railway station. It seems that some suspicion was felt by the police. I do not know how it arose. At any rate, at the last moment the route was changed. During the night, all the houses in the suspected neighborhood were searched, and in the cellar of one of them a passage was found leading under the road. A mine was heavily charged with powder, and was connected by wires to an electric battery, and there can be no doubt that had the Tsar passed by as intended, he would have been destroyed by the explosion. It is terrible, terrible." "Did they find anyone in the cellar?" Godfrey asked. "No one. The conspirators had no doubt taken the alarm when they heard that the route was changed, and the place was deserted. It seems that the shop above was taken 4 months ago as a store for the sale of coal and wood, and the cellar and an adjoining one were hired at the same time. There was also a room behind the shop, where the man and woman who kept it lived. They say that arrests have been made all over the city this morning, and we shall no doubt have a renewal of the wholesale trials that followed the assassination of General Metzenzev, the head of the police, last autumn. It is terrible. These misguided men hope to conquer the empire by fear. Instead of that, they will in the end only strengthen the hands of despotism. I have always been inclined to liberalism, but I have wished for gradual changes only. For large changes we are not yet fit. But as education spreads and we approach the Western standard, some power and voice ought to be given to all intelligent enough to use it. That is to say, to the educated classes. I would not, no one in his senses would, give the power of voting to illiterate and ignorant men, who would simply be tools in the hands of the designing and ambitious. But the peoples of the great towns, St. Petersburg, Moscow, Kiev, Odessa, and others should be permitted to send representatives, men of their own choice, to the provincial councils, which should be strengthened and given a real, instead of a nominal, voice in the control of affairs. That was all I and thousands like me ever wished for in the present. But it would have been the first step towards a constitution which the empire, when the people become fit for it, might enjoy. That dream is over. These men, by their wild violence, have thrown back the reforms for half a century at least. They have driven the Tsar to war against them. They have strengthened the hands of the men who will use their acts as an excuse for the extremist measures of repression. They have ranged on the other side all the moderate men like myself, who, though desirous of constitutional changes, shrink with horror from a revolution heralded by deeds of bloodshed and murder. I quite agree with you, Godfrey said warmly. Men must be mad who could counsel such abominable plans. The French Revolution was terrible, although it began peacefully, and was at first supported by all the best spirits of France. But at last it became a hideous butchery. But here in Russia it seems to me that it would be infinitely worse, for it is only in the towns that there are men with any education. And if it began with the murder of the Tsar, what would it grow to? What, indeed? Ivan Petrovich repeated. And yet, like the French Revolution, the pioneers of this movement were earnest and thoughtful men, with noble dreams for the regeneration of Russia. But how did it begin? It may be said to have started about 1860. The emancipation of the serfs produced a sort of fever. Every one looked for change, but it was in the universities, the seminaries, and among the younger professional men that it first began. Prohibited works of all kinds, especially those of European socialists, were, in spite of every precaution at the frontier, introduced and widely circulated. Socialistic ideas made tremendous progress among the class I speak of, and these by writing, by the circulation of prohibited papers, and so on, carried on a sort of crusade against the government, and indeed against all governments, carrying their ideas of liberty to the most extreme point and waging war against religion as well as against society. In the latter respect, they were more successful than in the former, and I regret to say that atheism made immense strides among the educated class. They had some profound thinkers among them. Chernyshevsky, Dobololubov, Mikhailov, besides Herzen and Ogarev, the two men who brought out the Gologo in London in the Russian language, and by their agent spread it broadcast over Russia. The stifling of the insurrection in Poland strengthened the reactionary party. More repressive edicts were issued, with the usual result, that secret societies multiplied everywhere. Then came the revolution and commune in Paris, which greatly strengthened the spread of revolutionary ideas here. Another circumstance gave a fresh impetus to this. Some time before, there had been a movement for what was called the emancipation of women, and a perfect furore arose among girls of all classes for education. There were no upper schools or colleges open to them in Russia, and they went in enormous numbers to Switzerland, especially to Zurich. Girls of the upper classes shared their means with the poorer ones, and the latter eked out their resources by work of all descriptions. Zurich, as you know, is a hotbed of radicalism, and those young women who went to learn soon imbibed the wildest ideas. Then came a ukase, ordering the immediate return home of all Russian girls abroad. It was undoubtedly a great mistake. In Switzerland they were harmless, but when they returned to Russia and scattered over the towns and villages, they became so many apostles of socialism and undoubtedly strengthened the movement. So it grew. Men of good families left their homes, and in the disguise of workmen expounded their principles among the lower classes. Among these was Prince Peter Kropotkin, the rich Cossack Obachov, Skisoko and Rogasev, both officers, and scores of others who gave up everything and worked as workmen among workmen. Innumerable arrests were made, and at one trial 1,000 prisoners were convicted. So wholesale were the arrests that even the most enthusiastic saw that they were simply sacrificing themselves in vain, and about 1877 they changed their tactics. The prisons were crowded, and the treatment there of the political prisoners was vastly harder than that given to those condemned for the most atrocious crimes, as you may imagine when I tell you that in the course of the trial of that one batch I spoke of, which lasted for years, 75 of the prisoners committed suicide, went mad, or died. Then, when the authorities thought nihilism was stamped out by wholesale severity, the matter assumed another phase. The crusade by preaching had failed, and the nihilists began a crusade of terror. First, police spies were killed in many places. Then more highly placed persons, officers of the police, judges, and officials who distinguished themselves by their activity and severity. Then, in the spring of last year, Vera Zazudich shot at General Charpov, who had ordered a political prisoner to be flogged. She was tried by a jury, and the feeling throughout the country was so much in favor of the people who had been so terribly persecuted that she was acquitted. The authorities were furious, and every effort was made to find and rearrest Vera, and a verdict of the court acquitting many of the accused in one of the trials was annulled by the Tsar. Well, you know Godfrey Bullen. I am not one who meddles with politics. You have never heard me speak of them before, and I consider the aims of these men would bring about anarchy. An anarchy that would deluge the land with blood seems to me detestable and wicked. But I cannot but think the government has made a terrible mistake by its severity. These people are all enthusiastic fanatics. They see that things are not as they should be, and they would destroy everything to right them. Hate their aims as one may, one must admit that their conduct is heroic. Few have quailed in their trials. All preserve a calmness of demeanor that even their judges and executioners cannot but admire. They seem made of iron. They suffer everything, give up everything, dare everything for their faith. They die, as the Christian martyrs died in Rome, unflinching, unrepentant. If they have become as wild beasts, severity has made them so. Their propaganda was at first a peaceful one. It is cruelty that has driven them to use the only weapon at their disposal, assassination. One man, for example, in 1877, Jacob Stefanovic, organized a conspiracy in the district of Sikirino. It spread widely among the peasants. The priests, violating the secret of the confessional, informed the police, but these, although using every effort, could learn no more. Hundreds of arrests were made, but nothing discovered. Learning that the priest had betrayed them, the peasants no longer went to confession, and to avoid betraying themselves in a state of drunkenness, abstained from the use of brandy. But one man, tired and without food, took a glass. It made him drunk, and in his drunkenness he spoke to the man who had sold him spirits. He was arrested, and although he did not know all, gave enough clue for the police to follow up, and all the leaders and over 1,000 persons were arrested. 2,000 others who were affiliated to the society were warned in time and escaped. You can guess the fate of those who were captured. Last year, 3 months before you came here, General Metzensov, the head of the police was assassinated, and since then we know that it is open war between the Nihilists and the Tsar. The police hush matters up, but they get abroad. Threatening letters reach the Tsar in his inmost apartments, and it is known that several attempts have been made to assassinate him, but have failed. One of the most extraordinary things connected with the movement is that women play a large part in it. Being in the thick of every conspiracy, they are the life and soul of the movement, and they are of all classes. There are a score of women for whose arrest the authorities would pay any money, and yet they elude every effort. It is horrible. This is what comes of women going to Switzerland and learning to look upon religion as a myth and all authority as hateful, and to have wild dreams of an impossible state of affairs, such as never has existed in this world. It is horrible, but it is pitiable. The prisons in the land are full of victims, trains of prisoners set off monthly for Siberia. It is enough to turn the brain to think of such things. How it is to end, no one can say. But it was only in bated breath and within closed doors that the discovery of the Nihilist plot was discussed in St. Petersburg. Elsewhere it was scarcely alluded to, although, if mentioned, those present vied with each other in the violence of their denunciation of it. But when society, from the highest to the lowest, was permeated by secret agents of the police, and every word was liable to be reported and misinterpreted, a subject so dangerous was shunned by common consent. It was known, though, that large numbers of arrests had been made, but even those whose dearest friends had suddenly disappeared said no word of it in public, for to be even a distant acquaintance of such a person was dangerous. Yet apparently everything went on as usual. The theaters were as well filled, the Nevsky as crowded and gay. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Condemned as a Nihilist, A Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 4, A Prisoner. Soon after this, St. Petersburg was startled at the news that there had been a terrible explosion at the Winter Palace, and that the Tsar and royal family had narrowly escaped with their lives. Upon the following evening, Godfrey was walking down the Nevsky, where groups of people were still discussing the terrible affair. He presently met Akim Sushilov and Petrov Stepanov. He had not seen them for some time, and as they had omitted to give him the address of the lodging into which they had moved, he was really glad to see them, for he liked them better than any of the Russians of his acquaintance. For both had an earnest manner, and seemed to be free from narrow prejudices, sincere admirers of England, and on most subjects very well informed. "It is quite an age since I have seen you both," he said. "Where have you been hiding?" "We have been working harder than usual," Petrov said. "Our last examinations are just coming off." "But you said that you would come to see us, and you have never done so." "You did not tell me where you had moved to," Godfrey said, "or I should have done so long ago." "That was stupid indeed," Akim said. "Have you an hour to spare now?" "Yes, I have nothing to do, and shall be very glad to come round and have a talk. This is a horrible business at the Winter Palace." "Horrible," Petrov said. "But it is just as well not to talk about it in the streets. Come along, we will take you to our place. We were just thinking of going back." A quarter of an hour's walking took them to the student's room, which was, like the last, at the top of the house. A lamp was lighted, the samovar placed on the table, and a little charcoal fire lit under it. A glass of vodka was handed round to pass the time until the water was boiling. Pipes were brought out from the cupboard and filled, for cigars, which are cheap and good, are generally smoked in the streets in Russia by the middle and upper classes, pipes being only used there by izvozchiks, laborers, and Englishmen. The conversation naturally for a time turned upon the explosion in the Winter Palace. the Russians expressing an indignation fully equal to that of Godfrey. Then they talked of England, both regretting that they were unable to speak the language. "I would give much to be able to read Shakespeare," Petrov said. "I have heard his works spoken of in such high terms by some of our friends who have studied your language, and I have heard, too, from them of your Dickens. They tell me it is like reading of another world, a world in which there are no officials and no police and no soldiers. That must be very near a paradise." "We have some soldiers," Godfrey laughed, "but one does not see much of them. About half of those we have at home are in 2 military camps, one in England and one in Ireland. There are the Guards in London, but the population is so large that you might go a week without seeing one, while in very few of the provincial towns are there any garrisons at all. There are police and plenty of them, but as their business is only to prevent crime, they naturally don't play a prominent part in novels giving a picture of everyday life. As to officials, beyond rate collectors, we don't see anything of them, though there are magistrates, and government clerks, and custom officers, and that sort of thing. But they certainly don't play any prominent part in our lives." So they chatted for an hour, when at short intervals 2 other men came in. One was a tall, handsome fellow, who was introduced by Petrov as the son of Baron Kinkov. The other was a young advocate of Moscow on a visit to St. Petersburg. Both, Godfrey observed, had knocked in a somewhat peculiar manner at the door, which opened, as he had noticed when they came in, only by a key. Akim observed a slight expression of surprise in Godfrey's face at the second knock, and said, laughing, "Our remittances have not come to hand of late, Godfrey, and some of our creditors are getting troublesome, so we have established a signal by which we know our friends, while inconvenient visitors can knock as long as they like, and then go away thinking we are out." Godfrey chatted for a short time longer, and then got up to go. Akim went to the door with him. As it opened, there was a sudden rush of men from outside that nearly knocked him down. Of what followed, he had but a vague idea. Pistol shots rang out. There was a desperate struggle. He received a blow on the head which struck him to the ground, and an instant later there was a tremendous explosion. The next thing he knew was that he was being called from below some debris. As he looked round, bewildered, he saw that a considerable portion of the ceiling and of the roof above it had been blown out. Several bodies lay stretched on the floor. The room was still full of smoke, but by the light of 2 or 3 lanterns, he perceived that the young baron, bleeding freely from a saber wound across the forehead, was standing bound between 2 policemen with drawn swords. Policemen were examining the bodies on the floor, while others were searching the closets, cutting open the beds and turning out their contents. Akim lay on his back dead, and across him lay the young advocate. Of Petrov he could see nothing. The other bodies were those of policemen. 3 of these near the door appeared to have been shot. The others were lying in contorted positions against the walls, as if they had been flung there by the force of the explosion. All this he saw in a state of vague wonderment, while the 2 policemen kneeling at his side were passing cords tightly round him. "This one still lives," one of the policemen said, stooping over the young advocate, "but I think he is nearly done for." "Never mind, bring him along with the others," a man in plain clothes said in tones of authority. "Get them away at once. We shall have half St. Petersburg here in a few minutes." Godfrey was lifted by the policemen, one at his head and one at his feet, carried downstairs and flung into a vehicle at the door. Duly he heard a roar of excited shouts and questions, and the sharp orders of the police ranged round the vehicle. 3 policemen took their places and side with him, and the vehicle drove off, slowly at first until it was free of the crowd, and then at a sharp gallop. Godfrey was conscious of but little as he went along. He had a vague idea of a warm, moist feeling down the back, and wondered whether it was his own blood. Gradually his impressions became more and more indistinct, and he knew nothing more until he was conscious of a sensation of cold at the back of the head, and a murmur of voices round him. Soon he was lifted up into a sitting position, and he felt that bandages were being wrapped round his head. Then he was laid down again. He heard a door slam and a key turn, and then he knew nothing more. When he awoke, daylight was streaming in through a loophole high up in the wall. He tried to sit up, but could not, and looked round, trying to recall where he was and what had happened. He was in a dark cell with no furniture, save the straw on which he was lying. "It is a prison, certainly," he muttered to himself. "How did I get here?" Then gradually the events of the night before came to his mind. There had been a terrible fight. Akim had been killed. There had been a tremendous explosion. The police had something to do with it. Was it all a dream, or was it real? Was he dreaming now? He was some time before he could persuade himself that it was all real. And indeed it was not until the door opened and two men entered that he felt quite sure that he, Godfrey Bullen, was really lying there in a prison cell, with a dull, numbing pain at the back of his head, and too weak even to sit upright. One of the men leaned over him. Godfrey tried to speak, but could not do so above a whisper. "He will do now," the man said, without paying any attention to his words. "He must have a thick skull, or that sword cut would have finished him. Give him some wine and water now, and some soup presently. We must not let him slip through our fingers." Some liquid was poured between his lips, and then he was left alone again. "Certainly it is all real," he said to himself. "Akim must have been killed, and I must be a prisoner. What in the world can it be all about?" He was too weak to think, but after another visit had been paid him, and he had been lifted up and given some strong broth, he began to think more clearly. "Can it have been a Nihilist arrest?" he thought to himself. "Akim and Petrov can never be Nihilists. The idea is absurd. I have never heard them say a word against the government or the Tsar." Then he thought of their friend Katya, and how she had got him to aid in the escape of a Nihilist. "It is all nonsense," he murmured. "The idea of a girl like that being mixed up in a conspiracy." Then his ideas again became more and more confused, and when the doctor visited him again in the evening, he was in a state of high fever, talking incoherently to himself. For 7 days he continued in that state. There was no lack of care. The doctor visited him at very short intervals, and an attendant remained night and day beside him, applying cold bandages to his head, and carefully noting down in a book every word that passed his lips. Then a good constitution gradually triumphed over the fever, and on the 8th day he lay a mere shadow of himself, but cool and sensible, on a bed in an airy ward. Nourishing food was given to him in abundance, but it was another week before he was able to stand alone. Then one morning 2 attendants brought a stretcher to the side of his bed. He was assisted to put on his clothes, and was then placed on the stretcher and carried away. He was taken through long passages, up and down stairs, at last into a large room. Here he was lifted on the stretcher and placed in a chair. Facing him at a table were 9 officers. "Prisoner," the president said, glancing at a large, closely written sheet of paper before him, "you are accused of taking part in a Nihilist conspiracy to murder the Tsar." "I know nothing of any Nihilist conspiracy," Godfrey said. "I was accidentally in the room with my friends Akim and Petrov when the police entered." The president waved his hand impatiently. "That, of course," he said. "Your name is Godfrey Bullen?" "Yes, sir." "Born in St. Petersburg, but of English parentage?" Godfrey bowed his head. 3 months since you took part in the plot, by means of which the notorious Valerian Osinsky escaped from the hands of the police, and you were the accomplice of Sofia Perovskaya in that matter." "I never heard the name before," Godfrey said. The president paid no attention, but went on. "You said at the time," he continued, reading from the notes, "that you did not know the woman who spoke to you. but it is known that she was an associate of Akim Sushilov and Petrov Stepanov, at whose place you were captured the other day. There is therefore no doubt that you know her." "I knew her under another name," Godfrey said. "But if I had been told she was Sofia Perovskaya, it conveyed nothing to me, for I had never heard of her." "You are committing yourself, prisoner," the president said coldly. "When examined, you denied all acquaintance with the woman, and declared that she was a stranger." "Excuse me, sir," Godfrey said. "I said it was a masked woman and that I did not see her face, which was perfectly true. I admit now that I did know who she was, but naturally as a gentleman, I endeavored to shield her in a matter concerning which I believed that she was as innocent as I was." A murmur of incredulity ran round the circle of officers. "A few days after that," the president went on, again reading from his notes, "you were present with Akim Sushilov and Petrov Stepanov at a supper in a traktir in Osolov Street. There were present on that occasion," and he read a list of 6 names, "4 of whom have since been convicted and punished, and 2 of whom, although not yet taken, are known to have been engaged in the murderous attempt at the Winter Palace. You were greeted there with significant enthusiasm, which was evidently a testimony on the part of these conspirators to the part you had played in the affair of Osinsky." Godfrey felt that the meshes were closing round him. He remembered that he had wondered at the time why he had been received with such great cordiality. "Now," the president went on, "you are captured in the room of Akim Sushilov and Petrov Stepanov, who were both beyond doubt engaged in the plot at the Winter Palace, with 2 other equally guilty conspirators, and were doubtless deliberating on some fresh atrocity when interrupted by the agents of the police. You shared in the desperate resistance they made, which resulted in the death of 8 police officers by pistol shot, or by the explosion of gunpowder, by which Petrov Stepanov, who fired it, was also blown to pieces. What have you to say in your defense?" "I still say that I am perfectly innocent," Godfrey said. "I knew nothing of these men being conspirators in any way, and I demand to be allowed to communicate with my friends, and to obtain the assistance of an advocate." "An advocate could say nothing for you," the president said. "You do not deny any of the charges brought against you, which are, that you were the associate of these assassins, that you aided Sofia Perovskaya in effecting the escape of Valerian Osinsky, that you received the congratulations of the conspirators at the banquet, and that you were found in this room in company with 4 of the men concerned in the attempt to assassinate the Tsar. But the court is willing to be merciful, and if you will tell all you know with reference to this plot, and give the names of all the conspirators with whom you have been concerned, your offense will be dealt with as leniently as possible." "I repeat that I know nothing, and can therefore disclose nothing, sir, and I venture to protest against the authority of this court to try and condemn me, an Englishman." "No matter what is the nationality of the person," the president said coldly, "who offends against the laws of this country, he is amenable to its laws, and his nationality affords him no protection whatever. You will have time given you to think the matter over before your sentence is communicated to you. Remove the prisoner." Godfrey was laid on the stretcher again and carried away. This time he was taken, not to the room where he had been placed while ill, but to a dark cell where scarce a ray of light penetrated. There was a heap of straw in one corner, a loaf of black bread, and a jug of water. Godfrey, when left alone, shook up the straw to make it as comfortable as he possibly could, then sat down upon it with his back against the wall. "Well, this is certainly a go," he said to himself. "If there was one thing that seemed less likely than another, it was that I should get involved in this Nihilist business. In the first place, the governor specially warned me against it. In the second place, I have been extremely careful never to give any opinion on public affairs. And in the third place, if there is one thing I detest more than another, it is assassination. I cannot say it is cowardly in these men. The Nihilists do more than risk their lives. They give their lives away to carry out their end. Still, Though I own it is not cowardly, I hate it. The question is, what next? Petrovich will, of course, write home to say that I am missing. I don't suppose he will have the slightest idea that I have been arrested as a nihilist. I don't see how he could think so. He is more likely to think that I have been made away with somehow. No doubt my father will come out, but of course, he won't learn any more than Petrovich, unless they choose to tell him. I don't suppose they will tell him. I have heard that generally families of people they seize know nothing about it, unless they are arrested too. They may guess what has happened, but they don't know. In my case, I should fancy the police would say nothing. They will hear from the inquiries that my father makes that he has no suspicion of what has happened to me, and they will know if they did tell him our ambassador would be making a row. But even if the governor were to learn what had become of me, and were to insist upon learning what crime I am accused of committing, I do not see that things would be much better. They would hand over the notes of the evidence on which I was convicted, and, taking it all together, I am bound to say I do not see how they could help convicting me. Short of catching me like a sort of Guy Fawkes blowing up the palace, the case is about as strong as it could be. I certainly have put my foot in it. I was acquainted with these two conspirators. Through them I got acquainted with that confounded woman Katia, though it seems that wasn't her name. Then through her I helped this fellow Lisinski to escape. Then, trying to shield her, I made matters 20 times worse. For while my answer before led them to believe that she was a perfect stranger to me, I was foolish enough to let out just now that I knew her. Then there was that supper. I could not make out at the time why they greeted me so heartily. Now, of course, it is plain enough. And now, just after this blowing up business, here am I caught with 4 notorious conspirators, and mixed up in a fight in which 8 or 10 policemen are killed, and the roof blown off a house. That would be circumstantial evidence enough to condemn a man in England, let alone Russia. I don't suppose they are going to hang me, because they publish the names of the fellows they hang. But imprisonment for years in one of their ghastly dungeons is bad enough. If it is to be, it will be Siberia, I hope. There must be some way of getting out of a big country like that. North, south, east, or west. Well, I don't see any use bothering over it. I have got into a horrible scrape, there is no doubt about that, and I must take what comes. Godfrey was essentially of a hopeful nature, and always looked at the bright side of things. He was a strong believer in the adage, "Where there is a will, there is a way." He had been in his full share of scrapes at school, and had always made a rule of taking things easily. He now examined the cell. "Beastly place," he said, "and horribly damp. I wonder why dungeons are always damp. Cellars at home are not damp, and a dungeon is nothing but a cellar after all. Well, I shall take a nap." The next day, Godfrey was again taken before the tribunal, and again closely questioned as to his knowledge of the Nihilist. He again insisted that he knew nothing of them. "Of course, I knew Akim Sushilov and Petrov Stepanov, but I had only been in their rooms once before, and the only person I met there before was a young woman who called herself Katia, but who you say was somebody else. This was at the lodgings they occupied before." "But you were found with Alexander Kinkov and Paul Kuzmich." "They only arrived a short time before the police entered. I had never seen either of them before." These 2 prisoners had been examined before Godfrey entered, and had been questioned about him. Kuzmich had declared that he had never seen him before, and the court knew that the spies who had been watching the house had seen him enter but a short time before the police force arrived. As the 2 statements had been made independently, it was thought probable that in this respect Godfrey was speaking the truth. Not so, however, his assertions that he was unacquainted with any of the other conspirators. He was again taken back to his cell, and for the next week saw no one but the warder who brought his bread and water, and who did not reply by a single word to any questions that he asked him. Godfrey did his best to keep up his spirits. He had learnt by heart at Shrewsbury the first 2 books of the Iliad, and these he daily repeated aloud, set himself equations to do, and solved them in his head, repeated the dates in Greek history, and went through everything he could remember as having learned. He occasionally heard footsteps above him, and wondered whether that also was a cell, and what sort of man the prisoner was. Once or twice at night, when all was quiet, he heard loud cries, and wondered whether they were the result of delirium or torture. His gruff jailer was somewhat won by his cheerfulness. Every day Godfrey wished him good morning as he visited the cell, inquired what the weather was like outside, expressed an earnest hope that silence didn't disagree with him, and generally joked and laughed, as if he rather enjoyed himself than otherwise. At the end of the week, an official entered the cell. "I have come to inform you, prisoner, that the sentence of death that had been passed upon you has, by the clemency of the Tsar, been commuted to banishment for life to Siberia." "Very well, sir," Godfrey said. "I know, of course, that I am perfectly innocent of the crime of which I am charged, but as the Tsar no doubt supposes that I am guilty of taking part in a plot against his life, I acknowledge and thank him for his clemency. I have no peculiar desire to visit Siberia, but at least it will be a change for the better from this place. I trust that it shall not be long before I start." As the official was unable to make out whether Godfrey spoke in mockery or not, he made no reply. "These Nihilists are men of iron," he said afterwards. "They walk to the scaffold with smiling faces. They exist in dungeons that would kill a dog in 24 hours, and nothing can tempt them to divulge their secrets. Even starvation does not affect them. They are dangerous enemies, but it must be owned that they are brave men and women. This boy, for he is little more, almost laughed in our faces, and, in spite of his stay in that damp cell, seemed to be in excellent spirits. It is the same with them all, though I own that some of them do break down sometimes. But I think that those who commit suicide do so principally because they are afraid that, under pressure, they may divulge secrets against each other. Osip, who attends that young fellow, says that he is always the same, and speaks as cheerfully to him every morning as if he were in a palace instead of in a dungeon." 2 days later, Godfrey was aroused in the night. "Why, it is not light yet," he said. "What are you disturbing me at this time for?" "Get up," the man said. "You are going to start." "Thank goodness for that," Godfrey said, jumping up from his straw. "That is the best news that I have heard for a long time." In the courtyard 7 prisoners were standing. They were placed at some distance from each other, and by each stood a soldier and a policeman. A similar guard took their places by the side of Godfrey as he came out. An official took charge of the whole party, and, still keeping a few paces apart, they sallied out through the prison doors and marched through the sleeping city. Perhaps Godfrey was the only one of the party who did not feel profoundly impressed. They were going to leave behind them forever family and friends and country, and many would have welcomed death as an escape from the dreary prospect before them. Godfrey's present feeling was that of exhilaration. He had done his best to keep his mind at work, but the damp and unwholesome air of the cell had told upon him, enfeebled as he had been by the attack of fever. As he walked along now, he drew in deep breaths of the brisk night air, and looked with delight at the stars glistening overhead. As to the future, just at that moment it troubled him but little. He knew nothing of Siberia, beyond having heard that the prisoners there led a terrible life. That he should escape from it some time or other seemed to him a matter of course. How, he could form no idea until he got there, but as to the fact, he had no misgiving. For it seemed to him ridiculous that in a country so enormous as Siberia, a prisoner could not make his way out sooner or later. When they reached the railway station, a train stood in readiness. Each prisoner had a separate compartment, his 2 guards accompanying him. Godfrey addressed a word to his custodians. The policeman, however, said, "You are forbidden to speak," and in a minute or 2 the train moved off. Godfrey dozed occasionally until morning, and then looked out at the dark woods through which they passed for hours. Twice the train stopped at lonely stations, and the prisoners were supplied with food. In the afternoon, Godfrey saw the gilded and painted domes of a great city, and knew that it must be Moscow. Here, however, they made no stay, but steamed straight through the station and continued their way. Godfrey slept soundly after it became dark, waking up once when the train came to a standstill. At early morning he was roused and ordered to alight, and in the same order as before, the prisoners were marched through the streets of Nijni Novgorod to the bank of the Volga. Few people were yet abroad in the streets, but all they met looked pityingly at the group of exiles, a sight of daily occurrence in the springtime of the year. Ordinary prisoners, of whom from 15 to 20,000 are sent annually to Siberia, are taken down the Volga in a convict barge, towed by a steamer, in batches of 600 or 700. Political prisoners are differently treated. They are carried on board the ordinary steamer, each having a separate cabin, and during the voyage they are allowed no intercourse whatever, either with each other or with the ordinary passengers. Of these there were a considerable number on board the steamer, as the season had but just begun, and merchants, traders, and officials were taking advantage of the rivers being open to push forward into Siberia. At present, however, these were all below. The prisoners were conducted to the cabins reserved for them, and then locked in. Presently Godfrey heard a buzz of many voices and a general movement in the cabin outside, and the fact that he was a prisoner and cut off from the world came to him more strongly than it had hitherto done. An hour later there was a movement and a shouting overhead. Then he felt the paddles revolving, and knew that the steamer was under way. He could, however, see nothing. A sort of shutter was fastened outside the scuttle, which gave him the opportunity to take a glimpse of the sky, but nothing of the shore or water. Nothing could be more monotonous than the journey, and yet the air and light that came down through the porthole rendered it far more pleasant than existence in a prison cell. He knew, too, that, dull as it was in the cabin, there would be little to see on deck, for the shores of the rivers were everywhere flat and low. After 24 hours' travel, the steamer stopped. Since Godfrey had been in Russia, he had naturally studied the geography of the empire, and knew a good deal about the routes. He guessed, therefore, that the halt was at Kazan, the capital of the old Tartar kingdom. It was a break to him to listen to the noise overhead, to guess at the passengers who were leaving and coming on board, to listen to scraps of conversation that could be heard through the open porthole, and to the shouts of farewell from those on board to those on shore as the vessel steamed on again. He knew that after 2 hours more steaming down the Volga, the vessel turned up the Kama, a large river running into it and navigable for 1,400 miles. Up this the vessel steamed for 3 days and then reached Perm. In the evening Godfrey and his companions were disembarked and, strictly guarded as before, were marched to the railway station, placed in a special carriage attached to a train, and after 24 hours' travel at the rate of about 12 miles an hour, reached Ekaterinburg. This railway had only been open for a year, and until its completion this portion of the journey had been one of the most tiresome along the whole route, as the Ural Mountains intervene between Perm and Ekaterinburg. Their height is not great here, and the railway crosses them at not more than 1,700 feet above sea level. On arriving at the station, half the prisoners were at once placed in vehicles, and the others were sent to the prison. Godfrey was one of the party that went on at once. The vehicle, which was called a telega, was a sort of narrow wagon without springs, seats, or cover. The bottom was covered with a deep layer of straw, and there were some thick rugs for coverings at night. It was drawn by 3 horses. Godfrey was in the last of the 4 vehicles that started together. His soldier guard took his place beside him. 4 mounted Cossacks rode, 2 on each side of the procession. The driver, a peasant, to whom the horses belonged, cracked his short-handled whip, and the horses sprang forward. Siberian horses are wiry little animals, not taking to the eye, but possessing speed and great endurance. The post houses are situated from 12 to 25 versts apart, according to the difficulty of the country, a verst being about 2/3 of an English mile. At these post houses, relays of horses are always kept in readiness for 1 or 2 vehicles, but word is sent on before when political prisoners are coming, and extra relays are obtained by the postmasters from the peasants. To Godfrey, the sensation of being whirled through the air as fast as the horses could gallop was, after his long confinement, perfectly delightful, and he fairly shouted with joy and excitement. Now that they were past Ekaterinburg, Godfrey's guard, a good-tempered looking young fellow, seemed to consider that it was no longer necessary to preserve an absolute silence, which had no doubt been as irksome to him as to his companion. "We can talk now. Why are you so merry?" "To be in the air again is glorious," Godfrey said. "I should not mind how long the journey lasted if it were like this. How far do we travel in carriages?" "To Tiumen, 300 versts. Then we take steamer again. That is, if you go farther." "You don't know where we are going to then?" "Not at all. It will be known at Tiumen. That is where these things are settled generally, but people like you are under special orders. You don't look very wicked," and he smiled in a friendly way as he looked at the lad beside him. "I am not wicked at all, not in the way you think," Godfrey said. "Do not talk about that," the soldier interrupted. "I must not know anything about you. Talk about other things, but not why you are here." Godfrey nodded. "If we go on beyond Tiumen, we go by steamer, do we not?" "Yes, through Tobolsk to Tomsk. Beyond that we shall drive." "You are lucky, you people, that you drive. The others walk. It is long work, but not so long as it used to be, they say. I have been told that in the old times, when they started on foot from Moscow, it took them sometimes 2 years to reach the farthest places. Now they have the railway, and the steamers on the river, as far as Tomsk." "How do they take them in the steamers?" "They take them in great barges that are towed. We passed 2 on our way to Perm. They hold 500 or 600. There is a great iron cage on deck, and they let half the number up at a time in order to get air. They are always going along at this time of year, for they all go early in the season, so as to get to the journey's end before the frost sets in." "But surely all these men cannot be guilty of great crimes," Godfrey said, "for I have heard that about 20,000 a year are sent away." "No, many of them are only lazy fellows who drink and will not work. We sent away 3 from my village the year before I was taken for a soldier. They were lazy and would not do their share of work, so the heads of the village met and decided that they should go to Siberia. They drew up a paper, which was sent to be confirmed by the judge of the district, and then soldiers came and took them away." "But you don't mean to say," Godfrey said, "that men are sent to prison all their lives because they are lazy?" "Oh no, no one would think of such a thing as that. Men like these are only sent to the big towns, Tiumen or Perm or Tobolsk, and then they are settled on land or work in the towns. But they are free to do as they like. The country wants labor, and men who won't work at home and expect the community to keep them have to work here or else they would starve. Then there are numbers who are only guilty of some small offense. They have stolen something, or they have resisted the tax gatherer, or something of that sort. They only go to prison for the term of their sentences, perhaps only 3 or 4 months, and then they too are free like the others, and can work in the towns or trade if they happen to have money to set them up, or they can settle in a village and take up land and cultivate it. They can live where they like in Siberia. I had many rich men pointed out to me in Tobolsk who had come out as convicts." "You have been here before then?" Godfrey said. "Yes, this is my 2nd journey. I hope I shall come no more. We get a little extra pay and are better fed than we are with the regiment, and we have no drill. But then it is sad. Last time I had one with me who had left his wife and family behind. He was always sad, He talked to me sometimes of them. There was no one else to talk to. He was here for life, and he knew he should never see them again. She was young and would marry again. But she couldn't do that as long as he lived, Godfrey said. Oh yes, from the day a prisoner crosses the frontier, his marriage is annulled and his wife can marry again. She may come with him if she likes, but if she does, she can never go back again. And do many wives come? A good many, the soldier said, but I only know what I have heard. I was with one of you last time, and it was only on the way back that I heard of things about the others. Formerly, the guards remained in Siberia if they chose. It was too far to send them back to Russia, but now the journey is done so quickly, and we can get back all the way from Topsk by the river, except this little bit. We go back again as soon as we have handed over our charges. I did not go farther than Topsk last time, and I was back at Nizhny in less than 3 months after starting. What part of Russia do you come from? I am an Englishman. The soldier looked round in surprise. I did not know Englishmen could speak our language so well. Of course, I noticed that your speech was not quite like mine, but I am from the south, and I thought you must come from somewhere in the north or from Poland. How did... And here he stopped. But I must not ask that. I don't want to know anything, not even your name. Look there, we are just going to pass a convoy of other prisoners. In a minute or two they overtook the party. It consisted of about 150 prisoners, escorted by a dozen mounted Cossacks. The men were in prison garb of yellowish-brown stuff with a colored patch in the back between the shoulders. They had chains fastened to rings round the ankles and tied up to their belts. They were not heavy, and interfered very little with their walking. The procession in no way accorded with Godfrey's preconceived idea. The men were walking along without much attempt or regular order. They were laughing and talking together or with their guards, and some of them shouted chaffing remarks to the 4 vehicles as they swept past them. They do not look very unhappy, Godfrey said. Why should they? The soldier replied. They are better off than they would be at home. Lots of men break the law on purpose to be sent out. It is a good country. They say wives get rid of their husbands by informing against them and getting them sent here. I believe there are quite as many husbands with scolding wives who get themselves sent here to be free of them. As long as they are on the road or employed in hard labor, they are fed better than they ever were at home. Better a good deal than we soldiers are. Even in the prisons they do not work so very hard, for it is difficult to find work for them. Only if they are sent to the mines, their lot is bad. Of that I know nothing, but I have heard. As for the rest, from what I have seen of it, I should say that a convict here is better off than a peasant at home. But here we are at the post-house. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Condemned as a Nihilist, A Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 5. An Old Acquaintance. The stay at the post houses was very short. As soon as the vehicles were seen coming along the straight, level road, the first set of horses were brought out, and the leading tarantus was ready to proceed in 2 or 3 minutes. The other horses were changed as quickly, and in less than 10 minutes from their arrival, the whole were on their way again. While the horses were being changed, the prisoners were permitted to get out and stretch their legs, but were not allowed to exchange a word with each other or with anyone else. At every 4th stage, a bowl of soup with a hunch of bread was brought to each prisoner by one of the guards at the ostrov or prison, where the convicts were lodged as they came along. There were rugs in the vehicles to lay over them at night when the air was sharp and chilly, although in the day the sun had great power, and the dust rose in clouds under the horses' feet. There was little of interest to be seen on the journey. Only round the villages was there any cultivation, and the plains stretched away unbroken, save by small groups of cattle, horses, and sheep. Although Godfrey had not minded the shaking of the springless vehicle for the first stage or two, he felt long before he reached the journey's end, as if every bone was dislocated. As a rule, the road was good, but in some places, where it passed through swampy tracks, it had given in the spring thaw, and had been cut into deep ruts. Here the shaking as they passed along at night was tremendous. Godfrey and his companion were dashed against each other or against the sides with such force that Godfrey several times thought his skull was fractured, and he was indeed thankful when, after 40 hours on the road, they drove into Tiumen. Tiumen is a town of over 15,000 inhabitants, and is the first town arrived at in Siberia proper, the frontier between Russia and that country running between Ekaterinburg and that town. Here the prisoners were at once placed on board a steamer, and Godfrey was glad indeed to throw himself down upon the bed, where he slept without waking until the steamer got under way in the morning. He was delighted to see that the porthole was not, as in the first boat, blocked by an outside shutter, but that he could look out over the country as they passed along. For a time the scenery was similar to that which they had been passing over, bare and desolate. But it presently assumed a different character. Fields of green wheat stretched away from the riverside. Comfortable-looking little villages succeeded each other rapidly as the steamer passed along. And save for the difference of architecture and the peculiar green domes and pinnacles of the little churches, he might have been looking over a scene in England. The river was about 200 yards wide here, a smooth and placid stream. The steamer did not proceed at any great pace, as it was towing behind it one of the heavy convict barges, and although the passage is ordinarily performed in a day and a half, it took them nearly a day longer to accomplish, and it was not until late in the afternoon of the third day that Tobolsk came in sight. Through his porthole, Godfrey obtained a good view of the town, containing nearly 30,000 inhabitants, with large government buildings, and a great many houses built of stone. It is built in a very unhealthy position, the country round being exceedingly low and marshy. After passing Tobolsk, they entered the Obi, one of the largest rivers in Asia. The next morning the steamer again started for her 1,600-mile journey to Tomsk. The journey occupied 8 days, the convict barge having been left behind at Tobolsk. The time passed tediously to Godfrey, for the banks were low and flat, villages were very rare, and the steamer only touched at 3 places. Herds of horses were seen from time to time roaming untended over the country. The only amusement was in watching the Ostraks, the natives of the bank of the Obi. These people have no towns or villages, but live in rough tents made of skins. He saw many of them fishing from their tiny canoes, but the steamer did not pass near enough to them to enable him to get a view of them, as they generally paddled away towards the shore as the steamer approached. He heard afterwards that they are wonderfully skillful in the use of the bow, which they use principally for killing squirrels and other small animals. These bows are 6 feet long, the arrows 4 feet. The head is a small iron ball, so as to kill without injuring the fur of the small animals, and the feats recorded of the English archers of old times are far exceeded by the Ostraks. Even at long distances they seldom fail to strike a squirrel on the head, and Godfrey was informed by a man who had been present that he saw an Ostrak shoot an arrow high into the air and cut it in two with another arrow as it descended, a feat that seemed to him altogether incredible, but is confirmed by the evidence of Russian travelers. Tomsk is situated on the river Tom, an affluent of the Obi. The town is about the same size as Tobolsk. The climate of the district is considered the best in Siberia. The land is fertile, and among the mountains are many valuable mines. Although a comparatively small province in comparison to Tobolsk on one side, and Yeniseisk on the other, It contains an area of 500,000 square miles, and, excluding Russia, is bigger than any two countries of Europe together. It contains a rural population of 725,000 to 130,000 natives, chiefly Tartars and Kalmuks, and 30,000 troops. Here Godfrey was landed and marched to the prison. Of these there are two, the one a permanent convict establishment, the other for the temporary detention of prisoners passing through. Godfrey slipped a few rubles into the hand of his guard, for his watch, money, and the other things in his pockets had been restored to him before starting on his journey. After 2 days' stop in the prison, the journey was continued as before. A soldier sitting by the driver, a police officer taking the place of the soldier who had before accompanied him. He began to speak to Godfrey as soon as they started. "We are not so strict now," he said. "You will soon be across the line into eastern Siberia, and you will no longer meet people through whom you might send messages or letters. As to escape, that would be out of the question since you left Ekaterinburg, for none can travel either by steamer or post without a permit, or even enter an inn, and the document must be shown at every village." "But I suppose prisoners do escape sometimes," Godfrey said. "There have not been a dozen escapes in the last 50 years, the policeman said. "There are great numbers get away from their prisons or employments every year, but the authorities do not trouble about them. They may take to the mountains or forests and live on game for a few months in summer, but when winter arrives they must come in and give themselves up." "What happens to them then?" Godfrey asked. "Perhaps nothing but solitary confinement for a bit, perhaps a beating with rods, just according to the temper of the chief official at the time. Perhaps, if it is a bad case, they are sent to the mines for a bit. That is what certainly happens when they are political prisoners." "Why can't they get right away?" "Where are they to go to?" the officer said with a laugh. "To the south there are sandy deserts where they would certainly die of thirst. To the north, trackless forests, cold that would freeze a bullock solid in a night. Great rivers miles wide to cross, and terrible morasses, to say nothing of the wolves who would make short work of you. The native tribes to the west and the people of the desert are all fierce and savage, and would kill anyone who came among them merely for his clothes. And besides, they get a reward from government for every escaped prisoner they bring in, alive or dead. No, we don't want bolts or bars to keep prisoners in here. The whole land is a prison house, and the prisoners know well enough that it is better to live under a roof and to be well fed there than to starve in the forest, with the prospect of a flogging at the end of their holiday. Still, there are thousands take to the woods in the summer. The government does not care. Why should it? It is spared the expense of feeding them, and if they starve to death or kill each other off in their quarrels, for the greater part of them would think no more of taking life than of killing a fowl, there is an end of all further trouble about them. For you understand, it is only the men who have life sentences, the murderers, and so on, that attempt to run away. The short-sentence men are not such fools." "No," he went unkindly, seeing that Godfrey looked depressed at what he had heard. "Whatever you do, don't think of running away. If you behave well and gain the good opinion of the authorities, you won't find yourself uncomfortable. You will be made a clerk or a storekeeper, and will have a good deal of liberty after a time. If you try to run away, you will probably be sent to the mines, and though it is not so bad there as they say, it is bad enough." But even this prospect was not very cheering to Godfrey. Hitherto it had seemed to him that there could be no real difficulty, although there might be many hardships and privations, in making his escape from so vast a prison. He had told himself that it must be possible to evade pursuit in so vast a region. But now it seemed that nature had set so strong a wall round the country that the Russians did not even trouble themselves to pursue, confident that in time the prisoners must come back again. But he was not silent long. With the buoyancy of youth, he put the question aside for the present with the reflection, "Where there is a will, there is a way. Anyhow, some fellows have gotten away, and if they have done it, I can." Godfrey had not as yet realized his situation. The sentence, "for life," had fallen upon his ears, but not upon his mind. He still viewed the matter as he might have viewed some desperate scrape at school. He had, as he would have said, put his foot in it horribly. But that he should really have to pass his whole life in these wilds, should never see England again, his father, mother, or sisters, was a thing that his mind absolutely refused to grasp. "Of course I shall get away somehow." This had been the refrain that was constantly running through his mind, and even now a satisfactory reply to the assertion that not a dozen men had made their escape at once occurred to him. There was no motive to induce them to make their escape. They could not return to Russia, and in any other country they would be even more in exile than here, where everyone spoke their language, and where, as far as he had seen, the climate was as good as that of Russia, and the country no more flat and ugly. "There is nothing they can want to escape for," he repeated to himself. "I have everything to escape for, and I mean to do it." Having once re-established that view to his satisfaction, he began to chat away cheerfully again to his companion. "It is not for everyone," he said, "who possesses my advantages, or who can travel 5,000 or 6,000 miles by rail, steamer, and carriage, without ever having to put his hand in his pocket for a single kopeck. The only objection to it is that they don't give me a return ticket." "That is an objection," the policeman agreed, smiling. "We are not going to travel night and day, as we did between Ekaterinburg and Tiumen, I hope." "Oh no, we shall only travel while it is light." "Well, that is a comfort. It was bad enough for that short distance. It would be something awful if it had to be kept up for a fortnight." "How long shall we be before we get to Irkutsk?" "About a month. I know nothing as to what will be done with you beyond that. You may, for anything I know, go to the mines at Nerchinsk, which are a long distance east beyond Irkutsk, or you may go to Verkhoyansk, a Yakut settlement 3,000 miles from Irkutsk, within the Arctic Circle. There are lots of these penal settlements scattered over the country. They do not send the ordinary convict population there. There is no danger from them, but the theory is that the politicals are always plotting, and therefore they are for the most part sent where by no possibility can they get up trouble." Godfrey set his lips hard together and asked no questions for the next half-hour. Although the journey was not continued by night, the telega was still Godfrey's constant place of abode. Sometimes it was wheeled under a shed, sometimes it stood in the road, but in all cases the policeman was by his side night and day. Godfrey was indifferent whether he slept in a bed or in the telega, which, when the straw was fresh shaken up and a couple of rugs laid upon it, was by no means uncomfortable. The nights were not cold, and no rain had fallen since he left Nizhny. He further reflected that probably there would be fleas and other vermin in the post-houses, and that altogether he was a gainer instead of a loser by the regulation. He was pleased with the appearance of Achinsk, a bright little town a day's journey from Tomsk. It was, like all the Siberian towns, built of wood, but the houses were all painted white or gray, picked out with bright colors. It stood in the middle of a large grass plain, with enclosed meadows of luxuriant herbage and bright flowers, among which large numbers of sheep and cattle were feeding. Beyond this, the country again became dull and monotonous. Krasnoyarsk was the next town reached. Between this town and Kansk, the country was again cultivated. Scarce a day passed without large gangs of convicts being overtaken on the road. For some distance, Godfrey suffered terribly from mosquitoes, which swarmed so thickly that the peasants working in the fields were obliged to wear black veils over their faces. Fortunately, he had been warned by his guard at Achinsk that there would be trouble with these pests on further, and the man had, at his request, bought for him a few yards of muslin, under which they sat during the day and spread over the telega at night. It was, however, a long and dreary journey, and Godfrey was heartily glad when at last they saw the domes of Irkutsk, a city of 50,000 inhabitants. They drove rapidly through the town to the prison, where he was placed in a cell by himself. The morning after his arrival, the warder entered with a man carrying a basin and shaving apparatus. "Confound it," Godfrey muttered. "I have been expecting this ever since I saw the first gang of convicts, but I hoped they did not do it to us." It was, of course, useless to remonstrate. His hair, which had grown to a great length since he left St. Petersburg, was first cut short. Then the barber lathered his head and set to work with a razor. Godfrey wondered what his particular style of hair was going to be. He had noticed that all the convicts were partially shaved. Some were left bare from the center of the head down one side. Others had the front half of the head shaved, while the hair of the back was left. Some had only a ridge of hair running along the top of the head, either from the forehead to the nape of the neck, or from one ear to the other. "He is shaving me like a monk," he said to himself as the work proceeded. "Well, I think that is the best after all, for with the cap on it won't show." When the barber had done, he stepped back and surveyed Godfrey with an air of satisfaction, while the jailer, as he wrote down the particulars in a notebook, grinned. Godfrey passed his hand over his head and found that, as he supposed, he had been shaved halfway down to the ears. But in the middle of this bald place, the barber had left a patch of hair about the size of half a crown, which stood up perfectly erect. He burst into a shout of laughter, in which the other two men joined. The jailer patted him approvingly on the shoulder. "Bravo, young fellow," he said, pleased at seeing how lightly Godfrey took it, for many of the exiles who had stood bravely the loss of their liberty were completely broken down by the loss of a portion of their hair, which branded them, wherever they went, as convicts. Godfrey was then taken out into a large courtyard, and out through a gate into another enclosure. This had evidently been added but a very short time to the precincts of the prison. It was of considerable size, being 4 or 5 acres in extent, and was surrounded on 3 sides by a palisade some 14 feet in height, of newly sawn timber. The wall of the prison formed the 4th side of the square. In each corner of the enclosure was placed a clump of 6 little wooden huts. 2 low fences ran across the enclosure at right angles to each other, dividing the space into 4 equal squares. Where the fences crossed each other, there was an enclosure a few yards across, and in this were 2 sentry boxes with soldiers, musket in hand, standing by them. A few men were listlessly moving about, while others were digging and working in small garden patches into which the enclosures were divided. The policeman who accompanied Godfrey led him to one of the little huts. He opened the door and went in. A young man was sitting there. "I have brought you a companion," the policeman said. "He will share your hut with you. You can teach him what is required." With this brief introduction, he closed the door behind him and left. The young man had risen, and he and Godfrey looked hard at each other. "Surely we have met before," the prisoner said. "I know your face quite well." "And I know yours also," Godfrey replied. "Now that you speak, I know you. You are the young Englishman, Godfrey Bullen." "I am," Godfrey replied. "And you?" "Alexis Stumpoff." "So it is!" Godfrey exclaimed in surprise. And, delighted at this meeting, they shook hands cordially. "But what are you here for?" Godfrey asked. "I thought that you had obtained an appointment at Tobolsk." "Yes, I was sent out as assistant to the doctor of one of the prisons. I suppose you understood that it was not the sort of appointment one would choose." "I was certainly surprised when I heard that you were going so far away," Godfrey said, "as my friends told me that you had property." It seemed almost like going into banishment. That was just what it was, the young doctor laughed. I had been too outspoken in my political opinions, and 1 or 2 of our set had been arrested and sent out here. And when I was informed, on the day after I passed my examinations, that I was appointed to a prison at Tobolsk, it was also intimated to me that it would be more agreeable to go there in that capacity than as a prisoner. As I was also of that opinion, and as, to tell you the truth, some of our friends were for pushing matters a good deal farther than I cared about doing, I was not altogether sorry to get out of it. But how is it that you are here as a prisoner? Godfrey asked. That is more than I can tell you. Some 2 months ago, the governor of the prison entered my room with 2 warders, and informed me briefly that I was to be sent here as a prisoner. I had 10 minutes given me to pack up my things for the journey, and half an hour later was in the cabin of the steamer, with a Cossack at the door. What it was for, heaven only knows. I had never broken any regulations, never spoken to a political prisoner when in the hospital, except to ask him medical questions, and had never opened my lips on politics to a soul there. I think perhaps I can enlighten you, Godfrey said, and he related to him the attempt to blow up the emperor at the Winter Palace, and the fate of Petrov Stepanov and Akim Sushilov. That does indeed explain it, Alexis said. I was very intimate with both of them, and it is quite enough to have been intimate with 2 men engaged in a plot against the life of the Tsar, to ensure one a visit to Siberia. So that is it. I have thought of everything, and it seemed to me that it must have been something at St. Petersburg, that my name had been found on a list when some of the Nihilists were arrested, or something of that sort. For I certainly did join them, but that was before there was any idea of taking steps against the Tsar. No wonder you are here, after being mixed up in that escape of Valerian Osinsky, and then being caught again with 4 Nihilists just after that terrible attempt to blow up the Tsar. I wonder they did not hang you. I wonder too, Godfrey said. I suppose if I had been a year or 2 older, they would have done so. But I can assure you I had not the slightest idea that Petrov and Akim were Nihilists. I do think that the country is horribly misgoverned, but as a foreigner, that was no business of mine. And however strongly I felt, I would have had nothing to do with men who tried to gain their end by assassination. I was just as innocent in the affair of Osinsky. I behaved like a fool, I grant, but that was all. I had met the woman, who, as I know now, was Sofia Perovskaya, but she was only known to me then from having met her once in Petrov and Akim's room. She was introduced to me as Akim's cousin Katia. I met her at the opera house, and she told me a cock-and-bull story about a young officer who had come to see a lady there, and had left his regiment at Moscow without leave to do so. His colonel, who was at the opera house, had heard of his being there and was looking for him, and I was persuaded to change dominoes with him to enable him to slip off. Oh, that was it, Alexis said. I wondered how you got mixed up in the affair, and still more, why they let you out after your having been caught in what they considered a serious business. Well, here we are, victims both, and it is a curious chance that has thrown us together again. Well, what is our life here? Godfrey asked. Alexis shrugged his shoulders. As a life, it is detestable. Though were it for a short time only, there would be nothing to grumble about. We are fairly fed. We have each a patch of ground where we can grow vegetables. The 12 men in these huts can visit and talk to each other. When that is said, all is said. Oh, by the way, we are also permitted to make anything we like. That is, we can buy the materials if we have money, and the work can be sold in the town. There is one man who has made himself a turning lathe, and he makes all sorts of pretty little things. There is another man who was an officer in the navy. He carves little models of ships out of wood and bone. Another man paints. I have not decided yet what I shall do. I had 200 or 300 rubles when I was sent off here, and as I only spent 4 or 5 on the road, I have plenty to last me for some time for tea and tobacco. But how do you get them? The warders smuggled them in. It is an understood thing, and there is no real objection to it, though they are very strict about bringing in spirits. Still, we can get vodka if we have a mind to. It is only a question of bribery. How long are you here for, Alexis? 15 years. I am supposed to be in here for life, Godfrey said. 15 years is as bad as life, the young doctor said. What is the use of your life after having been shut up here for 15 years? Well, I don't mean to stay, that is one thing, Godfrey said. There can't be any difficulty in escaping from here. Not the least in the world, Alexis said quietly. But where do you propose to go? I have not settled yet. It seems to me that anyone with pluck and energy ought to be able to make his way out of this country somehow. Besides, from what I hear, great numbers do get away and take to the woods. Yes, but they have to give themselves up again. That may be, but I hear also that if they give themselves up a long way from the prison they escaped from, and refuse to give any account whatever of themselves, they are simply sent to prison again as vagabonds. In that case, they are treated as ordinary convicts. Now, from what I hear, an ordinary convict is infinitely better off than a political one. Of course, you have to associate with the bad lot. Still, that is better than almost solitary confinement. The work they have to do is not hard, and if they are well conducted, they are let out after a time, whereas there is no hope for a political prisoner. At any rate, even if I knew that if I was retaken I should be hung at once, I should try it. But the distance to the frontier is enormous, and even when you get there, you would be arrested at the first place you come to if you have no papers. Besides, how could you get through the winter? I should get through the winter somehow, Godfrey said stoutly. There are hundreds and thousands of people in scattered villages who live through the winter. Why shouldn't I? I would make friends with the natives in the north, and live in their huts, and hunt with them. But I am not thinking of that. The distance is, as you say, enormous, and the cold terrible. My idea is to escape by the south. It is a desert, Godfrey. Oh, they call it a desert to frighten people from trying to escape that way. But I know there is a caravan route by which the teas come from China. Besides, there are tribesmen who wander about there and pick up a living somehow. I don't say that I am going to succeed. I only say I am going to try. I may lose my life, or I may be sent back again. Very well then, I will try again some other way. We are not far from the Chinese frontier here, are we? No, the frontier is at Kiakta, not more than 300 or 400 miles away. What are the people like? They are called Buriats, and are a sort of Mongol tribe, living generally in tents and wandering with their flocks and herds through the country like the patriarchs of old. If they have large flocks and herds, Godfrey said, the reward the Russians offer for escaped convicts can't tempt them much. Most likely they are hospitable. Almost all these wandering tribes are. If one had luck, one might get befriended and stick for a time to one of these tribes in their wandering south, and then get hold of some other people, and so get passed on. There can't be anything impossible in it, Alexis. We know that travelers have made their way through Africa alone. Mungo Park did, and lots of other people have done so, and some of the Negro tribes are, according to all accounts, a deal more savage than the Asiatic tribes. Once among them, it doesn't much matter which way one goes, whether it is east to China or west to Persia. Alexis sat and looked with some wonder at his companion. By the saints, Godfrey Bullen, I begin to understand now how it is that your people, living in a bit of an island which could be pinched out of Russia and never missed, are colonizing half the world, how they go in ships to explore the polar seas, have penetrated Africa in all directions as travelers, go among the wildest people as missionaries. We are brought up to have everything done for us, to think as we are told to think, to have officials keep their eyes over us at every turn. to be punished if we dare to think independently, till we have come to be a nation of grown-up children. You are only a boy, if you will forgive my calling you so, and yet you talk about facing the most horrible dangers as coolly as if you were proposing going for a promenade on the Nevsky. We won't talk any more about it now, for you have made me feel quite restless. There, you have been here 2 hours, and I have forgotten all my duties as host, and have not even offered you a cup of tea. It is shameful. And Alexis brought out a samovar and soon had water boiling and tea made. After they had drunk it, they went out of the hut, and Godfrey was introduced to the other exiles. 2 of them who lived together were quite old men. They had been professors at the University of Kiev, and were exiled for having in their lectures taught what were considered pernicious doctrines. There were 3 military and 2 naval officers, a noble, another doctor, and 2 sons of merchants. All received him cordially, and Godfrey saw that in any other place the society would be a pleasant one. But there was an air of settled melancholy in the majority of the faces, while the sentry, 50 yards away, and the high prison wall behind, seemed ever in their minds. By common consent, as it seemed, no allusion was ever made to politics. They had all strong opinions, and had sacrificed everything for them. But of what use to discuss matters, the course of which they were powerless to influence in the smallest degree? Free, there was probably not one of them, but would again have striven in one way or another to bring about reforms, either by instructing the ignorant, rousing the intelligent, or frightening the powerful. But here, with no hope of returning, the whole thing was best forgotten. The past was dead to them, and they were without a future. The news that Godfrey brought of the blow that had been struck against the Tsar roused them for a few days. The war then was still being carried on. Others were wielding the weapons they had forged, but of what had happened afterwards Godfrey was ignorant. 4 men had been arrested or killed, but whether they had played an important part in the matter he knew not, nor whether others had shared their fate. All he could say was that so far as he heard, numerous arrests had taken place. But the excitement caused by the news very speedily died away, and they again became listless and indifferent. All worked for a little time in their gardens, but beyond that only those who had made some sort of occupation for themselves had anything to interest themselves actively in. Sometimes they played chess, draughts, or cards, but they did so, as Godfrey observed, in a half-hearted manner, with the exception, indeed, of one of the professors, who was by far the strongest chess player of the party, and who passed all his time in inventing problems which, when complete, he carefully noted down in a book with their solutions. "When I am dead," he said one day to Godfrey, who was watching him, "they will send this book to a nephew of mine. You see, I have written his name and address outside. He is a great chess player, and will send it to England or France to be published, and it is pleasant for me to think that my work, even here in prison, may serve as an amusement to people out in the world." Except in the dullness and monotony of the life, there was little to complain of, and Godfrey was surprised to find how far it differed from his own preconceived notions of the life of a political prisoner in Siberia. It was only when, by an effort, he looked ahead for years and tried to fancy the possibility of being so cut off from the world for life, that he could appreciate the terrible nature of the punishment. Better 1,000 times to be one of the murderers in the prison behind the wall. They had work to occupy their time, and constantly changing associates, with the knowledge that, by good conduct, they would sooner or later be released and be allowed to live outside the prison. When at 8 o'clock in the evening the prisoners were locked up in their huts, he endeavored to learn everything that Alexis Stumpoff knew of Siberia. He found that his knowledge was much more extensive than he had expected. "As I came out nominally, Godfrey, as a free man, I brought with me every book I could buy on the country, and I almost got them by heart. It seemed to me that I was likely to be kept here for years, if not for life. I might be sent from one government prison to another, from Tobolsk to the Eastern Sea. Therefore every place possessed an interest for me. Besides this, although I was not actually a political prisoner myself, I was virtually so, and my sympathies were wholly with the prisoners, and I thought that I might possibly be able to advise and counsel men who came under my charge, to describe to them the places where they might have relations or friends shut up, and to dissuade those who, like yourself, meditated escape. For my studies had not gone far before I became convinced that this was well nigh hopeless. I learned how strict were the regulations on the frontier, how impossible, even if this were reached, to journey on without being arrested at the very first village that a fugitive entered, and that so strict were they that although numbers of the convict establishments were within comparatively short distances of the frontier, escapes were no more frequent from them than from those 3,000 miles to the east. When I say escapes, I mean escapes from Siberia. Escapes from the prisons are of constant occurrence, since most of the work is done outside the walls. There are thousands, I might almost say tens of thousands, get away every spring, but they all have to come back again in winter. The authorities trouble themselves little about them, for they know that they must give themselves up in a few months. Yes, my guard told me about that. He said they were not punished much when they came in. Sometimes they are flogged, but the Russian peasant is accustomed to flogging and thinks but little of it. More often they are not flogged. They have, perhaps, a heavier chain, for the convicts all wear chains. We have an advantage over them there. And they are put on poor diet for a time. They lose the remission of sentence they would obtain by good behavior. That is all, even when they are recognized. But as a rule, they take care not to give themselves up at the prison they left, but at one many hundred miles from it. In the course of the summer their hair has grown again. They assert stoutly that they are free laborers who have lost their papers and who cannot earn their living through the winter. The authorities know, of course, that they are escaped convicts, but they have no means of identifying them. They cannot send them the rounds of 100 convict establishments. So, instead of a man being entered as Alexis Stumpoff, murderer, for instance, he is put down by the name he gives, and the word vagabond is added. The next year they may break out again, but in time the hardships they suffer in the woods become distasteful and they settle down to their prison life. And then, after perhaps 6, perhaps 10 years of good conduct, they are released and allowed to settle where they will. So you see, Godfrey Bullen, how hopeless is the chance of escape. Not at all, Godfrey said. These men are most of them peasants, men without education and without enterprise, incapable of forming any plan, and wholly without resources in themselves. I feel as certain of escaping as I am of being here at present. I don't say that I shall succeed the first time, but, as you say yourself, there is no difficulty in getting away, and if I fail in one direction, I will try in another. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Condemned as a Nihilist, a story of escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 6, An Escape. The evenings were spent principally in conversations about Siberia, Godfrey being eager to learn everything that he could about its geography and peoples. Alexis told him all he knew as to the mountains and rivers, the various native tribes, the districts where the villages were comparatively numerous, and the mighty forest that, stretching away to the Arctic Sea, could hardly be said to be explored. Books and papers were forbidden to the political prisoners, and so strict were the regulations that the warders would not under any considerations bring them in. But Godfrey wrote all the particulars that he judged might in any way be useful, with a burnt piece of stick upon the table, as Alexis gave them, and then learn them by heart, washing them off after he had done so. But few of the details Alexis could give him would be of any use in the attempt he first intended to make. The southern frontier was so temptingly close that it seemed absurd to turn from that and to attempt a tremendous journey north, involving the certainty of having to struggle through an Arctic winter and to face the difficulties of the passage west, either by land or sea. Beyond the fact that from Irkutsk he would have to make for the southern point of Lake Baikal, some 60 miles away, and then strike about southeast for another 200 through a country inhabited almost entirely by Buriats, the doctor could tell him little. Kyakhta, he said, or rather, as far as the Russians are concerned, Troitsk-Kazovsk, which is a sort of suburb of Kyakhta, is the frontier town. Kyakhta is a sort of neutral town inhabited only by merchants, and by a treaty between Russia and China, no officer or stranger is allowed to sleep there. Across the frontier, a few miles away, is the Chinese, or I suppose I should say the Mongol, town of Mymachin. Beyond the fact that the people about there are Mongols rather than Chinese, and that such religion as they have is that of Thibet rather than China, for their priests are called lamas, I know nothing except that the caravan route from Kyakhta to Pekin is somewhere between 1,000 miles, and that the camels do it in about 35 days. Then they make about 30 miles a day, Godfrey said. I suppose there must be wells at their halting places. Ah, that is another matter, Godfrey. You see, a camel can go 3 days without water easily enough, and of course they would carry skins of water for the travelers. Oh, that is no odds, Godfrey said. One could walk the 90 miles easily enough in 3 days, and there would be no difficulty in carrying water enough for that time. Besides, one would of course join a caravan if one could. Luckily enough, I had 200 rubles in notes when I was captured, and they restored them as well as my watch and other things when I started. I suppose the Mongols are just as fond of money as other people. The Chinese are, certainly, and I might get some Chinese tea merchant to let me go in his train for a consideration. The Russian laughed. "'Pon my word, Godfrey, I begin to think you will do it." "There can't be anything impossible in doing it," Godfrey said. "Why, did not Burton disguise himself and go with a caravan to Mecca and visit the holy places? And that was 20 times as difficult and dangerous. Going along the caravan route, of course, the difficulty is the language and the Buriats. If one could talk Mongol, or whatever the fellows call their language, it would be easy sailing. But I own that it is a difficult thing to get along and explain what you want with people who cannot understand a word you say. I suppose the Buriats speak Russian." "I should say that a great many of them do, Godfrey. I know there are missionaries and schools among them, and some of them live in settled villages, though they are so wedded to their own wandering life that they build their houses on the exact model of their tents, with a hole in the roof to let the smoke out. Still, as they deal with the towns and come in to sell their cattle and sheep and herds and so on, no doubt the greater part of them, at any rate on this side of the frontier, speak a certain amount of Russian. The difficulty will be to persuade them not to give you up." "But I can pay them more not to give me up than they can get for doing so," Godfrey said. "They would kill you for what you have, Godfrey. They are permitted to kill runaways, in fact, encouraged to do so, and the reward is the same, whether they are brought in dead or alive." "I should think, Alexis, it is easier to bring in a live man than a dead one." "I don't know," the Russian laughed. "I don't think a Buriat would find it very easy to take you any distance alive. But there would be no trouble in chucking you into a cart and bringing you here after the preliminary operation of knocking you on the head." Godfrey smiled. "You forget there would be some preliminary trouble in knocking me on the head, Alexis. But seriously, I don't think any natives who have been in contact at all with civilization are disposed to take life without some strong motive. Of course, robbery would be a motive, but I should certainly have nothing about me that a Tartar or a Buriat, I suppose they are all something of the same thing, would covet. You were telling me yourself that many of these people have very large flocks and herds. Is it likely such people as these would cut a stranger's throat on the chance of finding a few rubles in his pocket? Well, one would think not, Godfrey, but of course they are not all rich. No, they may not be rich, but you say they are always nomads. Well, people who are nomads must always have some sort of animals to carry their tents, and a certain amount, anyhow, of cattle, horses, or sheep. No, I don't at all believe in cutting throats without a motive. But let us understand a little more about your intentions, Godfrey. Do you mean to climb over that fence, and then to stroll away to the south with your hands in your pockets and your hat on one side of your head, and to ask the first man you come upon to direct you to the shortest road to Pekin? Godfrey laughed. No, not quite that, Alexis. These clothes did very well in St. Petersburg, and though they are all the worse for the journey here, I dare say they would pass well enough in the streets of Irkutsk. The first thing to do will be to get some clothes, for, as far as I could see coming along, the natives all dress a good deal like the Russians. I suppose in winter they wrap up more in furs, or they may wear their furs differently, but any sort of peasant dress would do, as it would not excite attention, while this tweed suit would be singular even in the streets here. That fur-lined greatcoat would be all right, Godfrey. Yes, I bought that at St. Petersburg. I don't know that it would go very well with the peasant's dress, and it is certainly not suitable for the time of year, though I shall take it with me if I can. If I could roll it up and carry it as a knapsack, it would be first-rate for sleeping in. Besides, it might do as something to exchange when one gets to places where money is of little use. If I can get hold of a pistol, anyhow, I shall be glad. A pistol will always produce civility if one meets only one or two men. The other things I should want are a box of matches for making fires, a good knife, or better still, a small axe, for chopping wood, and a bottle or skin for holding water. You will be seized and sent back in a week, Godfrey. Very well, then. There will be no harm done. I regard this as a sort of preliminary investigation. I shall ascertain the difficulties of travel in Siberia, and shall learn lessons for next time. I believe myself the true way is to strike one of the great rivers, to build or steal a boat, to go down in it to the Arctic Sea, and then to coast along until one gets to Norway. But that is a big affair, and besides, it is a great deal too late in the year for it. When I attempt that, I shall make off as early in the spring as possible. Remember, you may be flogged when you are caught, Godfrey. Well, I shouldn't like to be flogged, but as you say, the convicts don't think much of it. I suppose I could bear it. They used to flog in our army and navy till quite lately. It is a dishonor, Alexis exclaimed passionately. Godfrey shrugged his shoulders. The dishonor lies in the crime and not in the punishment, he said. At our great public schools in England, fellows are flogged. Well, there is no disgrace in it, if it's only for breaking the rules, or anything of that sort. But it would be a horrible dishonor if it were for thieving. All that sort of thing is absurd. I believe flogging is the best punishment there is. It is a lot better to give a man a couple of dozen and send him about his business, than it is to keep him for a year in prison at the public expense, and to have to maintain his wife and children also at the public expense while he is there. Besides, I thought you said the other day that they did not flog political prisoners. Well, they don't, at least not at any of the large prisons, but in some of the small establishments, with perhaps a brutal drunken captain or major as governor, no doubt it may be done sometimes. Well, I will take my chance of it. And when do you think of starting? Alexis asked after a pause. Directly. I have only to decide how I am going to get out after the door is locked, and to make a rope of some sort to climb the fence with. The blankets tied together will do for that. As to the getting out, there is no difficulty. One only has to throw a blanket over that crossbeam, get up on that, and get off one of the lining boards. Displace a few tiles, crawl through. I have half a mind to go with you, Godfrey. Have you, Alexis? I should be awfully glad. But at the same time, I would not say a word to persuade you to do it. You know I make light of it, but I know very well that there will be some danger and a tremendous lot of hardship to be gone through. I don't think I am afraid of that, Godfrey, Alexis said seriously. It is not that I have been thinking of ever since you began to talk to me of getting away. I consider it is 100 to 1 against success. But, as you say, if we fail and get brought back, no great harm is done. If we get killed or die of hunger and thirst, again, no harm is done. For certainly life is not a thing to cling to when one is a prisoner in Siberia. But it is not that. You see, I am differently situated to you. If you do succeed in getting away, you go home, and you are all right. If I succeed in getting away, what is to become of me? I speak Russian and German, but there would be no return for me to Russia, unless some day when a new Tsar ascends the throne, or on some such occasion when a general amnesty is granted. But even that would hardly extend to political prisoners. What am I to do? So far as I can see, I might starve. And after all, one might almost as well remain here as starve in Pekin or in some Chinese port. Granted that I could work my way back to Europe on board ship, what should I do if I landed at Marseille or Liverpool? I could not go through the streets shouting in German, I am a doctor who wants to be cured. No, Alexis, Godfrey agreed. You could not well do that. But I will tell you what you could do. Of course, at the first place I get to, where there is a telegraph to England, I will send a message to my father to cable to some firm there to let me have what money I require. Very well. Then, of course, you would go home with me to England. And there is one thing I could promise you, and that is a post in my father's office. You know we trade with Russia, and though our correspondence is generally carried on in German, I am quite sure that my father would, after you had been my companion on such a journey as that we propose, make a berth for you in the office to undertake correspondence in Russian and German, and that he would pay a salary quite sufficient for you to live in comfort. Or if you would rather, I am sure that he would find you means for going out and settling, say in the United States, in the part where German is a general language. Then, in that case, Godfrey, the Russian said, shaking his hand warmly, I am your man. I think I should have gone with you anyhow, but what you have said quite decides me. Now then, what is our first proceeding? Godfrey laughed. I should say to take an inventory of our belongings, Alexis, or rather, of your belongings, for mine are very briefly described. 200 rubles in notes, a watch, a pocket-knife, the suit of clothes I stand up in, 6 pairs of socks, and 3 flannel shirts I bought on the way. 1 great coat lined with fur. I think that is about all. It is a very small share. Yours are much more numerous. More numerous, but not much more useful, Alexis said. They let me bring 1 large portmanteau of clothes, but as I can't carry that away on my shoulders, it is of very little use. All I can take in that way is a suit of clothes and a spare flannel shirt or 2, and some socks. I have got 2 cases of surgical instruments. I will take a few of the most useful and some other things, a pair of forceps, for instance. We may come across a Tartar with a raging tooth, and make him our friend forever by extracting it. And I will put a bandage or 2 and some plaster in my pocket. They are things one ought always to carry, for one is always liable to get a hurt or a sprain. As to money, I have 120 rubles. They are all in silver. I changed my paper at Tobolsk, thinking that silver would be more handy here. Unfortunately, they took away my pistol, but a couple of amputating knives will make good weapons. I have got a leather waistcoat, which I will cut up and make from it a couple of sheaths. Of course, I have got fur cloaks, one of them a very handsome one. I will take that and another. there ought to be no difficulty whatever in getting someone to give us 2 peasants' dresses in exchange for that coat, for all these people know something of the value of furs. Yes, and if you can get a gun and some ammunition thrown into the bargain, Alexis, it will be most useful, for we may have to depend upon what we shoot sometimes. Yes, that would be a great addition, Godfrey. Well, we will set about making the sheaths at once. I have got a store of needles and stout thread. They will be useful to take with us, Godfrey said, not only for mending our clothes, if we want it, but for exchange. Women have to sew all over the world, and even the most savage people can appreciate the advantage of a good needle. That is so, Godfrey. I have got a packet of capital surgical needles and some silk. I will put them in with the others. They won't take up much room. Well, shall we start tomorrow night? I think we had better wait for 2 or 3 days, Godfrey said. We must save up some of our food. Yes, we shall want some bread, Alexis agreed. We can't well get that in through the warders. It would look suspicious. But I will get in some meat through them. We have got some of the last lot left, so we can do with very little bread. For the next 2 days, they found plenty to occupy them, while their stock of bread was accumulating. One of the Russians' coats was cut up and made into 2 bags like haversacks, with a band to pass over the shoulder for carrying their belongings. Straps were made of the cloth for fastening the great coat's knapsack fashion. They agreed that, however long they might have to wait, they must choose a stormy night for their flight, as otherwise they could hardly break through the roof and scale the fence without being heard by the sentries who kept watch night and day. They were eager to be off, for it was already the end of July, and the winter would be severe in the country over which they had to travel. On the 4th day, a heavy rain set in, and in the evening it began to blow hard. Now is our time, Godfrey said. Nothing could have been better. They had already loosened 2 of the lining boards of the roof, and as soon as they had been locked up for the night, they removed these altogether. They packed their haversacks with the articles they had agreed to take, with 6 pounds of bread each and some meat, rolled 4 blankets up, and knotted them tightly together, strapped up the 3 fur-lined cloaks, and placed the knives in their belts. Then, without much difficulty, they prized up one of the thick planks with which the hut was roofed. Godfrey got through the opening, and Alexis passed out to him the haversacks and coats, and then joined him, and they slid down the roof and dropped to the ground. The paling was but 20 yards behind the huts. As soon as they reached it, Godfrey climbed upon his companion's shoulders, threw the loop of a doubled rope over one of the palisades, and climbed on to the top. Then with the rope he pulled up the coats and haversacks and dropped them outside. Alexis pulled himself up by the rope. This was then dropped on the outside, and he slid down by it. Godfrey shifted the rope onto the point of one of the palings, so that it could be easily shaken off from below, and then slipped down it. The rope shaken off, and 2 of the blankets opened. The haversacks hung over their shoulders, and the great coat strapped on. Each put one of the twisted blankets over his shoulder, scarf fashion, wrapped the other round as a cloak, and then set out on their way. Fortunately, the prison lay on the south side of the town, and at a distance of half a mile from it, and as their course to the extremity of Lake Baikal lay almost due south, they were able to strike right across the country. The wind was from the north, and they had therefore only to keep their backs to it to follow the right direction. It was 10:30 when they started, for the nights were short, and had it not been that the sky was covered with clouds and the air thick with rain, it would not have been dark enough for them to make the attempt until an hour later. By 3 o'clock it was light again, but they knew there was little chance of their escape being discovered until the warders came to unlock the hut at 6 in the morning. As the planks they had removed from the roof were at the back of the hut, and therefore invisible to the sentries. No doubt they will send a few mounted Cossacks out to search for us, as we are political prisoners, Alexis said. but we may calculate it will be 7 o'clock before they set out. And as this is the very last direction they will imagine we have taken, we need not trouble ourselves about them. Besides, we shall soon be getting into wooded country. I believe it is all wood round the lower end of the lake, and we shall be quite out of the way of traffic, for everything going east from Irkutsk is taken across the lake by steamer. After 12 hours walking, with only one halt of half an hour for refreshment, they reached the edge of the forest, and after again making a hearty meal of their bread and cold meat, and taking each a sip from a bottle containing cold tea, they lay down and slept until late in the afternoon. "Well, we have accomplished so much satisfactorily," Alexis said. "Now we have to keep on to Kautuk, at the extreme southwestern point of the lake. It is a very small place, I believe, and that is where we must get what we want. We shall be there by the evening. We shall be just right, as it wouldn't do for us to go in until it is pretty nearly dark. A place of that sort is sure to have a store where they sell clothes and other things, and trade with the people round." They struck the lake a mile or two from its extremity, and following it until they could see the roofs of the houses, lay down for an hour until it should be dark enough to enter. "We had better put on our fur coats," Alexis said. "The people all wear long coats of some fashion or other, and in the dusk we shall pass well enough." It was a village containing some 50 or 60 houses, for the most part the tent-like structures of the Buriats. They met no one in the street, and kept on until they saw a light in a window of a house larger than any others, and looking in, saw that it was the place for which they were in search. Opening the door, they went in and closed it behind them. A man came out from the room behind the shop. He stopped for a moment at seeing two strangers, then advanced with a suspicious look on his face. "Do you want a bargain?" Alexis asked him abruptly. "I have little money to buy with," he said sullenly. "That matters little, for we will take it out in goods." The man hesitated. Alexis drew out the long, keen, amputating knife. "Look here," he said, "we are not to be fooled with. You may guess what we are or not. It is nothing to us and nothing to you. We want some of your goods, and are ready to give you good exchange for them. We are not robbers. Here is this coat. Look at it. It is almost unworn. I have used it only one winter. You can see it is lined with real sable, and it cost me 300 rubles. At any rate, it is worth 100 to you, even if you take out the lining. Sell the skin separately and burn the coat. Examine it for yourself." The shopkeeper did so. "They are good skins," he said, and Alexis could see that he quite appreciated their value. "Now," Alexis said, "I want 2 peasant dresses complete, coat, trousers, high boots, and caps. What do you charge for them?" 20 rubles each suit." "Very well. Pick 2 suits the right size for us, and lay them down on the counter. Now we want 2 pounds of brick tea and 2 pounds of tobacco. We want 2 skins that will each hold a gallon or a gallon and a half of water, and a tin pot that will hold a quart, and 2 tin drinking mugs. We want a gun and ammunition. It need not be a new one. I see you have got half a dozen standing over there in the corner. What do you charge your customers for those? I see they are all old single barrels and flintlocks." "I charge 15 rubles apiece." "Well, we will take 2 of them, and we want 2 pounds of powder and 6 pounds of shot and a couple of dozen bullets. Now add that up and see how much it comes to." 92 rubles, the man said. "Well, I tell you what, I will give you this cloak and 12 paper rubles for them. I don't suppose the goods cost you 50 at the outside, and you will get at least 100 for the skins alone." "I will take it," the man said. "I take it because I cannot help it." "You take it because you are making an excellent bargain," Alexis said fiercely. "Now mind, if you give the alarm when we have gone, it will be worse for you. They won't catch us, but you will see your house on fire over your head before the week is past." Godfrey placed a 10-ruble note and 2 1-ruble notes on the table. They gathered up their goods and made them into a bundle, carefully loaded their guns, and put the powder and shot into their haversacks. Then Alexis lifted the bundle, and shouldering the guns, they left the shop. "Will he give the alarm, do you think?" Godfrey asked. "Not he. He is thoroughly well satisfied. I dare say he will get 150 rubles for the coat. Besides, he knows that escaped convicts are desperate men, and that we should be likely to execute my threat. Besides, I don't suppose he would venture to stir out. For aught he knows, we may be waiting just outside the shop to see what he does, and he will fear that he might get that hungry-looking knife into him if he came out to raise the alarm." All was quiet, and they were soon beyond the limits of the village, and struck out for the country. They held on for 2 or 3 miles, filled their water skins at a little stream running towards the lake, and then, entering a wood, pushed on for some little distance, lighted a fire, and made themselves some tea. "We are fairly off now, Godfrey. We have become what they call wanderers, and should be safe enough among the Russian peasants, most of whom have been convicts in their time, in the villages north, for they are always willing enough to help men who have taken to the woods. Well, except in the villages, of which there are few enough about here. We are not likely to come upon them. From here to the frontier are Buriats, and indeed beyond the frontier. However, as we have both got guns, we need not be afraid of any small party. Of course, some of them have guns too, but I don't suppose they will be fools enough to risk throwing their lives away for nothing. At any rate, there is one comfort. There is nothing to show that we are political prisoners now. We might be honest peasants, if it were not for these confounded heads of hair." "I should think," Godfrey said, "we had better get rid of our hair altogether. It will be some time before it grows, but anything will be better than it is now." "We have got no scissors, Godfrey, and we have no soap. If we had, those knives of ours are sharp enough to shave with." "We can singe it off," Godfrey said. "Not now, but in the morning when we can see. I will do it for you, and you can do it for me. I would rather be bald-headed altogether than be such a figure as I am now." Accordingly, in the morning, they singed off their hair with red-hot brands. Then they changed their clothes for those they had obtained the night before, folded up their great coats, divided the tea, tobacco, and the greater part of the powder and shot between them, put a portion in their haversacks, and rolled the rest up in their coats, then strapped these to their shoulders and started on their way. "Now I feel ready for anything," Alexis said as they tramped along. "We have no weight to speak of to carry, and we have means of getting a meal occasionally. Now, if we keep a little west of south, we shall strike the Selenga River, which runs through Mymachin, and then we shall be in China. We shall have to avoid the town, because I know there is a treaty between Russia and China about sending back exiles who cross the frontier. Still, when we get there, we are at the starting place of the caravans." "Is it a desert the whole distance?" "No, the first part is a mountainous country, with 2 or 3 rivers to cross. I don't think the real desert is more than 8 or 10 days' march across. We shall certainly have no difficulty about water for some time to come. There are plenty of squirrels in these woods. At least I expect so, for they abound in all the forests. We must knock some of them over if we can. I believe they are not bad eating, though I never tried one. Then by the streams we ought to be able to pick up some wild duck, though of course at this time of year the greater portion of them are far north. Still, I have great hopes we shall be able to keep ourselves in food with the assistance of what we may be able to buy occasionally. I think the only thing we have got to fear at this part of our journey is the Buriats. The thing I am really afraid of is the getting into China. I don't mean the frontier here. This is Mongolia, and it is only nominally Chinese. But when we get across the desert and enter China itself, I tell you frankly I don't see our way. We neither of us can speak a word of the language. We have no papers, and we may be arrested and shut up as suspicious vagabonds. There is one thing. At Kagan, which is close to the Great Wall, there are Russian traders, and I should go boldly to them and ask their help. Russians out of Russia are sure to be liberal, though they may not dare to be so when they are at home, and I feel sure they would help us when we tell them our story, if we can only get at them. However, we need not trouble ourselves much about that at present. Once beyond the forest, they were in an undulating country, the hills sometimes rising to a considerable height. Occasionally they saw in the distance encampments of natives with sheep, cattle, and horses in considerable numbers. They kept clear of these, although occasionally they had to make wide detours to do so. Time was no object to them, and they made but short journeys, for the Russian, who had never been accustomed to walk long distances, had blistered both his feet badly on the first night's journey, and the subsequent traveling had added to the inflammation. On the fourth evening, they halted for the night on a little rivulet, after making only 5 or 6 miles. "It is no use, Alexis," Godfrey said. "We must stop here until your feet are quite well. We shall gain by it rather than lose, for when you are quite right again, we could do our 25 or 30 miles a day easily, and might do 40 at a push. But your feet will never get well if you go on walking, and it makes your journey a perfect penance. So I vote we establish ourselves here for 3 or 4 days. There is water and wood, and I dare say I shall be able to shoot something. At any rate, you can't go on as you are now." "It is horribly annoying," Alexis said, "to be knocked up like this just at the start." "But it makes no difference," Godfrey urged. "We are not due at Pekin on any given day. It is very pleasant out here, where one can enjoy one's freedom and exult that there is no policeman or Cossack watching every movement. It would make no difference to me if we stopped here for a month. Now let me pull those boots off for you. Then you can sit with your feet in this little pool." "Warm water would be better, Godfrey. If you will get the kettle to boil, I will dip my 2 flannel shirts in and wrap them round and keep on at that. That will be better than cold water." "All right, I will soon get a fire alight." "By Jove, they are bad," he exclaimed as Alexis pulled off his stocking. "They must have been hurting you desperately. Why did you not say how bad they were 2 days ago? We might as well have stopped then as now." "I hoped they would have got better when I put on those big boots instead of those I started with. But I did not think they were as bad as they are. I'm afraid this is going to be a troublesome business, Godfrey." "Well, it can't be helped," Godfrey said cheerfully. "At any rate, don't worry on my account." The Russian's feet were indeed greatly swollen and inflamed. The skin had been rubbed off in several places, and the wounds had an angry look, their edges being a fiery red, which extended for some distance round them. "Well, you have plenty of pluck, Alexis, or you never could have gone on walking with such feet as those. I am sure I could not have done so." "We thought over most difficulties, Godfrey, that we might possibly have to encounter, but not of this." "No, we did not think of it, though we might really have calculated upon it. After being 3 or 4 months without walking 20 yards, it is only natural one's feet should go at first. We ought to have brought some soap with us. I do not mean for washing, though we ought to have brought it for that, but for soaping the inside of our stockings. That is a first-rate dodge to prevent feet from blistering. Well, I must see about the fire. I will go up to those trees on the hillside. I dare say I shall be able to find some sticks there for lighting it. These bushes round here will do well enough when it is once fairly burning, but we shall have a great trouble to get them to light to begin with." In half an hour he was back with a large faggot. "It is lucky," he said. "There is a fallen tree, so we shall have no difficulty about firewood. We ought to have brought a hatchet when we got the other things." These knives are first-rate for cutting meat and that sort of thing, but they are of no use for rough work. My old knife is better." While he was talking, he was engaged in cutting some shavings off the sticks. Then he split up another into somewhat larger pieces, and laying them over the shavings, struck a match and applied it. The flame shot up brightly, and in 5 minutes there was an excellent fire, on which the kettle was placed. "We had better have our dinner first, Godfrey. Then I can go on steadily with these fomentations, while you take your gun and look round." "Perhaps that will be the best way," Godfrey said. "We have nothing left but 6 squirrels. We finished the last piece of bread this morning, and the meat last night. How had we better do these squirrels?" "I will skin them, Godfrey, while you are seeing to the fire. Then we will spit them on a ramrod, and I will hold them in the flame." "I think we can manage better than that," Godfrey said, and he went to the bushes and cut 2 sticks of a foot long with a fork at one end. He stuck these in the ground on the opposite sides of the fire. "There," he said, "you can lay the ramrod on these forks, and all you have got to do is to give it a turn occasionally." "How long do you suppose these things want cooking?" "Not above 5 minutes, I should think. I know that a steak only takes about 8 minutes before a good fire, and these little beggars are not half the thickness of a steak. They are beginning to frizzle already, and the water is just on the boil." The squirrels were pronounced very good eating. When the meal was over, Godfrey filled the kettle again and gave it to Alexis, and then, taking his gun, started down the valley. He was away 3 hours, and brought back 20 birds of various sorts, but for the most part small. "No very good sport," he said as he emptied his haversack. "However, they will do for breakfast, and I may have better luck tomorrow. There are some fish in the pools, but I do not see how we are to get them. I saw one spring out of the water, and must have weighed a couple of pounds." "You might shoot them, Godfrey, if you could find a place where the bank is pretty high so as to look down on the water." "So I could. I did not think of that. I must try tomorrow." "If it hadn't been for my feet," Alexis said, "we should have been down on the Selenga tomorrow, and we had calculated on being able to buy food at one of the villages there." "We shall be able to hold on here," Godfrey said, "for a few days, and I expect that one day's good tramp, when your feet are better, will take us there. After that, we ought to have no great difficulty till we get down near the desert." End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Condemned as a Nihilist, a story of escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 7. The Buriat's Child. After 3 days' rest, the Russian's feet were so much better that he said he should be able to make a start the next morning. Godfrey, however, would not listen to the proposal. "We are getting on all right," he said. "I am not much of a shot, but at any rate I am able to bag enough birds to keep us going. And though I have only succeeded in shooting 1 fish as yet, it was a good big one and was a real help to us. It is no use going on till your feet get really hard, for you would only be laming yourself again. It will be quite time enough to talk about making a start in 3 days' time." The next morning, Godfrey was roughly awakened by a violent kick. Starting up, he saw a group of 6 Buriats standing round them. 3 of them had guns, which were pointed at the prisoners. The others were armed with spears. Resistance was evidently useless. Their guns had been removed to a distance and the knives taken from their belts before they were roused. Godfrey held out his hands to show that he surrendered, and addressed the usual Russian salutation to them. The men were short, square-built figures with large skulls, low foreheads, flat noses, and long eyes like those of the Chinese. Their cheekbones were high and wide apart, the complexion a yellow-brown, and the hair jet black and worn in a plaited tail down the back. They made signs to their prisoners to accompany them. Alexis pulled on his boots. 2 of the men with guns stood guard over them, while the others examined the stores, and were evidently highly pleased with the 2 brightly polished knives. Rather an abrupt termination to our journey, Godfrey. Painfully so. I was almost afraid everything was going on too well with us, Alexis. It began to look so easy that one could not understand why there should not be hundreds of prisoners every year make their way across. I should not have minded so much, Alexis said, if we had not got such a satisfactory kit together. We had everything we really wanted for a journey across Asia. Except food and water, Alexis. Well, yes, those are important items, certainly, and if we had difficulty about it here in a decent sort of country, what might be expected on farther? Well, we have had our outing. I only hope they won't give us up at Irkutsk. I suppose it depends where their grazing grounds are. There are another 2 months of summer. I wish we could have had our fling till then. Half a mile along the valley, they came upon a tent, evidently belonging to the men who had taken them. They talked a good deal among themselves as they approached it, but went straight on without making a stop. I expect they are taking us down to some chief or other, if they call them chiefs, Alexis said. I expect they came out to hunt for horses or cattle that have strayed. 7 or 8 miles farther, the valley opened onto a plain, and a short distance in front of them, on the stream, stood 10 tents, one of which was considerably larger than the others. Great flocks of sheep grazed on the plain, and at a distance they could see numbers of cattle, while some horses with their saddles on were hobbled near the tents. I think we are lucky, Godfrey. The owner of all this must be a rich man, and can hardly covet the rubles he would get for giving us up. Besides, he is sure to talk Russian. As they came up to the huts, they saw that their occupants were all gathered, talking excitedly in front of a large tent. One of the men ran on and then returned. The news he gave was evidently bad. He talked excitedly, pointing to his own leg about halfway between the knee and the ankle. The men broke into exclamations of regret. I wonder what is the matter, Alexis. Something has happened. I should think that someone must have met with an accident. Without wishing ill to anyone, Godfrey, I sincerely wish it may be so. Then I might be able to win their goodwill. Little attention was paid to the party when they joined the group. All were too busy in discussing some event or other. 3 or 4 minutes later, a man came to the door of the tent and waved his hand and gave some order. His dress was a handsome one. The little crowd fell back, but one of the men who had brought the captives in went up and spoke to him. He again waved his hand impatiently, and was turning to enter the tent when Alexis cried loudly, I am a doctor. If anyone has been hurt, I may be of service to him. The man stepped hastily forward. Do you say you are a doctor? I am. Come in then, he said abruptly, and entered the tent. I will call you if you can be of any use, Alexis said to Godfrey as he followed him. The tent was a large one. Some handsome cord carpets covered the ground. Facing the door was another opening leading into a small tent serving as the women's apartment. There were several piles of sheepskins round the tent, and by one of these 3 women were standing. 2 of these were richly dressed in gowns of handsome striped materials. They wore headdresses of silver work with beads of malachite and mother of pearl, and had heavy silver ornaments hanging on their breasts. Their hair fell down their backs in 2 thick braids. The other woman was evidently of inferior rank. All were leaning over a pile of skins covered with costly furs, on which a boy of 7 or 8 years old was lying. His father, for such the man evidently was, said something in his own language, and the women turned eagerly to Alexis. You are a Russian doctor, one of the women exclaimed joyfully. I am, lady, he said. I graduated at St. Petersburg. Can you do anything for my son? She asked. Half an hour ago, He went up incautiously behind a young horse that had been driven in from the herd only yesterday, and it kicked him. See, it is terrible!" And she burst into tears. Alexis went forward and lifted a wet cloth that had been placed on the leg. A slight exclamation broke from his lips as he did so. The bone was evidently completely smashed, and one of the splintered ends projected through the skin. "He must die," the mother sobbed. "Nothing can save him." The father did not speak, but looked inquiringly at Alexis. The latter made a sign to him to move to the other side of the tent. "Well," the Buriat asked, "must he die?" "There is no reason for his dying," Alexis said, "but there is no possibility of saving his leg. It must be amputated." "What would be the use of living without a leg?" the Buriat exclaimed. "A great deal of use," Alexis said quietly. "There are hundreds, thousands of men in Russia who have lost a leg, some from an accident like this, or from a wagon going over them, some from a wound in battle. In some cases, the leg is taken off much above the knee, but even then they are able to get about and enjoy their lives. But when it is below the knee like this, they are able to do everything just the same as if they had both feet. They can walk and ride, and in fact, do everything like others. Besides, for such men, there are people at St. Petersburg who make feet of cork, and when these are on, with the boot and trousers, or with a high boot, no one could tell that the wearer had not 2 feet. I have met men who had lost a leg, and they walked so well that I did not know till I was told that they had not 2 legs. "I will speak to his mother," the Buriat said, and returning to the women he spoke to them in their own language. At first they appeared shocked and even terrified at the idea, but as he went on, evidently repeating what Alexis had told him, the expression of their faces changed. The Buriat called Alexis across. "You cannot hesitate, lady," he said, "when your child's life is at stake. No Russian mother would do so for a moment. It may seem to you dreadful that he should have but 1 foot, but in a little time, even with so rough a limb as I could make for him, he would be running about and playing again. And, as I have been telling his father, he can obtain from St. Petersburg a foot so perfect that when wearing a high boot, no one would suspect the misfortune that has happened to him." "Can he not be cured without that?" "No, lady. If it had been a simple fracture, his leg might be bandaged up so that it would heal in time. But, as you can see for yourself, the bone is all splintered and broken. And unless something is done, mortification will set in, and in a few days he will cease to live." "But are you sure that he will live if you do it?" "I am sure, lady, that the operation will not kill him. I believe that he will live, but that is in the hands of God. You see him now. The shock has prostrated him. He has but little life in him, and if he dies, he will die from that and not from the taking off of his foot. But I do not think he will die. He is young and hearty, and on my faith as a Russian gentleman, I believe that he will live." "It shall be tried," the Buriat said abruptly. "God has doubtless sent you here at this moment. Why otherwise should a doctor be brought to my door when this has happened? Do as you will." Alexis felt the boy's pulse. "I must wait," he said, "until he has recovered somewhat from the shock. Give him some warm milk with a spoonful, not more, of vodka in it. Your men have taken the knives that I and my friend carried. They were specially made for this, and we shall need them. Do not fear as to the operation. It is the most simple in surgery. Let him have the milk at once. Let him remain quiet upon his back, and do not let him attempt to move his leg. Do not tell him about this. It would frighten and agitate him. If I had medicines that we use in our hospitals, I could send him to sleep so that he would know nothing about it, and when he woke up would be ignorant that his foot had been removed. But as there is none of it within 100 miles of us, we must manage it as best we can. Please tell your men to release my friend. I shall need his assistance." After bidding the woman heat some milk at once, the Buriat went out and ordered Godfrey's guards to release him at once, and to restore to them their knives and all their other possessions. Alexis informed Godfrey of what had taken place and what he proposed to do. The operation would be a very easy one if we had chloroform and proper implements. Unfortunately, there was no chance of their having such a thing as a fine saw. And how in the world I am to make a clean cut through the bone, I do not know. The knife that you carry is just the right thing for the job. But how about a saw? If we could have chloroformed him, we could, after making the cuts through the flesh, have put the leg on a log of wood and have cut clean through the bone with a chopper. It would not be a good plan, for it would probably splinter the bone, but it might have been tried. But without chloroform, it is not to be thought of. Godfrey thought for a moment. The knives are of a very good steel, Alexis? Oh yes, of the very best steel. Is it hard steel like that of a razor? Yes, very much the same. Then I should think it could be managed. I know the least thing will notch a razor. Now I should think if we took the large knife, and with my pocket knife, or with the edge of a hard stone, notched the edge carefully all the way down, it would make a very good saw. I should think it might do anyhow, Godfrey, and the idea is a very good one. Well, let us set about it at once. I can get a piece of fresh bone to try on. No doubt they kill a sheep here every day. They set to work, and in 10 minutes had notched the blade of the knife all the way down. Alexis had, as he expected, no trouble in obtaining a freshly picked bone, and they found that the knife sawed through it very cleanly. Then Alexis went in to see the boy again. Before he had been lying with his eyes half closed, without a vestige of color in his cheeks. The warm milk had done its work almost instantaneously, and he was perfectly conscious, and there was a slight color in his cheeks. His pulse had recovered strength wonderfully. Alexis nodded approvingly to the Buriat. He drew him outside the tent. If I were you, he said, I would send away all the people from the other huts. If the poor child screams, they may get excited and rush in, and it is better that everything should be perfectly quiet. I should send away also the ladies, unless, of course, his mother particularly wishes to be with him. But it will be trying for her, and I own that I would rather not have anyone in the tent but you and my friend. The Buriat went inside. He returned in 2 or 3 minutes. My wife will stay. My sister and the attendant will go. Then he called to the men who were standing at the doors of their huts. The doctor says there must be silence for some time. He is going to do something, and he wishes that all shall retire to a distance until I wave my hand for them to return. Will there be anything you want? He asked Alexis. A large jug of warm water, he said, a bowl, and some soft rag. That is all. By the time that is ready, I shall be. You will have to hold his leg, Godfrey, he went on as the Buriat returned to his tent. You must hold it just under the knee as firmly as possible, so as to prevent the slightest movement. But I'm going to try to mesmerize him. I have seen it done with perfect success, and at any rate it is worth trying. In the weak state he is in, I ought to be able to succeed without difficulty. Now I want a couple of small flat stones with rounded edges, a strip of soft skin, and a bit of stick, 3 or 4 inches long and as thick as your finger, to make a tourniquet with. By the time that these were ready, a perfect stillness reigned in the camp. The whole of the natives had gone away to a distance of over 1/4 of a mile, and were sitting in a group watching the tents, and, Godfrey had no doubt, debating hotly as to the folly of allowing a stranger to have anything to do with the son of their employer. He now followed Alexis into the tent, where all was in readiness. The child's head was slightly raised by a skin folded and placed under it. His mother knelt beside him. What do you wish me to do? The Buriat asked. I wish you to stand beside him and aid his mother to hold him should he struggle. And I may need you to dip the rag into the warm water, squeeze it out, and give it me. Of course he will struggle, the Buriat said. We men can bear pain, but a child cannot. "I am going to try to put him to sleep," Alexis replied. "A sleep so sound that he will not wake with the pain. I do not say that I shall be able to, but I will try." The Buriat looked at Alexis as if he doubted his sanity. That a Russian doctor should be able to take off the child's leg was within his comprehension. He had once seen a man in the street of Irkutsk with only one arm. But that anyone could make a child sleep so soundly that he would not wake under such an operation seemed to him beyond the bounds of possibility. "Tell the child that I am going to do him good," Alexis said to the mother, "and that he is to look at my eyes steadily." He placed himself at the side of the couch and gazed down steadily at the child. Then he began to make passes slowly down his face. For 3 or 4 minutes, the black eyes looked into his unwinkingly. Then the lids closed a little. Alexis continued his efforts. The lids drooped more and more until they closed completely. He continued the motions of his hand for another minute or 2. Then stooping, he lifted an eyelid. The eye was turned upwards, so that the iris was no longer visible. "Thank God, he has gone off," he said. "Now for the tourniquet. That is right. Twist gradually now, Godfrey, and place the stone on the main artery. Now," he said to the Buriat, "hold this stick firm with one hand and place the other on his chest to prevent his moving. Do you lay your arm across him." This to the mother. "That is right. Kneel with your face against his. Now, Godfrey, grasp the leg just below the knee and hold it firmly." Godfrey did so, and then shut his eyes as he saw the doctor about to use the knife, expecting to hear a piercing scream from the child. There was no sound, however, and in a very few seconds he heard Alexis utter a low exclamation of satisfaction. He looked now. The flesh was already cut through, and no cry had escaped the child. Another moment, the foot and the lower portion of the leg came away at the point where the bone was crushed. Then Alexis pushed the flesh upwards so as to expose another inch of the shin bone, and then took the saw and cut through it. Some strands of silk lay close to his hand. With a long needle, he took up the ends of the arteries and tied them with the silk. Then he took hold of the stick of the tourniquet and loosened it a little. The result was satisfactory. The arteries were securely tied. Then he tightened it again and gave it to the Buriat to hold, wiped the wound with the damp rag, drew down the flesh over the end of the bone, brought up the flap of flesh from behind, and with a few stitches sewed it in its place. "It is all done," he said, rising to his feet. Then he passed his hand several times across the child's forehead. "Tell him softly when he opens his eyes," he said to the mother, "that he will soon be well now and that he must go to sleep." He continued the passes for some time, occasionally lifting the eyelid. "He is coming round now," he said at last. A few more passes and the child drowsily opened his eyes. His mother spoke to him softly, and with a faint smile he closed them again. Alexis stood quietly for another minute or 2. "He is asleep now," he said to the Buriat. "You need hold him no longer." The tears were running down the man's cheeks. He seized one of the hands of Alexis and pressed it to his lips, while the mother, sobbing with joy, did the same to the other. To them it seemed almost a miracle. "Have some milk kept warm," Alexis said, "and give it to him when he wakes. Do not tell him anything about his foot having been taken off. Keep a blanket lying over him so that he will not see it. It is well that he should not be agitated, but tell him that he must lie perfectly quiet and not move his leg, as it would hurt him if he did so. Now, Chief, it would be as well if you called the others back and told your servant to get some breakfast, for my friend and I have had nothing to eat since your men woke us this morning." The Buriat went outside the tent and waved a blanket, and the others came running in at the signal. "Tell them not to make a noise," Alexis said. "The longer the child sleeps quietly, the better." The Buriats uttered exclamations of the most profound astonishment when the chief told them that the Russian doctor had taken off the leg of the child without his feeling the slightest pain, and that there was every hope of his speedily recovering. Whereupon they looked at Alexis with the feeling of respect amounting to awe. A sheep was at once killed, skinned, cut up, and placed in a great cooking pot over a fire. But long before this was done, 2 great bowls of hot milk were brought out by the Buriat to Alexis and Godfrey, to enable them to hold on until the meal was prepared. At his order, the men at once set about erecting a tent for them close to his own, and as soon as this was up, piles of soft skins were brought in. "That has been a lucky stroke indeed, Godfrey," Alexis said, as they took possession of their new abode. "It has indeed, Alexis. Nothing could have been more providential. We are in clover as long as we choose to stop here. Do you think the child will recover?" "I think there is every hope of his doing so. These natives are as hard as nails. I don't suppose the child has ever had a day's illness in his life. And in this pure, dry air, there is little fear of the wound doing badly. The next thing to do is to make him a pair of crutches to get about with, till he can bear to have a wooden stump on. The only nuisance is that we shall be delayed. As a doctor, I cannot very well leave my patient till he is fairly on the road towards recovery." "Certainly not," Godfrey agreed. "Well, I dare say we shall put away the time pleasantly enough here." Half an hour later, 2 horses were brought up, and these with their saddles and bridles were presented by the Buriat to his guests, and were picketed by their tent. The next 3 weeks passed pleasantly. They rode, hunted, and shot. The little patient made rapid progress towards recovery, and at the end of that time was able to get about on 2 crutches Godfrey had made for him. "It is better that you should make them, Godfrey, and also the wooden leg when he is ready for it," Alexis had said. "It is just as well that their gratitude should be divided a little, so I will hand that part of the work over to you." The Buriats were delighted indeed when they saw the child hopping about the camp with his crutches, and their gratitude knew no bounds to their guests. Alexis had made no secret to the Buriat of their intention of trying to make their way to Pekin. He endeavored in every way to dissuade them from it. "You will never find your way across the desert," he said, "and will die for want of water. The people are wild and savage. They are ruled by their llamas, and if they do not put you to death, which they would be likely to do for what you have, they will certainly send you back to Kiokta and hand you over to the Russians there. And even if you got through the desert, the Chinese would seize you and send you back. It would be madness to try. It would be better than that to go south and make for Thibet, although even that would be a desperate expedition. The tribes are wild and savage. The desert is terrible for those who do not know it. You would never find the wells, and would perish miserably of thirst, even if you escaped being killed by the tribesmen. Still, your chances would be greater than they would be of reaching Pekin. But you had far better make up your minds to live here. I will give you flocks and herds. You should be as of my family, and you, Alexis, should marry my sister, who is rich as well as pretty, for she owns 1/3 of all the flocks and herds you see." Alexis warmly thanked the Buriat for the offer, but said they must take time to consider it. "One might do worse," he said, laughing, to Godfrey when they were alone. "The women are certainly a great deal better looking than the men, and the girl would be considered fair-looking even in Russia. At any rate, it would be vastly better being a Buriat here than being inside that prison at Irkutsk." "I agree with you there, Alexis, but it would be horrible being cut off here from the world for life." "But one is cut off in prison, Godfrey, and though I agree to share your attempt, I have never been very hopeful about its success, and I am still less hopeful now from what I hear of the difficulties ahead of us. As I said when you first talked of it, there must be some frightful difficulties here, or this would be the way by which convicts would always try to escape, and yet we have never heard of one doing so. Yes, I begin to think myself I have made a mistake, Alexis, in choosing this route instead of a northern one. Besides, we shall have winter upon us in a very few weeks now, which would of course add tremendously to our difficulties. But you are not seriously thinking of stopping here, are you? I don't know, Godfrey. You see, you have got a home and friends waiting for you if you do get away. I have nothing but exile. I do believe we shall never succeed in getting out through China, and I think we couldn't do better than stop here for a year or two. By the end of that time, we may succeed in establishing relations by means of this Buriat with some of the tea merchants at Kiakta, and getting one of them to smuggle us through with a caravan. But, at any rate, if you still hold to going, I shall go too. I have no intention of deserting you, I can assure you. In another fortnight, Godfrey had made a stump for the child. The hollow was lined with sheepskin to take off the jar, and it strapped firmly onto the limb. The wound was not quite sufficiently healed yet for the child to use it regularly, but when on first trying it, he walked across the tent. The joy of his father and mother knew no bounds. They had only been waiting for this to make a move, for the pasture had for some time been getting short, and on the following day the tents were pulled down, and for 3 days they journeyed east, and then, finding a suitable spot again, pitched their tents. They were now, as the Buriat told them, only some 30 miles from Kiakta. Godfrey and Alexis had talked matters over during the journey. They agreed that the season was now too late for them to think of attempting the journey until the following spring, and had almost concluded that the attempt to get through China should be altogether abandoned. Going north, there were the rigor of the climate and the enormous distances as obstacles, but the passage would be chiefly by water. There was no danger from the tribes they would have to pass through, no difficulties such as they might meet with from the opposition of the Chinese, and they had pretty well resolved to pass the winter with the Buriats and to make a start in the spring. Their host was greatly pleased when they informed him of their intention, at any rate, to spend the winter with them, for he hoped that, before the spring, Alexis would have made up his mind to accept his offer and to settle down as a member of the tribe. The day after the Buriats pitched their fresh camp, one of the men reported that he had seen a large bear at the edge of a forest 2 miles from the huts. Alexis and Godfrey at once took their guns, borrowed a couple of long spears and 2 hunting knives, and started for the wood, the native going with them to show them the exact spot where he had seen the bear. There was a good deal of undergrowth about, and they thought it probable that the animal was not far off. The Buriat had brought a dog with him, and the animal at once began sniffing the ground. His master encouraged it, and presently it started sniffing the ground as it went. It had gone but a few hundred yards when it stopped before a thick clump of bushes and began growling furiously. They had a short consultation, and then the 2 friends took up their post, one at each corner of the bushes, while the Buriat went round to the rear of the clump with his dog, and began beating the bushes with a stick, while the dog barked and yelped. A minute later, a bear broke out of the bushes within 4 yards of Alexis. The Russian leveled his gun. Godfrey heard a report far louder than usual, and something flew close to his head. A moment later, he saw Alexis struck to the ground by the bear. Godfrey rushed up and fired when within 2 paces of the animals, which, with a fierce growl, turned upon him. He sprang aside and plunged his spear deep into its side. The bear struck at the handle and broke it in 2, and then rose on its hind legs. Godfrey drew his knife and awaited its rush, but it stood stationary for half a minute, swayed to and fro, and then fell on its side. Godfrey leaned over it and plunged his knife in deep behind its shoulders, pressing it until the blade disappeared. Then, feeling certain it was dead, he ran to Alexis, who lay motionless on the ground. By the side of him lay the stock of the gun and a portion of the barrel. It had exploded, completely shattering the Russian's left hand. But this was not his only, or even his most serious injury. The bear had struck him on the side of the head, almost tearing off a portion of the scalp and ear. The Buriat had by this time come round, and Godfrey bade him run to the camp at the top of his speed to fetch assistance. Feeling in his friend's pocket, he drew out the bandage, which Alexis always carried, and wrapped up as well as he could his shattered hand, of which the thumb and 2 first fingers were altogether missing. The wound on the head was, he felt, altogether beyond him. In less than half an hour, the chief Buriat and 4 of his men dashed up on horseback. They had brought with them 2 poles and a hide to form a litter. The chief was deeply concerned when he saw how serious were the Russians' injuries. No time was lost in lashing the hides to the poles. Alexis was lifted and laid upon the litter, and 2 of the Buriats took the poles while the others led back the horses. As soon as he arrived in camp, Godfrey bathed the wounds with warm water, and poured some spirits between the lips of the wounded man, but he gave no signs of consciousness. "I am afraid," he said to the Buriat, who was looking on anxiously, "that his skull is injured, or there is concussion of the brain. The only thing that I can see will be for him to be carried at once to Kiakhta. There is sure to be a hospital there, and doctors." "That would be best," the Buriat said, "but I will take a house there, and my wife and sister shall nurse him." "That will be better than going into the hospital," Godfrey agreed, for 2 reasons. In the first, because Alexis would certainly get more careful nursing among his friends than in a hospital, and he might then avoid, if he survives his injuries, being again imprisoned. No time was lost. 4 Buriats took the poles. Godfrey walked beside the litter, and the Buriat, his wife and sister, mounted and rode off to have everything ready for them when they arrived at Troitsk-Kazovsk, the suburb of Kiakhta. It was late before they reached it. The Buriat met them half a mile outside the town, and at once conducted them to a house that he had hired from a friend established there. As soon as Alexis was laid upon a couch, Godfrey and the Buriat went out and ascertained where one of the surgeons of the military hospital lived. On reaching the house, they were shown by the Cossack, who acted as the doctor's servant, to his room. "A friend of mine has been badly injured by a bear," the Buriat said. "I wish you to come and see him at once. He is in a house I have taken near this. I will be responsible for all charges." The doctor looked keenly at Godfrey, and then said, "I will come." "You are not a Buriat?" he said to Godfrey as they started. "I am not, doctor, though I have been living with them for some time." "And the man who is ill, is he a Buriat?" "No, sir, he is a Russian, and a member of your own profession." "He is clever," the Buriat said. "He saved the life of my child by taking off his leg, and he is running about again now. He is as a brother to me, and I would gladly give 1,000 cattle rather than that he should die." No other words were spoken until they arrived at the house. The surgeon stooped over Alexis, lifted one of his eyelids, and felt his pulse. "Concussion of the brain," he said. "A serious case. Bring me rags and hot water." He bathed the wound for some time, and then carefully examined it. "There is a fracture of the skull," he said to Godfrey, "and I fancy there is a piece of bone pressing on the brain. Put wet cloths round his head for the present. I will go and fetch my colleague, and I will send down some ice from the hospital. His hand is bandaged up. What is the matter with that?" "His gun burst, doctor, and has mangled his hand dreadfully. That was how it was the bear got at him and struck him." The surgeon removed the bandages and examined it. "Keep it bathed with warm water until I return," he said. Half an hour later he came back with the other surgeon, a man older than himself, both carrying cases of instruments. The wound on the head was again examined. They then proceeded to operate, and in a few minutes removed a portion of splintered bone. Then the flap of skin was carefully replaced in its position, and a few stitches put in to hold it. The hand was then attended to. "No, I don't think it need come off," the senior surgeon said. "We may save the third and little fingers. At any rate, we will try. If it does not do, we can take the whole off afterwards." The operation was performed. Then, ordering the ice that had just been brought to be applied to the head, the surgeons left. "We will look in again early in the morning," one of them said to Godfrey, "and then we will have a chat with you." The women took it by turns to watch, and Godfrey, worn out by the excitement of the day, slept until morning. Alexis was restless, moving uneasily, and muttering to himself. His eyes were open, but he took no notice of what was going on around him. The surgeon they had first seen came alone. "He is better," he said to the Buriat, "but he is very far from being out of danger yet. It will be a long illness, but I hope that we may be able to bring him round. I will send him some medicine presently. Keep cloths with cold water and ice to his head." He beckoned to Godfrey to follow him out of the room. "I don't want to ask any questions," he said, "about my patient. I have been called in by this Buriat to see a friend of his, and it does not concern me who or what he may be. But it is different with you. As a Russian officer, I cannot be seeing you daily without reporting that I have met a person who scarcely appears to be what he seems. It is painful to me to be obliged to say so. I do not give advice anyway. I only say that if you do not wish to be asked questions, it would be best for you to leave here after nightfall. Until then, I shall not consider it necessary to make any report. I shall be back again once or twice today. You had better think the matter over." Godfrey had been thinking the matter over as he walked beside the litter, and had already arrived at a decision. It was evident that many weeks, if not months, must elapse before Alexis would be fit to sustain the hardships that would attend an attempt to escape, and he thought it probable that more than ever he would be inclined to throw in his lot with the wandering Buriats. He had therefore only himself to think about. He had foreseen that he would not be able to stop at Kiakta without being exposed to being questioned, and that there remained therefore only the option of living with the Buriats during the winter, or of giving himself up. The former plan would be the most advantageous in the event of his trying to reach Pekin, but the difficulties in that direction appeared to him so great that he shrank from the thought of facing them, especially as he should now be alone, and he preferred the idea of trying to escape by the north. In this case, a further sojourn among the Buriats would be useless. In a Russian prison, he would be able to pick up many valuable hints from the men with whom he would work, and might find someone ready to make the attempt with him. The difficulties of escape from prison did not seem very great, and would, he thought, be even less at one of the penal settlements than if confined in an ordinary jail. When, however, the doctor spoke to him, Godfrey only thanked him, and said he would speak with him again when he next called. The Buriat saw that he was looking serious when he returned to the room. "What did he say to you?" he asked. "Did he threaten to report you?" "He spoke very kindly," Godfrey replied, "but he said that it would be his duty to do so if I remained here." The Buriat shook his head. "I was thinking of that yesterday, and was afraid for you. Out on the plains, there would have been none to question you, but here in the town a stranger is noticed at once, for every resident is known. You must make off at once. You can take my horse. We will watch over your friend. Once in my tents, you will be safe." Godfrey thanked him warmly, but told him that he had not quite decided as to what he should do, but would let him know later on. Then, as he could do nothing for Alexis, he threw himself down on a pile of skins, and thought the matter over in every light. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Condemned as a Nihilist, A Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 8. The Mines of Kara. Godfrey found it a difficult matter to decide what was best to be done. But after 2 hours thinking, his mind was quite made up. He did not stand in the same position as Alexis with the Buriats. It was Alexis who had laid them under such an obligation by saving their child's life. He himself was simply liked as the doctor's companion, and without Alexis, the long months of winter would be dreary indeed. He thought that imprisonment would be preferable to living alone in a Buriat hut. Accordingly, he rose at last and told the Buriat that his course was decided. "I shall give myself up," he said. "I know that you would make me welcome in your tents, but from what you have told me, I see that there is no prospect whatever of an escape through China, and that if I go out to the plains I shall be there for life, while if I go to a prison I may in time be released, or at any rate I can again escape." "Whenever you come to us, you will be welcome," the Buriat said. "For yourself, you know best, but we shall be all sorry to lose you. Is there anything I can do for you? I know the governor here, for I have had large dealings with him for sheep and cattle for the troops." "I shall be very glad if you will go with me to him," Godfrey said. "A word from you may be of great advantage to me. There are no prisons here, and I am most anxious to be sent to Nerchinsk and not to Irkutsk, because it was from there we escaped." The Buriat's wife and sister were sorry when they heard Godfrey's determination, but they were too much occupied with Alexis to try and dispute it. "When will you go?" the Buriat said. "At once, if you will take me. I have no preparations to make. I only cause extra trouble here, and can be of no assistance. But first, if you will procure paper, pen, and ink, I will write a letter for you to give to Alexis when he recovers, telling him why I leave him." The Buriat sent out one of his men, who presently returned with writing materials, and Godfrey then wrote a long letter to Alexis, explaining at length the reasons that actuated him in deciding to give himself up. "You are in good hands," he said, "and I could do nothing for you. And, in any case, I should have to leave you now, for did I not give myself up, I must leave this evening. Therefore, I could do no good to you in any case. I know that you were half inclined to stay with the Buriats, and you will now have even greater reasons for doing so than before. If, however, you should at any future time change your mind and try to make your escape, I need not tell you how delighted I should be to see you in England. I enclose the address of my father's office, where you will be sure either to find me or to hear of me. But even if I have not got home, you will receive the heartiest welcome when you tell him of our having been together, and show him this letter, and you may rely upon it that my father will be able to procure a situation for you in London, even if he cannot find a berth for you in his own house of business." When he had finished, he handed the letter to the Buriat to give to Alexis. "Here is money," the Buriat said, "which my wife found upon Alexis. You had better take it with you." "I cannot do that," Godfrey said. "It is his. I have some of my own. I know he would gladly give it to me if he were conscious, but I cannot take it now." "Very well," the Buriat said. "You are doubtless right, but at any rate you can take some from me. I am rich. I have many thousands of sheep and cattle. If you do not take it, I shall be offended, and shall think that in some way we have displeased you. 1,000 rubles are nothing to me. I have given as much for one suit of furs for my wife. You must take this. If you ever attempt to escape again, you will need money." After much debate, Godfrey accepted 500 rubles in notes, seeing that the Buriat would be really pained by his refusal, and knowing that the money would indeed be useful to him when he next tried to make his escape. Being anxious to hear the surgeon's next report about Alexis, Godfrey delayed his start until after his visit. "There is no change," the doctor said, after examining his patient. Nor did I expect there would be after such serious injuries as he has received. It would be strange indeed if he did not suffer from the shock. It may be some days before any change takes place. It is vastly better that he should be restless, or even wildly delirious, than lying unconscious as he was when I first saw him. Well, and what are you going to do, young fellow? I am going to give myself up, he said. You have had enough of the plains, eh? Yes, sir, for the present. Mind, don't be foolish enough to say that you have escaped. There is not the least occasion for that. That would make the case a great deal worse. My friend here was going with me to the governor, doctor, to tell him that I have been living with him for some time. Yes, that is all well enough. But if you give yourself up, it is a confession that you have escaped. That won't do at all. I tell you what will be the best thing. I will go with you to Colonel Preskoff, the governor. I shall tell him the truth, that I was attending one of the Buriat's men, who had been badly injured by a bear, when I saw you there. I found that you could not give a good account of yourself, and had no papers, and that, therefore, as was my duty, I brought you to him. Then you must say that you have been working here and there, and that you come from, say, Tomsk. I suppose you have been there. Godfrey smiled. That is near enough, the doctor went on. As for your papers, you lost them, or they were burnt or stolen from you. He won't ask you many questions. Then the Buriat will speak up for you. He is rather an important man, being one of the richest of his tribe, and say what he can for you. Is there anything you want done particularly? I want to be sent to Nerchinsk instead of to Irkutsk. I would rather work in the mines or anywhere else than be shut up in prison. And besides, you would not be known, the doctor laughed. That is the principal thing, sir. Whatever you do, my lad, the doctor said, if you have been a political prisoner, mind, I don't ask the question and don't want to know. But if you have been, don't let it out. It is better to have been a murderer than a nihilist out here. I dare say the colonel would send you to Nerchinsk if your friend here asked him, but it is a good deal further and a more expensive journey. I will gladly pay for the vehicle, sir. Ah, well, if you will do that, I should think it could be managed. I will go in first with your friend and have a talk with the colonel, and we will see if we can put the matter straight for you before you are called in. Godfrey took his fur-lined coat, said goodbye to the two ladies, gently put his hand on his comrade's shoulder, and followed the doctor and his host. When they arrived at the governor's house, the doctor left him in the room where two military clerks were writing, and went in with the Buriat to the governor. In 5 minutes the bell rang. An orderly answered it, and returning, bade Godfrey follow him. The governor was seated at a table, the doctor and the Buriat standing near. So I hear, the colonel said, looking sharply at Godfrey, that you are unable to give an account of yourself, and have nothing but a cock-and-bull story of having wandered about through the country. We understand what that means. However, our friend here, and he motioned to the Buriat, speaks well of you, and says that you have done him some service. However, that cannot be taken into consideration. It is clear that having no papers and no domicile, you are a vagabond, and as such must be committed to prison. You will be taken to Nerchinsk. Godfrey bowed. The colonel touched the bell again, and the orderly entered. Take this man to the cells. The Buriat stepped forward and shook hands with Godfrey. Come again, he said in a low voice. You will always be welcome. The doctor nodded. I shall see you before you start, he said. Godfrey saluted the colonel and followed the orderly out of the room. He was taken across a courtyard to a cell. A good style of young fellow, the colonel said when he left. He has either been an officer, or got into some scrape with his colonel, or he is a political. One or the other, colonel, no doubt, the doctor agreed. Well, it is no business of mine, the colonel said. I suppose he has had 4 or 5 months in the woods, and wants to get into snug quarters again before winter. Well, good morning, gentlemen. And his visitors took their leave. Late in the evening, the doctor came into Godfrey's cell. "By the by," he said, "I put your name down as Ivan Holstoff. It was as good as any other, and you had to be entered by some name. I feared that you might blurt out your own, whatever it may be, and that might be fatal. For if you are a political prisoner, your name will have been sent to every station where there are troops." "I am very much obliged to you, doctor, for your kindness," Godfrey said. "I will take care to remain Ivan Holstoff. How much am I to pay for the carriage?" "Your friend the Buriat has seen to that, and handed the governor money for a vehicle there and back, as the soldier in charge of you will have to return." "It is very good of him," Godfrey said gratefully. "Please tell him when you see him how much obliged I am to him for his kindness to me." "I think my patient will do," the doctor said. "He is quieter and less feverish this evening. I think he will pull round. And now, goodbye. I think you have done right in giving yourself up. You are but a lad yet, and with good conduct, now that you are entered only as a vagabond, you will get leave to work outside the prison in 2 or 3 years, and get a permit to settle anywhere in Siberia a couple of years later." The next morning at daybreak, Godfrey was placed in a vehicle. A soldier mounted by the side of the driver. The latter shouted to his horses, and started at full gallop. Soon after leaving the town, they passed a caravan of 40 carts carrying tea. The soldier, who appeared a chatty fellow, told him they would be 3 months on their way to Moscow. At a town named Verkhny Udinsk, they regained the main road and turned east and continued their journey through Chita, a town of 3,000 inhabitants, to Nerchinsk, a distance of 600 miles. The country was hilly, and for the most part wooded, but varied at times by rolling prairies on which large herds of cattle were grazing. The journey was far more pleasant than that Godfrey had before made. For being no longer regarded as a political prisoner, his guard chatted with him freely, and at night, instead of having to sleep in the vehicle in the open air, he was lodged in the convict stations, which, as the season was late, were for the most part unoccupied. He was glad, however, when he arrived at Nerchinsk, for the jolting of the springless vehicle was very trying. He did not see the governor of the prison, but was at once assigned to a cell there, on the guard, handing to the authorities the official report of the governor at Kyakhta. "You are to go on again tomorrow," the warder said to him that evening. "We are full here, and there is a party going on to Kara. You will go with them. The barber will be here to shave you directly. You have not been out very long, judging by the length of your hair. Here is your prison dress. You must put that on tomorrow, instead of the one you have on. But you may carry yours with you if you like. It will be useful to you when your term in the prison is done." Accordingly, the next morning, Godfrey was taken into the courtyard, where some 50 other prisoners were assembled, and 10 minutes later, marched off under a guard of 8 mounted Cossacks. He carried his peasant's clothes and fur coat rolled up into a bundle on his shoulder, and had, after he changed his dress, sewn up his money in the collar of his jacket with the needle and thread he had brought with him, keeping out some 20 rubles for present purposes. The journey occupied 5 days, the marches averaging 25 miles apiece. The prisoners talked and sung by the way, picked the blackberries and raspberries that grew thickly on the bushes by the wayside, and at night slept in the stations, their food consisting of very fair broth with cabbage in it, meat, and black bread. Godfrey was asked no questions. He did not know whether this was because the convicts thought only of themselves, and had no curiosity about their companions, or whether it was a sort of etiquette observed among them. Godfrey was surprised to find how much the country differed from the ideas he had formed of Siberia. The forests were beautiful with a great variety of foliage. Late lilies bloomed by the roadside with flowers of other kinds, of whose names he was ignorant. To the north was a chain of hills of considerable height. The forest was alive with birds, and he frequently caught sight of squirrels running about among the branches. No objection was offered by the guards to their making purchases at the villages through which they passed, except that they would not allow them to buy spirits. At the first opportunity, Godfrey laid out 4 or 5 rubles in tea and tobacco, some of which he presented to the guards, and divided the rest among his fellow prisoners, who forthwith dubbed him the Count. At length, Kara was reached. It was not a town, but purely a convict settlement, the prisoners being divided among 4 or 5 prisons, situated 2 or 3 miles from each other. They were first marched to the most central of these. Here they were inspected by the governor, who had the details of each case reported by the authorities of the prisons they had left. They were at once divided into parties in accordance with the vacancies in the various prisons. Only 4 were left behind. These were taken to a guard room until allotted to the various wards. One by one they were taken out, Godfrey being the last to be summoned. He was conducted to a room in which several convicts were seated writing. Through this a long passage led to the governor's room. "You are known as Ivan Holstov?" the governor said when the warder had retired. "Yes, sir." "Age?" 17. "Charged with being a vagabond, found without papers or documents, and unable to give a satisfactory account of yourself." Godfrey bowed. The colonel glanced through the paper by his side, signed by the governor of Kyakhta, and saying that the prisoner had been most favorably reported upon by a wealthy Buriat, a government contractor with whom he had been living out on the plains. "You persist in giving no further account of yourself?" the governor asked. "I would rather say nothing further, sir," Godfrey replied. "You are not a Russian," the governor said sharply. "I am a Russian born," the lad replied. "You speak with a slight accent." "I was away for some years from my country," Godfrey replied. "I suppose you would call yourself a student?" "Yes, sir, I was a student until lately." "You are a young lad to have got yourself into trouble. How was it? Do not tell me what crime you are charged with, but you can tell me anything else. It will go no farther, and there will be no record of what you say." Godfrey liked the officer's face. It was stern, but sternness is a necessity when a man is in charge of some 3,000 prisoners, the greater proportion of whom are desperate men. But there was a kindness in the half-smile with which he spoke. "I am here, sir, from pure misfortune. I have no doubt most people you question declare they are innocent, and I do not expect you to believe me. The facts against me were very strong, so strong that I believe any jury would have convicted me upon them. But in spite of that, I was innocent. I behaved like a fool, and was made the dupe of others. But beyond that, I have nothing whatever to blame myself for or to regret." "It may be as you say," Colonel Konovovich said. "I am not here to revise sentences, but to see them carried out. Conduct yourself well, lad, and in 2 years you will get a permit to reside outside the prison. 3 years later you will be practically free, and can go where you like in Siberia, and earn your living in any way you choose. Many of the richest men in the country have been convicts. I shall keep an eye on you, and shall make matters as easy for you as I can." He touched the bell, and the warder re-entered and led Godfrey away. The colonel sat for some little time in thought. He liked the lad's face and his manner, which, although perfectly respectful, had none of the servility with which Russians generally address their superiors. He did not say that he was a Russian, he said to himself, only that he was born in Russia. I should say from his appearance and manner that he was English. What was he sent out here for, I wonder? He may have been a clerk and been condemned for forgery or embezzlement. He may have been a political prisoner. Most likely that, I should say. He may have got mixed up in some of these Nihilist plots. If so, he has done well to become a vagabond. I can't help thinking he was speaking the truth when he declared he was innocent. Well, perhaps in the long run it will be the best for him. A clerk's lot is not a very bright one, and I should say he is likely to make his way anywhere. He has a hard 2 years' time before him among those scoundrels, but I should think he is likely to hold his own." Then he dismissed the subject from his thoughts and turned to a pile of papers before him. Godfrey, on leaving the presence of the governor, was taken by the warder to one of the prison blocks and was handed over to the prison official in charge of it. He was taken to a small room and there furnished with a bag in which to keep his underclothing and other effects. "You will use this bag for a pillow at night," the official said. "What money you have you can either give to me to take charge of for you, or can hand it over to the head man of the room to lay out for you as you require it, or you can keep it yourself. If you choose to hold it yourself, you had better keep a very sharp lookout. Not that there are any professional thieves here. It is only for very serious offenses that men are sent east of Irkutsk." Godfrey thanked the official, but said that what little he had he might as well keep with him. His money and paper was safely hidden in the lining of his convict jacket, and as he knew that that would be worn by night as well as by day, it was perfectly safe there. He was provided with some flannel shirts and other underclothing. "I see you have underclothing of your own," the official said, "but of course you have the regular allowance given you. If you run short of money, you can sell them. Now come along with me." Godfrey was led into a large room, where the scene somewhat widely differed from what he had pictured to himself would be the interior of a prison at the dreaded mines of Kara. The room was large and fairly lofty. The walls were clean and whitewashed. Down both sides ran benches, 6 feet wide, similar to one he had seen in an English guardhouse. There were some 60 men in the room. Some of these were lying upon the bed places smoking pipes. Others were sitting on them talking together or mending their clothes, and several parties were engaged in card playing. Save for the ugly gray uniforms with the colored patches in the center of the back, significant of the term of imprisonment to which their wearers had been sentenced, and the strangely shaved heads of those present, he might have been in a singularly free and easy barrack room. Most of the men looked up as the official entered. "A new comrade," he said. "Mikhail Stomov, do you take him in your charge?" And having said this, he at once left the room. Mikhail Stomov, a big, powerful man, came across to Godfrey. He was the starosta, or head man, of the ward, elected to the position by the votes of his fellow prisoners. It was his duty to keep order and prevent quarreling, and to see that the ward was swept out and kept tidy. He transacted all business for the prisoners, made their purchases outside, and was generally the intermediary between them and the authorities. In return for all this, he was free from labor at the mines. "Well, my lad," he said, "you began early. How long are you in for, and what have you done?" "I am in here for being a vagabond," Godfrey said, "and I believe the punishment for that is 5 years. "A vagabond, eh? We have not many of them here. The wanderers generally work their way west. However, I dare say you had your reasons. And I don't know that you are not right, for most of us prefer hard work here to the dullness of the prisons in the west. Now, lad," he went on, dropping his voice, "if you have got any money, do not say a word about it. You will be robbed to a certainty if you keep it yourself. The best thing you can do is to hand it over to me, and I will take care of it for you." Godfrey nodded, and putting his hand in his pocket, pulled out the 10-ruble note he had set aside, and 2 or 3 smaller notes, and slipped them into the man's hand. "You can have it out as you want it," the man said, "and anything you want outside I can get for you out of it. The only thing prohibited is vodka." Some of the other men came round, and Godfrey thought he had never seen more villainous faces. Some of them were heavy, stolid, and stupid. Others were fierce and passionate. "He is a vagabond," Mikhail said to them. "I don't know what he has been before that, and if he is wise," and he gave a significant glance at Godfrey, "he will keep that to himself." I should say he had been a political, one of the men said in a tone of contempt. For there was a certain jealousy of the politicals among the convict class, because, although their lot was really much harder than that of ordinary convicts, they were allowed to retain their own clothes, were lodged separately, and were almost all men of education, and in many cases of noble family. The feeling was evidenced by the indifference with which the rest of the men strolled away again when they heard the suggestion. "How do they all get tobacco?" Godfrey asked the starosta. "Is it part of the rations? Surely the money they may have when they come in here must soon be spent." "We may buy the tobacco," Mikhail said. "Every man has something for his work. They pretend it is half the value of the work we do, but of course we know better than that. Still, we all get something each day, and can spend it as we like. I don't think they allow smoking in the western prisons, but they do in all those east of Irkutsk. The authorities encourage it, indeed, for it is considered healthy and keeps away fever. There are no fevers in summer, but in winter, from so many men being shut up together, the air gets bad, and sometimes we have outbreaks of fever." "But where do you buy your tobacco?" "People come to the prison gates and sell it as we come back from work. You can buy anything except vodka, and you can buy that, though not openly. It gets smuggled in." "How many hours do you work a day?" 13, but of course, it is only for 5 months in the year. In winter, the ground is too hard." "Too hard?" Godfrey repeated. "Why, it never gets cold in mines." "You don't think you are going to work underground, do you?" the man said. "There are very few underground mines here. It is all on the surface. There are some underground, because I have worked in them. I would rather work there than here. They can't look after you so sharp, and you can take it as easily as you like." Godfrey looked astonished. His ideas of the Siberian mines had been taken from stories written by men who had never been within thousands of miles of them, and who drew terrible pictures of the sufferings of exiles simply for the purpose of exciting feeling throughout Europe against the Russian government. "But it is very unhealthy in the mines underground, is it not?" "No, why should it be? It is much cooler and pleasanter working underground than it is in the dust and heat, I can tell you." "But I thought all quicksilver mines were unhealthy." "Quicksilver?" the man repeated. "There is not a quicksilver mine in all Siberia. There is gold and silver, but I don't believe there is a place where quicksilver is found. Anyhow, there is not one that is worked. They have been gammoning you, young fellow." "Well, they have gammoned a good many other people, too," Godfrey said. "I know I have read frightful accounts of the sufferings of prisoners in quicksilver mines." "Who wrote them?" Mikhail asked. "There are a few convicts who may years afterwards be proved innocent and allowed to return to Russia, but they are not the sort that would write lies about this place. For if they did, they would soon find themselves on the road again. There are not a dozen men who have ever made their escape. Some of them may have invented lies for the sake of getting pity, and make themselves out to be hard used. Have you ever read any books by them?" "Only one," Godfrey said. "It was written by Baron Rosen. He was a political prisoner who was pardoned after being here a great many years. He described the life of political prisoners, of course, and even that was not very bad. Many of them had their wives with them, and they seemed to have lived together pretty comfortably." "Ah, well, I don't think a political prisoner who came here now would say as much. They are sent to lonely settlements, many of them up at Yakutsk, though of course there are some down here. It is a horribly dull life. Some of them do work in the mines, but they are better off than those who have no work to do at all. I would rather be in for murder 100 times than be a political. And what name do you go by, young fellow?" "I am entered as Ivan Holstov." "That will do well enough. Don't you be fool enough to tell anyone what your real name is. There are sneaks here, as well as elsewhere, who are glad enough to curry favor so as to get easy jobs, or to be let out sooner than they otherwise would be by acting as spies. So you keep your real name to yourself. If it got to the ears of the governor, he might find out what prison you escaped from and what you were in for. And if you were a political, you would either be sent back there or put with the politicals here. So keep it to yourself. Shall I give you my watch? Yes, I think you had better. It would be of no good to anyone who took it as long as he was in here, but he would be able to sell it when he went to live outside. I will take care of it for you. I have got a safe where I keep the money and things locked. We have got to work, and pretty hard, but I tell you, we are a good bit better off than they are in the prisons of Russia. We have got plenty to eat, though I cannot say much for its niceness. Anyhow, we are a long way better fed than the soldiers who look after us. But here comes the food. A warder brought in a huge tray upon which were placed bowls of a sort of soup, while two others brought baskets piled up with huge chunks of black bread. Mikhail took from a cupboard a spoon and gave it to Godfrey. You keep this for yourself, he said. We don't have knives and forks, and do not want them. Is this a day's allowance of bread? Godfrey asked, as he took hold of one of the lumps. No, you get as much as that in the morning. Our allowance is 4 pounds a day, 2 in the morning and 2 in the evening. The evening bread generally lasts for evening and morning soup, and we take the morning bread away with us to eat in the middle of the day. Godfrey sat down on the edge of the bed bench and ate his supper. As he looked at the men more carefully, he saw that there were greater differences between them than he had at first noticed. Some of them he judged to have been gentlemen, and he afterwards found that there were 3 or 4 who had been officers in the army, but sentenced for grave military crimes. There were 6 in for forgery or embezzlement, and over 30 for murder. Some among the prisoners were Tartars. These were all in for murder or robbery with violence. Where am I to sleep? He presently asked Mikhail. I sleep in that corner next to the wall. Put your bag next to mine. They are not so likely to play tricks with you then. Godfrey was not sorry to lay himself down on the boards. There was no attempt at undressing on the part of any of the convicts. He would have thought the bed a very hard one a few months since, but he was now well contented with it, though he would have preferred rather more room on each side. I suppose I ought to feel very miserable, he said to himself. I can't make out why I don't. Here I am, shut up with about 100 as villainous-looking fellows as one could want to see. Something like half of them murderers, all desperate criminals. I ought to be down in the dumps. It seems unnatural that I shouldn't be. I suppose I have a sort of Mark Tapley disposition, and get jolly under difficulties. Of course, I should feel it more if I hadn't made up my mind to escape somehow. The colonel seems a good sort of fellow, and even the prisoners speak well of him. Then it is a comfort to hear that all that talk about the quicksilver mines was a lie, and the work is going to be no worse than a gold digger would have in California, or a navvy at home. There is no great hardship about that, at any rate for a time. If it was not for the thought of how horribly anxious they must be at home about me, I should not mind. It will be something to talk about all one's life. The first thing for me to do is to learn from the others as much as possible about the country. I have learned a lot about the geography of Siberia from Alexis, and I've got a good idea about all the rivers. I dare say I shall learn a good deal more from some of these men. Another thing is to pick up as much of their language as I can from these Tartar fellows. They seem to be scattered pretty well all over the country. At least, I have seen some of them all the way I have gone. I know there are other tribes. Those fishing chaps they call Ostraks are the ones I should have most to do with. I expect one could get on with them if one happened to get them in the right vein. I suppose they speak some sort of dialect like that of these Tartars. At any rate, I should think it would be sure to be near enough for the natives to understand each other. I believe Russian helps with all these languages, for the Russians are themselves only civilized Tartars. At any rate, one of the first things to be done is to learn to speak the language, and I should be able to learn a lot about the country from them too. I have got 8 or 9 months before one can think of making a start, for of course it must be done in the spring. It is the end of September now, though I have lost all account of the days of the month. So he lay thinking for a long time, always confidently and hopefully. Soon after daylight, the convicts were astir. "Is there any place where we can get water to wash?" he asked Mikhail. "There is a tap and a trough out there in the yard," the man said, looking somewhat surprised at the request. Godfrey hurried out, threw off his jacket and shirt, turned the tap onto his head, and enjoyed a thorough sluice. Feeling vastly better for the wash, he slipped on his things again and went into the room. He was not surprised now that he had woke with something like a headache, for the air of the room was close and unwholesome. Breakfast similar to the supper the night before was soon served. Godfrey had plenty of bread left from the evening before, and put the piece now served out to him under his jacket. Half an hour later, the convicts, ranged 2 and 2, started for the mines. The distance was 5 miles. The heavy tools were taken in carts drawn by horses, and a guard of soldiers with loaded muskets marched beside the line. The mine was a large open cutting, and the prisoners were employed in digging the sand and carrying it on hand barrows to the place where it was to be washed. The work was not entirely performed by prisoners, as there were many free laborers also employed. Godfrey was given a shovel, and his work consisted in loading the sand and gravel, as the pickmen got it down, onto the barrows. Being unaccustomed to work, his back ached and his hands were blistered by the end of the day. But he knew from his experience in rowing that this would pass off before long. At any rate, the labor was far easier than he had anticipated. He had expected to see overseers with whips, but there was nothing of the sort. A few men directed the labor, and spoke sharply enough if they saw any of the prisoners shirking, but there was nothing to distinguish it from any other work of the kind, save the Cossack guards here and there leaning upon their muskets, and certainly the men worked no harder than ordinary laborers would do. Indeed, when the time was up and the prisoners started on their return towards the prison, the free laborers continued their work, and would do so, he afterward learned, for many hours, as it would take a considerable time for all the sand obtained during the day to be thoroughly washed up and the gold extracted. Godfrey had at first looked narrowly at the sand as he shoveled it for specks of gold, but had seen none, and indeed the proportion of gold at the mines of Kara was so small that they would not have paid if worked by free labor. But the produce served to lessen the expense of the prisons, and the mines afforded work to the convicts. The prisoners were not forbidden to talk, and Godfrey, who had happened to be placed next to a young fellow of the better class, learned a good many particulars as to the mines. He had seen no women at them, and asked if they were not employed at that labor. "I never heard of such a thing," the other said. "They have to work. They wash and mend our clothes, and scrub the floors, and help the cooks, but that is all. After working for a certain time, according to the length of their sentence, they are allowed to live out of prison, and after a still further time, are at liberty to settle down anywhere in Siberia they choose." "Have you been here long?" Godfrey asked. "I have been here 3 years, he said, "and I should be out by this time if I had not run away last year." "How did you get on?" "I got on well enough till the cold weather came. There are plenty of berries in the woods, and besides, we occasionally came down and stole things from the carts waiting at night at the post-houses. We got a chest of tea once, and that lasted us all through the summer. There were 10 of us together. Besides that, the people all along the road are very good to escaped prisoners. They dare not give them anything, because if it were known they did so, they would be severely punished. But on the windowsill of almost every house is placed at night a plate with food on it, in case any wanderer should come along. Of course, when winter came, I had to give myself up." "Do you think escape altogether is possible?" "I don't say that it is not possible, for some have done it. But I suppose for everyone who has tried it, hundreds have died. There is no living in the mountains in winter. Men do get free. There are a great many private mines, and in some of these they ask no questions, but are glad enough to engage anyone who comes along. After working there as a free laborer for a couple of years, it is comparatively easy to move somewhere else, and in time one may even settle down as a free laborer in a town. But there is no getting right away then, for no one can leave Siberia without a passport giving particulars of all his life. You are not thinking of trying, are you? Because, if you will take my advice, you won't. It is all very well to go out for a summer holiday, but that is a very different thing from attempting an escape. I was a fool to try it, but I had such a longing to be in the woods that I could not help it. So now I shall be obliged to work here for a couple of years longer before I can live outside the prison. I am here for knocking down my colonel. We were both in love with the same girl. She liked me best, and her father liked him best. He was a tyrannical brute. One day he insulted me before her, and I knocked him down. I was tried for that, and he trumped up a lot of other charges against me, and there was no difficulty in getting plenty of hounds to swear to them. So you see, here I am with a 10-year sentence. I don't know that I am not lucky. How was that? Godfrey asked. There were half a dozen fellows in the regiment. I was one of them, who ventured to think for themselves. We had secret meetings, and were in communication with men of other regiments. Well, I was sent off before anything came of it, but they got hold of the names of the others when they arrested some Nihilists at Kiev, and they were all sent out here for life. I met one of them a few months back, and he told me so. So you see, it was rather lucky that I knocked down the colonel when I did. Besides, it is ever so much better to be a convict than a political. I don't know how it was you had the luck to get turned in with us. I can tell you there is no comparison between their lot and ours. Still, it is hateful, of course, living among such a gang as these fellows. They look pretty bad, Godfrey said. Bad is not the word for it, the other said. A man I know who works as a clerk in the office told me that there are about 2,200 prisoners in the 6 prisons of Kara, but of these only about 150 are women. They are even worse than the men, for of the 150 there are 125 murderesses, and of the others 12 are classed as vagabonds, and I suppose most of these are murderesses too. Out of the 2,000 men, there are about 670 murders. That is not such a big proportion as among the women, though, as there are nearly 700 classed as vagabonds, you would not be far wrong if you put down every other man as a murderer. It is horrible, Godfrey said. Well, it is not pleasant, but you must remember that a great many of these murderers may be otherwise pretty honest fellows. A great many of them have killed a man or woman when mad with vodka. Some of the others have done it in a fit of jealousy, a few perhaps out of vengeance for some great wrong. The rest, I grant, are thoroughly bad. By the way, my name is Osip Ivanov. There are 2 or 3 decent fellows in our ward. I will introduce you to them this evening. It makes it pleasanter keeping together. We have got some cards, and that helps pass away the summer evenings. In winter, it is too dark to play. There is only 1 candle in the ward, so there is nothing for it but to lay up and go to sleep as soon as it gets dark. There is the prison. I dare say you won't be sorry when you are back. The first 3 or 4 days' work is always trying. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Condemned as a Nihilist, A Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 9, Prison Life. Godfrey found that there was no Sunday break in the work at Kara, but that once a fortnight the whole of the occupants of the ward had baths, and upon these days no work was done. Upon a good many saints' day they also rested, so that, practically, they had a holiday about once in every 10 days. For his own part, he would have been glad had the work gone on without these breaks. When the men started for work at 5 in the morning and returned to the prison at 7 at night, the great majority, after smoking a pipe or two, turned in at once, while upon the days when there was no work, quarrels were frequent, and, what was to him still more objectionable, men told stories of their early lives, and seemed proud, rather than otherwise, of the horrible crimes they had committed. His own time did not hang at all heavy upon his hands. One of the Tartar prisoners who spoke Russian was glad enough to agree, in exchange for a sufficient amount of tobacco to enable him to smoke steadily while so employed, to teach him his own dialect. Godfrey found, as he had expected, a sufficient similarity between the two languages to assist him very greatly. And with 2 hours' work every evening, and a long bout on each holiday, he made rapid progress with it, especially as he got into the habit of going over and over again through the vocabulary of all the words he had learned, while he was at work in the mine. When not employed with the Tartar, he spent his time in conversation with Osip Ivanov and the little group of men of the same type. They spent much of their time in playing cards, whist being a very popular game in Russia. They often invited Godfrey to join them, but his mind was so much occupied with his own plans that he felt quite unable to give the requisite attention to the game. He soon learned the methods by which order and discipline were maintained in the prisons. For small offenses, the punishment was a decrease in rations, the prohibition of smoking, the prisoner's one enjoyment, and confinement to the room. The last part of the sentence was that which the prisoners most disliked. So far from work being hardship, the break which it afforded to the monotony of their life rendered the privation of it the severest of punishments. And Godfrey learned that there was the greatest difficulty in getting men to accept the position of starosta, in spite of the privileges and power the position gave, because he did not go out to work. For more serious offenses, men were punished by a flogging, more or less severe, with birch rods. For this, however, they seemed to care very little, although sometimes incapacitated for doing work for some days, from the effects of the beating. Lastly, for altogether exceptional crimes, or for open outbreaks of insubordination, there was the plate, flogging with a whip of twisted hide, fastened to a handle 10 inches long and an inch thick. The lash is at first the same thickness as the handle, tapering for 12 inches, and then divided into 3 smaller lashes, each 25 inches long and about the thickness of the little finger. This terrible weapon is in use only at 3 of the Siberian prisons, of which Kara is one. From 20 to 25 lashes are given, and the punishment is considered equivalent to a sentence to death, as in many cases the culprit survives the punishment but a short time. The prisoners were agreed that at Kara the punishment of the plate was extremely rare, only being given for the murder of a convict or official by one of the convicts. The quarrels among the prisoners, although frequent, and attended by great shouting and gesticulation, very rarely came to blows, the Russians having no idea of using their fists, and the contests, when it came to that, being little more than a tussle, with hair-pulling and random blows. Had the prisoners had knives or other weapons ready to hand, the results would have been very different. Godfrey had not smoked until he arrived at Kara, but he found that in the dense atmosphere of the prison room it was almost necessary, and therefore took to it. Besides smoking being allowed, as useful to ward off fevers and improve the health of the prisoners, it also had the effect of adding to their contentment, rendering them more easy of management, as the fear of the smoking being cut off did more to ensure ready obedience than even the fear of the stick. Tea was not among the articles of prison diet, but a samovar was always kept going by Mikhail, and the tea sold to the prisoners at its cost price, and the small sum paid to the convicts sufficed to provide them with this and with tobacco. Vodka was but seldom smuggled in, the difficulty of bringing it in being great, and the punishment of those detected in doing so being severe. At times, however, a supply was brought in, being carried, as Godfrey found, in skins similar to those used for sausages, filled with the spirit and wound round and round the body. These were generally brought in when one or other of the prisoners had received a remittance, as most of them were allowed to receive a letter once every 3 months, and these letters, in the case of men who had once been in a good position, generally contained money. This privilege was only allowed to men after 2 years' unbroken good conduct. Godfrey's teacher in the Tartar language had been recommended to him by Osip as being the most companionable of the Tartar prisoners. He was a young fellow of 3 or 24, short and sturdy, like most of his race, and with a good-natured expression in his flat face. He was in for life, having in a fit of passion killed a Russian officer who had struck him with a whip. He came from the neighborhood of Kazan in the far west. Godfrey took a strong liking to him, and was not long before he conceived the idea that when he made his escape, he would, if possible, take Luca with him. Such companionship would be of immense advantage, and would greatly diminish the difficulties of the journey. As for Luca, he became greatly attached to his pupil. The Tartars were looked down upon by their fellow prisoners, and the terms of equality with which Godfrey chatted with them, and his knowledge of the world, which seemed to the Tartar to be prodigious, made him look up to him with unbounded respect. The friendship was finally cemented by an occurrence that took place 3 months after Godfrey arrived at the prison. Among the convicts was a man named Kobylen, a man of great strength. He boasted that he had committed 10 murders, and was always bullying and tyrannizing the quieter and weaker prisoners. One day, he passed where Luca and Godfrey were sitting on the edge of the plank bed, talking together. Luca happened to get up just as he came along, and Kobylen gave him a violent push, saying, "Get out of the way, you miserable little Tartar dog." Luca fell with his head against the edge of the bench, and lay for a time half-stunned. Godfrey leapt to his feet, and springing forward, struck the bully a right-handed blow straight from the shoulder. The man staggered back several paces, and fell over the opposite bench. Then, with a shout of fury, he recovered his feet and rushed at Godfrey, with his arms extended to grasp him. But the lad, who had been one of the best boxers at Shrewsbury, awaited his onset calmly, and, making a spring forward just as Kobylen reached him, landed a blow, given with all his strength and the impetus of his spring, under the Russian's chin, and the man went backwards as if he had been shot. A roar of applause broke from the convicts. Mikhail rushed forward, but Godfrey said to him, "Let us alone, Mikhail. This fellow has been a nuisance in the ward ever since I came. It is just as well that he should have a lesson. I shan't do him any harm. Just leave us alone for a minute or 2. He won't want much more." The Russian rose slowly to his feet, bewildered and half stupefied by the blow and fall. He would probably have done nothing more, but, maddened by the taunts and jeers of the others, he gathered himself together and renewed the attack. But he in vain attempted to seize his active opponent. Godfrey eluded his furious rushes, and before he could recover himself, always succeeded in getting in 2 or 3 straight blows, and at last met him, as in his first rush, and knocked him off his feet. By this time, Kobylen had had enough of it, and sat on the floor, bewildered and crestfallen. Everything that a Russian peasant does not understand savors to him of magic, and that he, Kobylen, should have been thus vanquished by a mere lad seemed altogether beyond nature. He could not understand how it was that he had been unable to grasp his foe, or how that, like a stroke of lightning, these blows had shot into his face. Even the jeering and laughing of his companions failed to stir him. The Russian peasant is accustomed to be beaten, and is humble to those who are his masters. Kobylen rose slowly to his feet. "You have beaten me," he said humbly. "I do not know how. Forgive me, I was wrong. I am ignorant and did not know." "Say no more about it," Godfrey replied. We have had a quarrel, and there is an end of it. There need be no malice. We are all prisoners here together, and it is not right that one should bully others because he happens to be a little stronger. There are other things besides strength. You behaved badly, and you have been punished. Let us smoke our pipes and think no more about it." The sensation caused in the ward by the contest was prodigious, and the victory of this lad was as incomprehensible to the others as to Bullen himself. The rapidity with which the blows were delivered, and the ease with which Godfrey had evaded the rushes of his opponent, seemed to them, as to him, almost magical, and from that moment they regarded Godfrey as being possessed of some strange power, which placed him altogether apart from themselves. Osip and the other men of the same stamp warmly congratulated Godfrey. "What magic is this?" Osip said, taking him by the shoulders and looking with wonder at him. "I have been thinking you but a lad, and yet that strong brute is as a child in your hands. It is the miracle of David and Goliath over again." "It is simply skill against brute force, Osip. I may tell you, what I have not told any one before since I came here, that my mother was English. I did not say so, because, as you may guess, I feared that were it known and reported, it might be traced who I was, and then, instead of being merely classed as a vagabond, I should be sent back to the prison I escaped from, and be put among another class of prisoners." "I understand, Ivan. Of course, I have all along felt sure you were a political prisoner, and I thought, perhaps, you might have been a student in Switzerland, which would account for you having ideas different to other people." "No, I was sent for a time to a school in England, and there I learned to box." "So, that is your English boxing," Osip said. "I have heard of it, but I never thought it was anything like that. Why, he never once touched you." "If he had, I should have got the worst of it," Godfrey laughed. "But there was nothing in it. Size and weight go for very little in boxing, and a man knowing nothing about it has not the smallest chance against a fair boxer who is active on his legs." "But you did not seem to be exerting yourself," Osip said. "You were as cool and as quiet as if you had been shoveling sand. You even laughed when he rushed at you." "That is the great point of boxing, Osip. One learns to keep cool and to have one's wits about one, for anyone who loses his temper has but a poor chance, indeed, against another who keeps cool. Moreover, a man who can box well will always keep his head in all times of danger and difficulty. It gives him nerve and self-confidence, and enables him at all times to protect the weak against the strong." "Just as you did now," Osip said. "Well, I would not have believed it if I had not seen it. I am sure we all feel obliged to you for having taken down that fellow Bullen. He and a few others have been a nuisance for some time. You may be sure there will be no more trouble with them after the lesson you have given." Luca's gratitude to Godfrey was unbounded, and from that time he would have done anything on his behalf, while the respect with which he had before regarded him was redoubled. Therefore, when one day Godfrey said to him, "When the spring comes, Luca, I mean to try to escape, and I shall take you with me," the Tartar considered it to be a settled thing, and was filled with a deep sense of gratitude that his companion should deem him worthy of sharing in his perils. Winter set in 3 weeks after Godfrey reached Kara, and the work at the mine had to be abandoned. As much employment as possible was made for the convicts. Some were sent out to aid in bringing in the trees that had been felled during the previous winter for firewood. Others sawed the wood up and split it into billets for the stoves. Other parties went out into the forest to fell trees for the next winter's fires. Some were set to whitewash the houses, a process that was done 5 times a year. But in spite of all this, there was not work for half the number. The time hung very heavily on the hands of those who were unemployed. Godfrey was not of this number, for as soon as the work at the mine terminated, he received an order to work in the office as a clerk. He warmly appreciated this act of kindness on the part of the commandant. It removed him from the constant companionship of the convicts, which was now more unpleasant than before, as during the long hours of idleness quarrels were frequent and the men became surly and discontented. Besides this, he received regular pay for his work, and this was of importance, as it was necessary to start upon such an undertaking, as he meditated, with as large a store of money as possible. He had, since his arrival, refused to join in any of the proposals for obtaining luxuries from outside. The supply of food was ample, for in addition to the bread and soup there was, 3 or 4 times a week, an allowance of meat, and his daily earnings in the mines were sufficient to pay for tobacco and tea. Even the 10 rubles he had handed over to Mikhail remained untouched. One reason why he was particularly glad at being promoted to the office was that he had observed, upon the day when he first arrived, a large map of Siberia hanging upon the wall, and although he had obtained from Alexis and others a fair idea of the position of the towns and various convict settlements, he knew nothing of the wild parts of the country through which he would have to pass, and the inhabited portion formed but a small part indeed of the whole. During the winter months he seized every opportunity, when for a few minutes he happened to be alone in the office, to study the map and to obtain as accurate an idea as possible of the ranges of mountains. One day, when the colonel was out, and the other 2 clerks were engaged in taking an inventory of stores, and he knew, therefore, that he had little chance of being interrupted, he pushed a table against the wall, and with a sheet of tracing paper took the outline of the northern coast from the mouth of the Lena to Norway, specially marking the entrances to all rivers, however small. He also took a tracing, giving the positions of the towns and rivers across the nearest line between the head of Lake Baikal and the nearest point of the Angara River, one of the great affluents of the Yenisei. The winter passed slowly and uneventfully. The cold was severe, but he did not feel it, the office being well warmed, and the heat in the crowded prison was far greater than was agreeable to him. At Christmas there were 3 days of festivity. The people of Kara and the peasants round all sent in gifts for the prisoners. Every one laid by a little money to buy special food for the occasion, and vodka had been smuggled in. The convicts of the different prisons were allowed to visit each other freely, and although there was much drunkenness on Christmas Day, there were no serious quarrels. All were on their best behavior. But Godfrey was glad when all was over, and they returned to their ordinary occupations again. For the thought of the last Christmas he had spent in England brought the change in his circumstances home to him more strongly than ever, and for once his buoyant spirits left him, and he was profoundly depressed, while all around him were cheerful and gay. Nothing surprised Godfrey more than the brutal indifference with which most of the prisoners talked of the crimes they had committed, except perhaps the indifference with which these stories were listened to. It seemed to him indeed that some of the convicts had almost a pride in their crimes, and that they even went so far as to invent atrocities for the purpose of giving themselves a supremacy and ferocity over their fellows. He noticed that those who were in for minor offenses, such as robbery with violence, forgery, embezzlement, and military insubordination, were comparatively reticent as to their offenses, and that it was those condemned for murder who were the most given to boasting about their exploits. "One could almost wish," he said one day to his friend Osip, "that one had the strength of Samson to bring the building down and destroy the whole of them." "I am very glad you have not, if you have really a fancy of that sort. I have not the least desire to be finished off in that sudden way." "But it is dreadful to listen to them," Godfrey said. "I cannot understand what the motive of government can be in sending thousands of such wretches out here instead of hanging them. I can understand transporting people who have been convicted of minor offenses, as, when their term is up, they may do well and help to colonize the country. But what can be hoped from such horrible ruffians as these? They have the trouble of keeping them for years, and even when they are let out, no one can hope that they will turn out useful members of the community. They probably take to their old trade and turn brigands." "I don't think they do that. Some of those who escape soon after coming out might do so, but not when they have been released. They would not care then to run the risk of either being flogged to death by the plate or kept in prison for the rest of their lives. Running away is nothing. I have heard of a man who had run away repeatedly, being chained to a barrow which he had to take with him wherever he went, indoors and out. That is the worst I ever heard of. For as for flogging with rods, these fellows think very little of it. They will often walk back in the autumn to the same prison they went from, take their flogging, and go to work as if nothing had happened. They are never flogged with the plate for that sort of thing. That is kept for murder or heading a mutiny in which some of the officials have been killed. No, the brigands are chiefly composed of long-sentenced men who have got away early, and who perhaps have killed a Cossack or a policeman who tried to arrest them, or some peasant who will not supply them with food. After that, they dare not return, and so join some band of brigands in order to be able to keep to the woods through the winter. I think that very few of the men who have once served their time, and been released, ever come back again. During the winter, the food, although still ample, was less than the allowance they had received while working. The allowance of bread was reduced by a pound a day, and upon Wednesdays and Fridays, which were fast days, no meat was issued except to those engaged in chopping up firewood or bringing in timber from the forest. Leather gloves were served out to all men working in the open air, but in spite of this, their hands were frequently frostbitten. The evenings would have been long indeed to Godfrey, had it not been for his Tartar instructor. The two would sit on the bench in the angle of the room, and would talk together in Tartar, eked out by Russian. The young fellow's face was much more intelligent than those of the majority of his countrymen, and there was a merry and good-tempered expression in his eyes. They chatted about his home and his life there. His mother had been an Ostrach, and he had spent some years among her tribe on the banks both of the Obi and Yenisei, but had never been far north on either river. He took his captivity easily. His father and mother both died when he had been a child, and when he was not with the Ostrachs, he had lived with his father's brother, who had, he said, droves of cattle and horses. If they would put me to work on a river, he said, I should not mind. Here one has plenty to eat, and the work is not hard, and there is a warm room to sleep in. But I should like to be employed in cutting timber, and taking it in rafts down the river to the sea. I love the river, and I can shoot. All the Ostrachs can shoot, though shooting has brought me bad luck. If I had not had my bow in my hand when that Russian struck me, I should not be here now. It was all done in a moment. You see, I was on the road when his sledge came along. The snow was fresh and soft, and I did not hear it coming. The horses swerved, nearly upsetting the sledge, and knocking me down in the snow. Then I got up and swore at the driver, and then the Russian, who was angry because the sledge had nearly been upset, jumped out, caught the whip from the driver, and struck me across the face. It hurt me badly, for my face was cold. I had been in the woods shooting squirrels, and I hardly know how it was, but I fitted an arrow to the string and shot. It was all over in a moment, and there he lay on the snow, with the arrow through his throat. I was so frightened that I did not even try to run away, and was stupid enough to let the driver hold me till some people came up and carried me off to prison. So you see, my shooting did me harm. But it was hard to be sent here for life for a thing like that. He was a bad man, that Russian. He was an officer in one of the regiments there, and a soldier who was in prison with me afterwards told me that there was great joy among the soldiers when he was killed. But it was very wrong, Luca, to kill a man like that. Yes, but then you see, I hadn't time to think. I was almost mad with pain, and it was all done in a minute. I think it is very hard that I should be punished as much as I am, when there are many here who have killed 5 or 6 people, or more, and some of them women, and they have no worse punishment than I have. Look at Kobylin. He was a bandit first of all, as I have heard him say over and over again. He beat his wife to death because she scolded him for being drunk. Then he took to the woods. The first he killed was a Jew peddler. Then he burnt down the house of the headman of the village because he had put the police on his track. He killed him as he rushed out from the door, and his wife and children were burnt alive. He killed 4 or 5 others on the road, and when he was betrayed, as he was asleep in the hut, he cut down with an axe 2 of the policemen who came to arrest him. He is in for life, but he is a great deal worse than I am, is he not? Then there is that little Koshkin, the man who was always walking about smiling to himself. He was a clerk to a notary, and he murdered his master and mistress and the 2 servant women, and got away with the money and lived on it for a year. Then he went into another family and did the same, but this time the police got on his track and caught him. 9 lives he took altogether, not in a passion or because they were cruel to him. I heard him say that he was quite a favorite, and how he used to sing to them and was trusted in every way. No, I say it isn't fair that I, who did nothing but just pay a man for a blow, should get as much as those 2. It does seem rather hard on you, but you see there cannot be a great variety of punishments. You killed a man, and so you had sentence for life. They can't give more than that, and if they were to give less, there would be more murders than there are, for everyone would think that they could kill at least one person without being punished very heavily for it. I don't call mine murder at all, Lucas said. I would not kill a man for his money, but this was just a fight. Whiz went his whip across my face, and then whiz went my arrow. Oh, it is not so bad, Luca, I grant. If you had killed a man in cold blood, I would have had nothing to do with you. I could not be friends with a man who was a cold-blooded murderer. I could never give him my hand, or travel with him, or sleep by his side. I don't feel that with you. In the eye of the law you committed a murder, and the law does not ask why it was done, or care in what way it was done. The law only says you killed the man, and the punishment for that is imprisonment for life. But I, as a man, can see that there is a great difference in the moral guilt, and that, acting as you did in a fit of passion, suddenly and without premeditation, and smarting under an assault, it was what we should in England call manslaughter. Before I asked you to teach me, when Osip first said that he should recommend me to try you, I saw by the badge on your coat that you were in for murder, and if it had not been that he knew how it came about, I would not have had anything to do with you, even if I had been obliged to give up altogether my idea of learning your language. The starosta continued a steady friend to Godfrey. The lad acted as a sort of deputy to him, and helped him to keep the accounts of the money he spent for the convicts, and the balance due to them, and once did him real service. As Mikhail's office was due to the vote of the prisoners, his authority over them was but slight, and although he was supported by a considerable majority of them, there were some who constantly opposed him, and at times openly defied his authority. Had Mikhail reported their conduct, they would have been severely punished, but they knew he was very averse to getting anyone into trouble, and that he preferred to settle things for himself. He was undoubtedly the most powerful man in the ward, and even the roughest characters feared to provoke him singly. On one occasion, however, after he had knocked down a man who had refused to obey his orders, 6 or 7 of his fellow convicts sprung on him. Godfrey, Osip, and 3 or 4 of the better class of convicts rushed to his assistance, and for a few minutes there was a fierce fight, the rest of the prisoners looking on at the struggle, but taking no active part one way or the other. The assailants were eventually overpowered, and nothing might have been said about the matter, had it not been that one of Mikhail's party was seriously injured, having an arm broken and being severely kicked. Mikhail was therefore obliged to report the matter, and the whole of the men concerned in the attack upon him received a severe flogging. "I should look out for those fellows, Mikhail," Godfrey said, "or they may injure you if they have a chance." Mikhail, however, scoffed at the idea of danger. "They have got it pretty severely now," he said, and the colonel told them that if there was any more insubordination, he would give them the plate, and they have a good deal too much regard for their lives to risk that. You won't hear any more of it. They know well enough that I would not have reported them if I had not been obliged to do so, owing to Bulkin's arm being broken. Therefore, it isn't fair having any grudge against me. They have been flogged before, most of them, and by the time the soreness has passed off, they will have forgotten it. Godfrey did not feel so sure of that, and determined to keep his eye upon the men. He did not think they would openly assault the starosta, but at night one of them might do him an injury, relying upon the difficulty of proving under such circumstances who had been the assailant. The solitary candle that burned in the ward at night was placed well out of reach and protected by a wire frame. It could not, therefore, be extinguished, but the light it gave was so faint that, except when passing just under the beam from which it hung, it would be impossible to identify anyone even at arm's length. Two of those concerned in the attack on Mikhail were the men of whom Luka had been speaking. Bullen, the bandit, muttered and scowled whenever the starosta came near him, and there could be little doubt that had he met him outside the prison walls, he would have shown him no mercy. Koshkin, on the other hand, appeared to cherish no enmity. "I have done wrong, Mikhail," he said, half an hour after he had had his flogging, "and I have been punished for it. It was not your fault. It was mine. These things will happen, you know, and there is no need for malice." And he went about the ward smiling and rubbing his hands as usual, and occasionally singing softly to himself. As Godfrey knew how submissive the Russians are under punishment, he would have thought this perfectly natural, had he not heard from Luka the man's history. That was how, he thought to himself, the scoundrel smiled upon the master and mistress he had resolved to murder. Of the two, I think there was more to be feared from him than from that villain Bullen, who has certainly been civil enough to me since I gave him that thrashing. I will keep my eye on the little fellow. Of necessity, the ward became quiet very soon after night set in. The men talked and smoked for a short time, but in an hour after the candle was lit, the ward was generally perfectly quiet. Godfrey, working as he did indoors, was far less inclined for sleep than either the men who had been working in the forest or those who had been listlessly passing the day in enforced idleness, and he generally lay awake for a long time, either thinking of home and school days, or in meditating over his plans for escape as soon as spring arrived, and he now determined to keep awake still longer. "They are almost all asleep by 7 o'clock, he said to himself. "If any of those fellows intend to do any harm to Mikhail, they will probably do it by 10 or 11. There will be no motive in putting it off longer. And indeed, the ward is quieter then than it is later, for some of them, when they wake, light a pipe and have a smoke, and many do so early in the morning so as to have their smoke before going to work." 5 evenings passed without anything happening, and Godfrey began to think that he had been needlessly anxious, and that Mikhail must understand the ways of his own people better than he did. The 6th evening had also passed off quietly, and when Godfrey thought that it must be nearly 12 o'clock, he was about to pull his blanket up over his ear and settle himself for sleep, when he suddenly caught sight of a stooping figure coming along. It was passing under the candle when he caught sight of it. He did not feel quite sure that his eyes had not deceived him, for it was but a momentary glance he caught of a dark object an inch or two above the level of the feet of the sleepers. Godfrey noiselessly pushed down his blanket, gathered his feet up in readiness for a spring, and grasped one of his shoes, which, as usual, he had placed behind the clothes bag that served as his pillow. Several of the sleepers were snoring loudly, and intently as he listened he heard no footfall. In a few seconds, however, a dark figure arose against the wall at the foot of the bench. It stood there immovable for half a minute, and then leaned over Mikhail, placing one hand on the wall, as if to enable him to stretch as far over as possible without touching the sleeper. Godfrey waited no longer, but brought the shoe down with all his force on the man's head, and then threw himself upon him, pinning him down for a moment upon the top of Mikhail. The latter woke with a shout of surprise, followed by a sharp cry of pain. Godfrey clung to the man, who, as with a great effort he rose, dragged him from the bed, and the two rolled on the ground together. Mikhail's shout had awakened the whole ward, and a sudden din arose. Mikhail leapt from the bench, and as he did so, fell over the struggling figures on the ground. "Get hold of his hands, Mikhail!" Godfrey shouted. "He has got a knife, and I can't hold him." But in the dark, It was some time before the starosta could make out the figures on the floor. Suddenly, Godfrey felt Mikhail's hand on his throat. "That's me!" he gasped. The hand was removed, and a moment later he felt the struggles of his adversary cease, and there was a choking sound. "That is right, Mikhail, but don't kill him," he said. At this moment, the door at the end of the ward opened, and 2 of the guard ran in with lanterns. They shouted orders to the convicts to keep their places on the benches. "This way," Mikhail called. "There has been attempted murder, I believe." The guards came up with the lanterns. "What has happened to him?" one of them said, bending over the man who was lying insensible on the ground. "He is short of wind," Mikhail said. "That is all that ails him. I had to choke him off." "But what is it all about?" "I don't know myself," Mikhail said. "I was asleep when I felt a thump as if a cow had fallen on me. Then I felt a sharp stab on the hip. 2 of them, one after the other. Then the weight was lifted suddenly off, and I jumped up. As I put my feet on the ground, I tumbled over Ivan here, and— Who is it? Hold the lantern close to his face. Ah, Koshkin. What is it, Ivan? Are you hurt?" "He ran his knife pretty deeply into my leg once or twice," Godfrey said. "I got his arms pinned down, but I could not keep him from moving his hands. If we had lain quiet, he would have hurt me seriously, I expect. But we were both struggling, so he only got a chance to give me a dig now and then." "But what is it all about, Ivan? For I don't quite understand yet," Mikhail asked. "I told you, Mikhail, that fellow would do you a mischief. You laughed at me, but I was quite sure that that smiling manner of his was all put on. I have lain awake for the last 5 nights to watch, and tonight I just caught sight of something crawling along at the edge of the bench. He stood up at your feet and leaned over, as I thought then, and I know now, to stab you, but I flung myself on him, and you know the rest of it. Well, you have saved my life, there is no mistake about that." And Mikhail lifted and laid him on the bench. "Now," he said to the guards, "you had better take that fellow out and put him in the guard cell. The cold air will bring him round as soon as you get him out of the room. You had better hold him tight when he does, for he is a slippery customer. When you have locked him up, will one of you go round to the doctor's? This young fellow is bleeding fast, and I fancy I have lost a good deal of blood myself." As soon as the soldiers had left the ward, carrying Koshkin between them, Mikhail called Osip and Luka. "Here," he said, "get the lad's things down from under his iron belt, and try and stop the bleeding till the doctor comes. I feel a bit faint myself, or I would ask no one else to do it." In 10 minutes the doctor arrived. Godfrey had 3 cuts about halfway between the hip and the knee. "They are of no consequence, except for the bleeding," the doctor said. "Has anyone got a piece of cord?" "There is a piece in my bag," Mikhail replied. The doctor took it and made a rough tourniquet above the wounds, then drew the edges together, put in 2 stitches in each, and then strapped them up. Then he attended to Mikhail. "You have had a narrow escape," he said. "The knife has struck on your hip bone and made a nasty gash, and there is another just below it. If the first wound had been 2 inches higher, there would have been nothing to do but to bury you." "Well, this is a nice business," Mikhail said when the doctor had left. "To think of that little villain being so treacherous." "You were right and I was wrong, Ivan, though how you guessed he was up to mischief is more than I can imagine." "Well, you know the fellow's history, Mikhail, and that he had murdered 9 people he had lived among and who trusted him. What could one expect from a villain like that?" "Oh, I know he is a bad one," Mikhail said, "but I did not think he dared take the risk." "I don't suppose he thought there was much risk, Mikhail. If I had been asleep, he would have stabbed you to the heart, and when we found you dead in the morning, who was to know what prisoner had done it?" "Well, it was a lucky thought, my putting you next to me, young fellow. I meant it for your good, not for my own, and now you see it has saved my life." A kind action always gets its reward, Mikhail. Always. Sooner or later. In your case, it has been sooner, you see. Now I shall go off to sleep, for I feel as drowsy as if I had been up for the last 3 nights. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Condemned as a Nihilist, The Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 10. Preparations for Flight. The next morning, Godfrey and Mikhail were, by the doctor's orders, carried to the hospital and placed in a comfortable and well-arranged ward. "You won't have to be here many days," the doctor said when he came round the ward. "I only had you brought here because the air is sweeter and better than it is in that room you were in." An hour later, the governor with the clerk came in. Mikhail was first called upon for his statement, which was written down by the clerk. "Had you any reason for supposing that the man had any special enmity against you?" the governor asked. "Only because of that flogging he had for the row in the ward last week, sir." "Ah, yes, he was one of those who attacked you, then, and was flogged. That accounts for it." Then Godfrey gave his account of what had happened. "Did you observe anything that made you specially watchful?" the governor asked. "I thought perhaps one of them might try to take revenge on Mikhail, sir. 1 or 2 of them were very sullen and surly, and would, I thought, do him harm if they had the chance. But I suspected this man more than the others, because he seemed so unnaturally pleasant. And as I had heard him boasting about the things for which he is here, I thought he was more dangerous than those who grumbled and threatened." The governor nodded. "Yes, he is a thorough-paced villain. You have done very well, young man, and I shall not forget it." 5 days later, there was a stir in front of the hospital, and Mikhail, whose bed was by the side of the window, raised himself on his elbow and looked out. "It is a punishment parade," he said. "I expect they are going to flog Koshkin with the plate. No governor of a prison is allowed to do that until the circumstances of the case have been sent to the governor of the province, and the sentence receives his approval. That is no doubt what has caused the delay. All the prisoners are mustering." Godfrey, who was in the next bed, managed to draw himself onto Mikhail's, and then to sit up so as to look out. The whole of the convicts of that prison, some 800 in number, were drawn up forming 3 sides of a square. In front of them, 4 paces apart, were a line of soldiers with fixed bayonets, while behind was another line. Then Koshkin, stripped to the waist, was brought forward and bound to a thick board having an iron leg, so that when he laid down, the board inclined to an angle of about 30 degrees. On this he was so strapped as to be perfectly immovable. Then a man approached with the dreaded whip and took his place on one side of the criminal. The governor then entered the square. He was attended by all the prison officials. His face was very grave and stern, and he walked along the lines, scrutinizing closely each man as he passed him. Then he took his place in the center of the square and held up his hand. "This man," he said, "has attempted to murder the starosta of his ward, and is for this sentenced to 50 lashes. Let this be a lesson to all here." Then he signaled to the executioner, who brought down his lash with great force upon the bare back of the prisoner. A terrible cry broke from Koshkin. 2 more blows were given, and then the executioner moved to the other side and delivered another 3 blows. In this way, the lashes crossed each other at an angle. Godfrey could look no more, but crawled back onto his own bed. Mikhail continued looking out until the punishment was over. "He has not bled," he said. "He will die." "How do you mean, Mikhail?" "Well, that is how it is, Ivan. It is as the executioner likes, or as he is ordered. He can, according to the way he strikes, cut the flesh or not, each stroke. If it bleeds, the man seldom dies. If it doesn't, there is little chance for him. There are several ways of flogging the prisoner, and his friends generally bribe the executioner. Then he strikes with all his strength, the first blow that is terrible, but it seems to numb the flesh somehow, and afterwards he does not strike so hard, and the prisoner hardly feels the blows. The worst is when he hits softly at first, and then harder and harder. Then the man feels every blow to the end. But they are obliged to hit hard. If not, they get flogged themselves. I saw a case where the executioner had been well bribed, and, therefore, hit gently, and the prisoner was taken down, and he was tied up in his place and got 20 lashes. Years ago, they used the plate at all the prisons. Now they only use it at 3 prisons, where the worst criminals are sent, and this is one of them. A week later, they were both discharged from the hospital and returned to the ward. The first thing they heard on entering it was that Koshkin had died the night before. Godfrey went back to his work in the office. He was doubtful how he should be received in the ward, but he found that, except by Kobylin and 4 or 5 others, he was welcomed quite cordially. "You have done us all a service," Osip said. "There was sure to have been trouble sooner or later, and that flogging will cow these fellows for some time." "This is only the second there has been since I came here. I mean, of course, at this prison. Besides, Mikhail is a good fellow, and we all like him, and everyone would have been sorry if he had been killed." "What is he in for? I never asked before." "Of course, I see that he has the murderer's badge on his back. Do you know how it happened? I never heard him speak of it." "Yes, he told us about it one evening. That was before he became starosta. Some vodka had been smuggled in, and he had more than was good for him, and that opened his lips. He had been a charcoal burner, and having had the good fortune to escape the conscription, he married. She was a pretty girl, and it seems that the son of a rich proprietor had taken a fancy to her, and when the next year's conscription came, he managed by some unfair means to get Mikhail's name put down again on the list. Such things can be done, you know, by a man with influence. Mikhail ran away and took to the woods. He was hunted for 2 or 3 months in vain. Then someone betrayed him, and one morning he woke up in a hut he had built for himself and saw the place was surrounded by soldiers. With the officers was the man who had injured him. Mikhail was mad with fury, and rushing out with the big club he had cut, he stretched the fellow dead on the ground, and served him right. However, of course Mikhail was taken, tried, and condemned. He had killed a noble's son, and 3 weeks later was on his way to Siberia. His wife has followed him, and is living now in a village 2 miles away. Another 6 months, and Mikhail will have served his 10 years, which is the least time a murderer can serve before he gets leave to live outside the prison. He is sure to get it then. His conduct has been always good, and no doubt this affair will count in his favor. His wife came out 2 years after he was sent here. She keeps herself by spinning and helping at a farm. It has been a good thing for Mikhail, for it has kept him straight. If it had not been for that, he would have taken to the woods long ago." "I don't call that a murder," Godfrey said indignantly. "If I had been on the jury, I would never have convicted him. He was treated illegally and had the right to resist." "I don't blame him very much myself," Osip said. "Of course, it would have been wiser to have submitted, and then to have tried to get off serving. But I don't suppose anyone would have listened to him. If it hadn't been a noble he killed, I have no doubt he would have got off." "But you are noble yourself, Osip." "Yes, but that does not give me any marked advantage at present. Of course, it will make a difference when I get out. My friends will send me money, and I shall live at Tobolsk and marry some wealthy gold miner's daughter, and be in the best society. Oh yes, it is an advantage being noble-born, even in Siberia." Godfrey was quite touched with the joy that Luka manifested when, on his return from work, he found him in the ward. "Ah, my master!" he exclaimed with tears in his eyes. "Why did you not tell me that you were watching? I would have kept awake all night, and would have thrown myself on that dog. It would have made no matter if he had killed me. It would not have hurt me so much as it did to see you bleeding." "You must not call me master," Godfrey said, holding out his hand, which the Tartar seized and pressed to his forehead. You and I are friends. There are no masters here." Godfrey learned that every effort had been made by the authorities to discover how Kushkin had obtained the knife, but without success. He must have bribed one of the guards to fetch it in for him, but there was no tracing which had been concerned in the matter. All the prisoners had been searched and their bags examined, but no other weapons had been discovered. Godfrey did not hear a single word of pity for Kushkin, or of regret at his death. Indifference for others was one of the leading characteristics of the prisoners. Although living so long together, they seldom appeared to form a friendship of any kind. Each man lived for and thought only of his own lot. Godfrey observed that it was very seldom that a prisoner shared any dainty he had purchased with another, and it was only when 3 or 4 had clubbed together to get in a ham, a young sucking pig, or some vodka, that they were seen to partake of it together. Some of the prisoners, indeed, scarcely ever exchanged a word with the rest, but moved about in moody silence, paying no attention to what was going on around them. Some again were always quarreling, and seemed to take delight in stirring up others by giving them unpleasant nicknames, or by turning them into ridicule. "I am glad indeed, Mikhail," Godfrey said, as he lay down beside the starosta that night, "that you were not seriously hurt. I only heard today that you had a wife waiting for you outside." "Yes, it is true," Mikhail replied. "I never talk of her. I dare not even let myself think of her. It seems too great a happiness to be true, and something may occur. One never knows." "Ah, Ivan, if it had not been for you, what news would have been taken to her? Think of it, after her long journey out here, after waiting 10 years for me, to hear that it was useless. I tremble like a leaf when I think of it. That night I lay awake all night and cried like a young child, not for myself, you know, but for her. She has taken a cottage already, and is furnishing it with her savings. She is allowed to write to me, you know, once every month. At first it was every 3 months. What happiness it was to me when my first 5 years was up, and she could write once a month. Do you think I shall know her? She will have changed much. I tell myself that always. And I have changed much too, but she will know me. I am sure she will know me. I tremble now at the thought of our meeting, Ivan. But I ought not to talk so. I ought not to speak to you of my happiness. You, who have no friend waiting to see you. I like to hear you talk of your wife, Mikhail. My friends are a long way off indeed, but I hope that I shall see them before very long. You think that you may be parted? Mikhail asked. No, I mean to escape. Ah, lad, Mikhail said kindly, I don't suppose there is ever a prisoner comes here who does not say to himself, I will escape. Every spring there are thousands who take to the woods, and scarce one of these but hopes never to see the inside of a prison again. And yet they come back, every one of them. But there have been escapes, Mikhail. Therefore there is nothing impossible in it. There are 20,000 convicts across the frontier every year, lad. There is not one man makes his escape in 5 years. Well, I mean to be the man this 5 years, Mikhail. I would not try it if I were you. Were you in on a life sentence for murder, or still worse, as a political prisoner, I would say try if you like, for you would have nothing to lose. But you have a good prospect now. I am sure you must have been a political, but now that you have been a wanderer, you are so no longer. You have won the governor's goodwill, and as soon as your time is up, perhaps before, you will be allowed to live outside the prison. If you go away in the spring, you will, when you return as winter comes on, forfeit all this and have to begin again. When you come out, there will be my little hut ready for you, and such a welcome from my wife and me that you will forget how small and rough it is, and there you will live with us till your 5 years are up, and you can go anywhere you like in Siberia. I thank you sincerely, Mikhail, and I should, I am sure, be as happy as an exile could be with you and your faithful wife. But if I have to try afresh every year for 20 years, I will break out and strive to escape. You know that I am English by my mother's side. I can tell you now that I am altogether English, and I will gain England or die. At any rate, if it is to be done, I will do it. I have health and strength and determination. I have learnt all that there is to be learnt as to the difficulties of the journey. I have more to gain, more to strive for than other prisoners. Even if they escape, they cannot return home. They must still be exiled from Russia, must earn their bread among strangers as they are earning it here. I have a home awaiting me, a father, mother, and sisters, to whom I shall come back as one from the grave. Why, man, the difficulties are nothing in comparison to the reward. A journey across Asia is as nothing to the journeys many of my countrymen have made across Africa. Here there is no fear of fever, or savage tribes, or savage beasts. It is in comparison a mere pleasure excursion. I may not succeed next time, just as I did not succeed last year, but succeed in the end I will. I believe you, Mikhail said earnestly, infected by Godfrey's enthusiasm. Did you not overthrow, as if he were a babe, Kobylin, whom everyone else feared? Yes, if anyone can do it, you can. At last the long winter was over. The thaw came, and the work at the mine was renewed. Godfrey was afraid that he might be still kept in the office, and he spoke to Mikhail on the subject. The latter spoke to one of the officials, and told him that the prisoner Ivan Holstov petitioned that he might be again put to work on the mine instead of being kept in the office, as he felt his health suffering from the confinement. 2 days later, Godfrey was called into the governor's room. I hear that you have asked to go to the mine again, lad. Yes, sir. I like active work better than sitting indoors all day. The colonel looked at him keenly. You are doing well here, lad. It will be a pity to have to begin over again. I can guess what is in your thoughts. Think it over, lad. Don't do anything rash. But if, and he hesitated, if you are headstrong and foolish, remember, you will be better off here than elsewhere, and that I am never very hard on runaways. That will do. You will go out again with the gang tomorrow. Thank you, sir, Godfrey said earnestly, and with a bow returned to his work at the desk in the next room. On the following day, work at the mine was resumed. Godfrey at once began his preparations for his flight, and as a first step managed to conceal under a lump of rock a heavy hammer and a pick used in the work. He had already laid in a stock of 12 boxes of matches. The next evening he said to Mikhail when they had lain down for the night, Now, Mikhail, I want you to help me. So you really mean to go? Yes, my mind is quite made up. I want you to get me in some things from outside. I will get you anything if you will tell me what you want. I want most of all 2 long knives. Yes, knives are useful, Mikhail said, but they are awkward things to get. I dare not ask any of the people who trade here to get such a thing. Ah, I know what I will do. I am losing my head. I will steal you 2 from the kitchen. But that must be done the last thing, for if knives were missed, there would be a great search for them. What is the next thing? I should like a coil of 30 or 40 yards of fine rope and some string. They are always useful things to have. That is so, the convict assented. Then I shall want some thread and needles. There is no difficulty about that. I can buy them for you at the gate. I don't know what excuse to make to get you the rope, but I will think of something. I don't think there is anything else, except that I should like these 20 rubles changed into kopecks. The man nodded. When will you try? Tomorrow. It is dark now by the time we leave off work. It will be easy to slip away then. Luka is going with me. That is good, Mikhail said. He will be very useful. He is a good little fellow, and he will be faithful to you. You had better keep steadily west and give yourself up at Irkutsk. It is a rough road working round by the north of Lake Baikal, but you had better take that way. It is safer than by the south. But no doubt, if you are careful, you might go that way too. Then the summer after, if you can get away again, you can give up at Tomsk. Once fairly away from here, there is no fear of your being overtaken. They never take the trouble to hunt the woods far. They know it is of no use. Remember, as long as you don't go too far from the road, you will light upon cottages and little farmhouses where you can get something to eat. But if you go too far into the woods, you may starve. There will be no berries except strawberries yet, and strawberries are not much use to keep life together when you are traveling. Oh, by the by, there is one more thing I want you to get for me if possible, and that is fish hooks and line. That is difficult, Mikhail said. However, a ruble or 2 will go a long way. But you must put off your start for another 2 or 3 days. The rope and the hooks will need time to get. It was indeed the 4th evening before Mikhail told Godfrey that he had got everything except the knives. I will manage to get these in the morning, he said, when I go into the kitchen and see about breakfast. If I were you, I would put on those 2 spare shirts over the one you wear, and take your 3 spare pairs of stockings. Of course you will wind the rope around your waist. I suppose you will buy bread from the others. There are always plenty ready to sell. You had better take enough for 2 or 3 days. Cut it in slices. Put them inside your upper shirt with the other things you take. Your belt will keep them safe. Don't try to slip away unless you see a really good opportunity. It is of no use being shot at. Besides, with those irons on your legs, they would soon overtake you. Better put it off for another time than to run any risk. Godfrey at once informed Luca that they were to try to escape on the following evening, told him to put on his spare shirts at night, gave him the matches, and told him to stow away in the morning as much bread as he could carry. The young Tartar made no reply beyond a pleasant nod. His confidence in his companion was unbounded. The next morning, while eating their breakfasts by the dim light of a candle, Mikhail passed close to Godfrey and slipped 2 long knives into his hand. These he hid instantly inside his shirt. I have got the bread, Mikhail said. It was better for me to buy it than you. I have put it under your bag. As it was quite dark in the corner of the room, Godfrey had no difficulty in cutting up the hunks of bread and concealing them without observation. Mikhail strolled up while he was so engaged. Godfrey had already given him money for the various purchases, and he now pressed 100-ruble note into his hand and said, Now, Mikhail, you must take this from me. It is not a present to you, but to your brave wife. When you get out, you will want to do your share towards making the house she has got for you comfortable. Till you get your free ticket, you will still be working in the mines like the others, and though you will get the same pay as free laborers then, it will be some time before you can lay much by. When your term is over, you will want to take up a piece of land and farm, and you must have money for this until your crops grow. I will not take it, the man said huskily. It is 100 rubles. I would not rob you. You will want every kopeck you have. The money would be a curse to me. I have 500 still left, Mikhail, which will be ample for me. You will grieve me if you refuse to take it. It will be pleasant to me, whether I am taken again or whether I escape, to think that I have made one home happier for my stay here, and that you and your brave wife, in your comfortable home, think sometimes of the young fellow you were kind to. If you wish it, I will take it, Mikhail said. Fyodora and I will pray before the icon to the saints morning and night to protect you wherever you may be. Pray for me as Godfrey Bullen, Mikhail. That is my real name. I am English, and it is to England I shall make my way. Godfrey Bullen, the man repeated 4 or 5 times over. I shall not forget it. Fyodora and I will teach it to our children if the good God should send us any. I should like to let you know if I get safely home, Godfrey said. How can I write to you? I can receive letters when I am out of prison, Mikhail said. You know my name, Mikhail Stomov. Put Karov. That is the name of the village my wife lives at. Karov, near Kara. If the letter does not come until my term is over, and I have left, I will leave word there where it can be forwarded to me. I hope that you will get it long before that, Mikhail. The journey is too long to do in one summer. I shall winter somewhere in the north, and I hope to be in England by the following autumn. Therefore, if I have got safely away, you may look for a letter before the Christmas after next. If it does not come by that time, you will know that I have failed in my first attempt, and then you will, I hope, get one a year later. I shall, of course, be careful what I say, in case it should be opened and read. There will be nothing in it about your knowing that I intended to escape. We shall look for it, Godfrey Bullen. We shall look for it always, and pray the good God to send it to us. The next morning, when Godfrey rose, he wrung Mikhail's hand warmly. God bless you, the starosta said with tears in his eyes. I shall not come near you again. They would see that something was strange with me, and when you were missing, would guess that I knew you were going. May all the saints preserve you. Before they formed up to march to their work, Godfrey shook hands with his friend Osip. I am going to try on our way back tonight, he said. Goodbye, and good luck to you, Osip replied. I would go with you if I was in for life, but I have lost 2 years already by running away, and I dare not try again. During the day, Godfrey observed very carefully the spot where he had hidden the tools, so that he might be able to find it in the dark, piling 3 small stones, one on the top of the other, by the roadside at the point nearest to it. When work was over, he managed to fall in with Luka at the rear of the line. A Cossack marched alongside of him. 5 rubles, Godfrey whispered, if you will let us drop behind. 5 rubles was a large sum to the soldier. The life of the guards was really harder than that of the prisoners, except that they did no work, for they had to mount guard at night when the convicts slept, and their rations were much more scanty than those given to the working convicts, and they were accustomed to eke out their scanty pay by taking small bribes for winking at various infractions of the prison rules. The Cossack at once held out his hand. Godfrey slipped 5-ruble notes into it. They kept on till they reached a wood, where, beneath the shadow of the trees, it was already perfectly dark. The Cossack had stepped forward 2 or 3 paces, and was walking by the next couple. Now, Luka, Godfrey said, and the 2 sprang off the path among the trees. They waited 2 or 3 minutes, then returned to the road and hurried back to the mine. They had been the last party to start for the prison, and the place was quite deserted. It took them fully half an hour to find the tools. The rings round their ankles were sufficiently loose to enable the pick to be inserted between them and the leg, thrusting it in as far as it would go under the rivet. It was comparatively easy work to break off the head with the hammer. In 10 minutes both were free. Leaving the chains and tools behind them, they made their way out of the cutting and struck across the country, and in an hour entered the forest. It was too dark here to permit them to proceed further. They lay down and slept until day began to break, and then continued their way up the rising ground until, after 4 hours' walking, they were well among the mountains. They found an open space by the side of a rivulet, where the wild strawberries grew thickly, and here they sat down and enjoyed a hearty meal of bread and strawberries. Now we have got to keep along on this side of that range of mountains in front of us till we get to Lake Baikal, Godfrey said. We will push on for a day or 2, and then we must find some cottages and get rid of these clothes. What we want above all things, Luka, are guns. Yes, or bows and arrows, Luka said. It would be as difficult to get them as guns. They don't use them in these parts, Luka. I can make them, Luka said. Not as good as the Ostrak's bows, but good enough to kill with. That is satisfactory, Luka. If I can get hold of a gun, and you can make a bow and arrows, we shall do very well. For 4 days they continued their journey through the forest, gathering much fruit, chiefly strawberries and raspberries, and eating sparingly of their bread. At night they lit fires, for the evenings were still cold, and slept soundly beside them. On the 5th morning, Godfrey said, We must turn south now, Luka. Our bread won't last more than 2 days at the outside, and we must lay in a fresh supply. We have kept as near west as we could, and we know by the mountains that we cannot be far wrong. Still, it may take us some time to find a village." To Godfrey's satisfaction, they arrived at the edge of the forest early in the afternoon. "We cannot be very far from Nerchinsk," he said. "We must be careful here, for there are lots of mines in the neighborhood." After walking for another 3 or 4 hours, several large buildings were seen among the trees in the valley, and these, it was certain, belonged to one or other of the mines. When it became dark, they descended still further and kept down until they came upon a road. This they followed until about midnight they came upon a small village. They found, as they had hoped, bread and other provisions upon several of the window sills, and thankfully stowing these away, again struck off to the hills. "This is capital," Godfrey said, as after getting well into the forest they lighted a fire, threw themselves down beside it, and made a hearty meal. "If we could rely upon doing as well as this always, I should not mind how long our journey lasted. It is glorious to be out of these woods after that close prison." The Tartar nodded. The closeness of the air and the prison never troubled him, but he was quite ready to agree to anything that Godfrey might say. "Good in summer," he said, "but not very good in winter." "No, I expect not. But we shall have to make the best of it, Luca, for it is quite certain that we shall have to spend the winter out somewhere." "We will make skin coats and keep ourselves warm," Luca said confidently. "Make a good hut." "Yes, that part of the thing seems simple enough," Godfrey agreed. "The difficulty will be in feeding ourselves. But we need not bother about that now. Well, we had better go off to sleep, Luca. We have been tramping fully 18 hours, and I feel as tired as a dog." In a few minutes they were fast asleep, but they were on their feet again at daybreak, and journeyed steadily for the next 3 days, always keeping near the edge of the forest. On the 4th day they saw a small farmhouse lying not far from the edge of the wood. "Here is the place that we have been looking for the last week," Godfrey said. "This is where we must manage to get close. The question is, how many men are there? Not above 2 or 3, I should say. But anyhow, we must risk it." They waited until they saw lights in the cottage, and guessed that the family had all returned from their work. "Now then, Luca, come along. You must look fierce, you know, and try to frighten them a bit. But mind, if they refuse and show fight, we must go away without hurting them." Luca looked up in surprise. "Why that?" he asked. "You could beat that pig Kobylin as if he were a child. Why not beat them and make them give?" "Because I am not going to turn robber, Luca. I know some of the runaways do turn robbers and murder peasants and travelers. You know, some of the men in the prison boasted of what they had done, but that is not our way. We are honest men, though we have been shut up in prison. I am willing to pay for what I want as long as I have money. After that we shall see about it. If these people won't sell, we shall find others that will." They went quietly up to the house, lifted the latch and walked in, holding their long knives in their hands. 2 men were seated at the table. 3 women and several children were near the fire. There was a general exclamation of alarm as the 2 convicts entered. "Do not fear," Godfrey said loudly. "We do not wish to rob anyone. We are not bandits. We are ready to pay for what we require, but that we must have." The men were both convicts who had long since served out their time. "What do you want?" one of them asked. "We want clothes. You need not be afraid of selling them to us. If we were captured tomorrow, which we don't mean to be, we will swear to you that we will not say where we obtained them. We are ready to pay the full value. Why should you not make an honest deal, instead of forcing us to take life?" "We will sell them to you," one of the men said, after speaking a few words in a low tone to the other, and then rising to his feet. "Sit down," Godfrey said sternly. "We want no tricks. Tell the women to fetch in the clothes." The man, seeing that Godfrey was determined, abandoned his intention of seizing a club and making a fight for it, and told one of the women to fetch some clothes down. She returned in a minute or two with a large bundle. "Pick out 2 suits, Luca, one for you and one for me." Luca was making a careful choice when Godfrey said, "Don't pick out the best, Luca. I don't want Sunday clothes, but just strong, serviceable suits. They will be none the worse for a patch or 2. Now," he said to the men, "name a fair price for those clothes that I will pay you." The peasants had not in the slightest degree believed that the convicts were going to pay them, and their faces lighted up. They hesitated as to the price. "Come, I will give you 10 rubles. I am sure that is more than they are worth to you now." "Very well," the man said. "I am contented." Godfrey placed a 10-ruble note upon the table. "Now," he said, "we want a couple of hats." 2 fairly good ones were brought down. "Is there nothing else?" the man asked, ready enough to sell now that he saw that he was to be paid fair prices. "We want some meat and bread, 10 pounds of each if you have got it." "We have a pig we salted down the other day," the man said. "We have no bread. We are going to bake tomorrow morning, but you could have 10 pounds of flour." "That will do. We want a small frying pan, a kettle, and 2 tin mugs. Have you got any tea in the house?" "I have got about a pound." "We will take it all. We can't bother ourselves about sugar, Luca. We must do without that. Every pound tells." "We have brought plenty of tobacco with us to last some time. Have you got a gun?" he asked the man suddenly. "Yes," he said, "we have got 2. The wolves are troublesome sometimes in winter." "Fetch the guns, Elizabeth." The guns were brought down. One was a double barrel of German make, the other a long single barrel. "How much do you want for this?" he said, taking up the former. "I don't use it much," the man said. "1 will be enough for me." "I will take 50 rubles." "No, no," Godfrey said. "You value your goods too high. Money is not as plentiful with me as all that. I can't go higher than 20 rubles." And he laid the gun down again. "I will take 30, the man said. After a good deal bargaining, Godfrey obtained the gun, a flask of powder, and a bag of bullets and shot for 25 rubles. Then he paid for the other goods he had purchased. Luca made them into a bundle and lifted them all onto his shoulder. Then, saying goodbye to the peasants, they again started for the forest. "We are set up now, Luca." "Yes, indeed," the Tartar replied. "We could journey anywhere now. We want but 2 or 3 blankets and some furs, and we could travel to Moscow." "Yes, if we had one more thing, Luca." "What is that?" "Passports." "Yes, we should want those, but I dare say we could do without them." They enjoyed their suppers greatly that night, frying some pork and then some dough cakes in the fat, and washing it down with numerous cups of tea. "The next thing will be for you to make a bow and arrows, Luca. I did not buy the other gun for 2 reasons. In the first place, because we could not afford it, and in the second, because you said you liked a bow best." Luca nodded. "I never shot with a gun," he said. "A bow is just as good and makes no noise." "That is true enough, Luca. Well, I shall be a good deal more comfortable when we leave those convicts' clothes behind us. Of course, we shall be just as liable to be seized and shut up as vagabonds when we cannot produce papers, as if we were in our convict suits. But there is something disgusting in being dressed up in clothing that tells everyone you are a murderer or a robber, and to know there is that patch between one's shoulders." Luca was quite indifferent to any sentimental considerations. Still, he admitted that it was an advantage to get rid of the convict garb. In the morning, they put on the peasant's clothes. As Godfrey was about the same size as the man whose garments he had got, the things fitted him fairly. Luca's were a good deal too large for him, but as the Russian peasants' clothes always fit them loosely, this mattered little. The other things were divided into 2 bundles of equal weight. Luca would willingly have carried the whole, pointing out that Godfrey had the gun and ammunition, but the latter said, "If you take the frying pan and kettle, and the 2 tin mugs, that will make matters even, Luca." The 2 convict suits were left at the foot of the tree where they had slept. Godfrey first thought of throwing them onto the fire, but changed his mind, saying, Some poor beggar whose clothes are worn out may come upon them and be glad of them some time during the summer. We may just as well let them lie here. Now, Luca, we must walk in good earnest. We ought to be able to make 35 miles a day over a tolerably level country, and at that rate we shall be a long way off before winter. The forest abounded with squirrels. Although Luca assured him that they were excellent eating, Godfrey could not bring himself to shoot at the pretty creatures. "It would be a waste of powder and shot, Luca," he said. "We have plenty of meat to go on with at present. When it is gone, it will be time enough to begin to think of shooting game. Besides, there are numbers of mines about this country, and the sound of a gun might bring out the Cossacks." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Condemned as a Nihilist, The Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 11. Afloat. It was a pleasant journey through the forest, with its thick and varied foliage that afforded a shade from the sun's rays, with patches of open ground here and there bright with flowers. Godfrey had enjoyed it at first, but he enjoyed it still more after he had got rid of the convict badge. He had now no fear of meeting anyone in the woods except charcoal burners or woodmen, or escaped convicts like themselves. By such they would not be suspected of being aught but what they seemed, two peasants, unless indeed a hat should fall off. The first night after leaving the prison, Godfrey had done his best to obliterate the convict brand by singeing it off as he had done before. Each day the air grew warmer, and they could pick, as they walked, any quantity of raspberries and whortleberries. Luca always filled the kettle at each streamlet they came to, as they could never tell how long they would be before they arrived at another, and the supply rendered them independent, and enabled them to camp whenever they took a fancy to a spot. They walked steadily from sunrise to sunset, and as they went at a good pace, Godfrey was sure that they were doing fully the 35 miles a day he had calculated on. Although Sundays had not been observed at the prison, and the work went on those days as on others, Godfrey had not lost count, and knew that it was on a Monday evening that they had broken out, and each Sunday was used as a day of rest. "We are traveling at a good pace, Luca," he said, "and 35 miles a day, 6 days a week is quite enough. So on Sundays, we will always choose a good camping ground by a stream, wash our clothes, and rest." They had little trouble about provisions. At lonely houses they could always obtain them, and there they were received very hospitably, the peasants often refusing absolutely to accept money, or at any rate giving freely of all the articles they themselves raised, and taking pay only for tea and sugar, which they themselves had to purchase. When no such places could be met with, they went down to villages at night, and never failed to find bread and cakes on the windowsills, though it was not often that meat was there, for the peasants themselves obtained it but seldom. Godfrey had no fear of his money running short for a long time. The 600 rubles with which he arrived at Kara had been increased by his earnings during the 9 months he had been there. He had spent but a few kopecks a week for tea and tobacco, and his pay while he had been a clerk was a good deal larger than while he had been working in the mine. Luca, too, had saved every kopeck he had received from the day when Godfrey told him that he would take him with him when he ran away. He had even given up smoking, and was with difficulty persuaded by Godfrey to take some tobacco occasionally from him. Between them and the 9 months they had laid by nearly 100 rubles, and had therefore, after deducting the money given by Godfrey to Mikhail, and that paid for the gun and clothes, over 500 rubles for their journey. They were glad indeed when at last they saw the broad sheet of Lake Baikal. They had for some time been bearing to the north of west, and struck the lake some 20 miles from its head. There were a good many small settlements round the lake, a good deal of fishing being carried on upon it, although the work was dangerous, for terrible storms frequently swept down from the northern mountains and sent the boats flying into port. The lake is one of the deepest in the world, soundings in many places being over 5,000 feet. Many rivers run into the lake, the only outflow being by the Angara. Baikal is peculiar as being the only freshwater lake in the world where seals are found, about 2,000 being killed annually. The shores are in most places extremely steep, precipices rising 1,000 feet sheer up from the edge of the water, with soundings of 150 fathoms a few yards from their feet. Fish abound in the lake, and sturgeon of large size are captured there. Godfrey knew that there were guard houses with Cossacks on the road between the northern point of water and the steep mountains that rise almost directly from it. He had specially studied the geography of this region, and knew that, after passing round the head of the lake, there was a track across the hills by which they would, after traveling 150 miles, strike the main road from Irkutsk to Yakutsk, near the town of Kyrensk, on the river Lena. From Kyrensk, it would be but little more than 100 miles to the nearest point on the Angara, which is one of the principal branches of the Yenisei. To gain this river would be a great point. The Lena, which was even nearer to the head of Lake Baikal, also flowed into the Arctic Sea, but its course was almost due north, and it would be absolutely hopeless to endeavor to traverse the whole of the north coast of Siberia. The Angara and the Yenisei, on the other hand, flowed northwest and fell into the Arctic Sea near the western boundary of Siberia, and when they reached that point, they would be but a short distance from Russia. It seemed to him that the only chance was by keeping by a river. In the great ranges of mountains in the north of Siberia, there would be no means of obtaining food, and to cross such a district would be certain death. By the rivers, on the other hand, there would at least be no fear of losing their way. The journey could be shortened by using a canoe if they could obtain one, and if not, a raft. They would often find little native villages or huts by the banks, and would be able to obtain fish from them. Besides, they could themselves catch fish, and might possibly even winter in some native village. For all these reasons, he had determined on making for the Angara. Buying a stock of dried fish at a little fishing village on the lake, they walked to within a mile of its head. There they slept for the night, and started an hour before daybreak, passed the Cossack guard-house unseen just as the daylight was stealing over the sky, and then went along merrily. The road was not much used, the great stream of traffic passing across Lake Baikal, but was in fair condition, and they made good progress along it. Long before that, Luka had, after several attempts, made a bow to his satisfaction. It was formed of 3 or 4 strips of tough wood firmly bound together with waxed twine, they having procured the string and the wax at a farmhouse on the way. There was one advantage in taking this unfrequented route. The road between Irkutsk and Tomsk was, as Godfrey had learned on his outward journey, frequented by bands of brigands who had no hesitation in killing as well as plundering wayfarers. Here they were only likely to fall in with convicts who had escaped from Irkutsk or from convoys along the road, and were for the most part perfectly harmless, seeking only to spend a summer holiday in freedom, and knowing that when winter came on, they would have to surrender themselves. Of such men Godfrey had no fear. His gun and his companion's bow and arrows rendered them too formidable to be meddled with, and until they came down upon the main road, there was no chance of their meeting police officers or Cossacks. No villages were passed on the journey, and Godfrey, therefore, had no longer any hesitation in shooting the squirrels that frisked about among the trees. He found them, as Luka had said, excellent eating, although it required 3 or 4 of them to furnish anything like a meal. He soon, however, gave over shooting, for he found that Luka was at least as certain with his bow as he was with the gun, with the advantage that the blunt arrow did not spoil the skins. These, as Luca told him, were valuable, and they would be able to exchange them for food, the Siberian squirrel furnishing a highly priced fur. Each day Luca brought down at least a dozen of these little creatures, and these, with their dried fish and cakes made of flour, afforded them excellent food on their way. After 4 days walking across a lofty plateau, they descended into a cultivated valley, and before them rose the cupolas of Kyrynsk, while along the valley flowed the Lena, as yet but a small river, although it would become a mighty flood before it reached the sea, nearly 4,000 miles away. It would have to be crossed at Kyrynsk, and they sat down and held a long council as to how they had best get through the town. They agreed that it must be done at night, for in the daytime they certainly would have to produce passports. There will not be much chance of meeting a Cossack or a policeman at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, Luca, and if there were any about, we ought to be able to get past them in the dark. If one stops us, I can settle him, Luca said, tapping his knife. No, Luca, we won't have any bloodshed if we can help it, though I do not mean to be taken. If a fellow should stop us and ask any questions, and try to arrest us, I will knock him down, and then we will make a bolt for it. There is no moon now, and it will be dark as pitch, so that if we kick out his lantern, he would be unable to follow us. If he does, you let fly one of your blunted arrows at him. That will hit him quite hard enough, though it won't do him any serious damage. Of course, if there are several of them, we must fight in earnest, but it is very unlikely we shall meet with even 2 men together at that time of night. Accordingly, they went in among some trees and lay down, and did not move until they heard the church bells of the distant town strike 12. Then they resumed their journey, keeping with difficulty along the road. Once in the valley, it became broader and better kept. At last they approached the bridge. Godfrey had had some fear that there might be a sentry posted here, and was pleased to find it entirely deserted. We will take off our shoes here, Luca, tie them with a piece of string, and hang them round our necks. We shall go noiselessly through the town then, while if we go clattering along in those heavy shoes, every policeman there may be in the streets will be on the lookout to see who we are. They passed, however, through the town without meeting either policeman or soldier. The streets were absolutely deserted, and the whole population seemed to be asleep. Once through the town, they put on their shoes again, followed the road for a short distance, and then lay down under some trees to wait for daylight. Now that they were in the country, they had no fear of being asked for passports, and it was not until the sun was well up that they continued their journey. 4 miles farther, they came upon a village, and went boldly into a small shop and purchased flour, tea, and such articles as they required. Just as they came out, the village policeman came along. "Where do you come from?" he asked. "I don't ask you where you come from," Godfrey replied. "We are quiet men and hunters. We pay for what we get, and harm no one who does not interfere with us. See, we have skins for sale, if there is anyone in the village who will buy them." "The man at the spirit shop at the end of the village will buy them," the policeman said. "He gives a ruble a dozen for them." "Thank you," and with a Russian salutation they walked on. "Of course he suspects what we are," Godfrey said to his companion. But there was no fear of his being too inquisitive. The authorities do not really care to arrest the wanderers during the summer months, as they know they will get them all when winter comes on. Besides, in these villages, all the people sympathize with us, and as we are armed, and not likely to be taken without a fight, it is not probable that one man would care to venture his life in such a matter. On arrival at the spirit shop, they went in. "The policeman tells us you buy skins at a ruble for a dozen. We have 10 dozen. "Are they good and uninjured?" the man asked. "They are. There is not a hole in any of them." The man looked through them carefully. "I will buy them," he said. "Do you want money, or will you take some of it in vodka?" "We want money. We do not drink in summer when we are hunting." The man handed over 10-ruble notes, and they passed out. A minute later the policeman strolled in. "Wanderers?" he said with a wink. The vodka seller shrugged his shoulders. "I did not ask them," he said. "They came to me with a good recommendation, for they told me that you had sent them here. So after that it was not for me to question them." "I told them you bought skins," the policeman said. "They seemed well-spoken fellows. The one with the bow was a Tartar or an Ozjak, I should say. He may have been a Yakut, but I don't think so. However, it matters little to me. If there was anything wrong, they ought to have questioned them at Khyrensk. They have got soldiers there. Why should I interfere with civil people, especially when one has a gun and the other arrows?" "That was just my opinion," the other said. "Well, here is a glass of vodka, and I will take one with you. They are good skins, all shot with a blunt arrow." Godfrey and his companion now took matters easily. There was no motive for hurrying, and they devoted themselves seriously to the chase. "We must have skins for the winter," Lucas said. "I can dress and sew them. The squirrels are plentiful here, and if we set snares, we may catch some foxes. We shall want some to make a complete suit with caps for each of us, and skins to form bags for sleeping in. But these last we can buy on the way. The hunters in summer bring vast quantities of skins down to the rivers to be taken up to Krasnoyarsk by steamer, and you can get elk skins for a ruble or two, which will do for sleeping bags, but they are too thick for clothing unless they are very well prepared. At any rate, we will get as many squirrel skins as we can, both for clothes, and to exchange for commoner skins and high boots." It was 3 weeks after they had left Khyrensk before they struck the Angara, near Karlanchinskoye. They had traversed a distance, as the crow flies, of some 800 miles since leaving Kara, but by the route they had traveled it was at least half as far again, and they had been little over 10 weeks on the journey. Luca had assured Godfrey that they would have no difficulty in obtaining a boat. "Everywhere there are fishing people on the rivers," he said. "There are Tunguses. They are all over Siberia. There are the Ozjaks on all the rivers. There are my own people, but they are more to the south, near Minushinsk, and from there to Kazan, and seldom come far north. In summer, everyone fishes or hunts. I could make you a boat with 2 or 3 skins of bullocks or horses or elk. It only needs these and a framework of wood. But we can buy one for 3 or 4 rubles, a good one. We want one strong and large and light, for the river is terribly swift. There are places where it runs nearly as fast as a horse can gallop." "Certainly we will get a good-sized one, Luca. If the river runs so swiftly, we shall have no paddling to do, and therefore it will not matter at all about her being fast. Besides, we shall want to carry a good load. We will not land oftener than we can help, and can sleep on board. And it will be much more comfortable to have a boat that one can move about in without being afraid of capsizing her. Whatever it costs, let us get a good boat." "We will get one," Lucas said confidently. "We shall find Ozjak's huts all along the banks, and at any of these, if they have not a boat that will suit us, they will make us one in 2 or 3 days." Avoiding the town and passing through the villages at night, they kept along down the river bank for 4 days. The river was as wide as the Thames at Greenwich, with a very rapid current. They saw in some of the quiet reaches fishing boats at work, some with nets, others with lines, and at night saw them spearing salmon and sturgeon by torchlight. Across the river, they made out several of the yurts, or summer tents, of the Ozjaks, but it was not until the 4th day that they came upon a group of 7 or 8 of these tents on the river bank. The men were all away fishing, but the women came out to look at the strangers. As Lucas spoke their dialect, he had no difficulty in opening the conversation with them. He told them that he and his companion wanted to go down the river to Yeniseisk and wished to buy a boat, a good one. The women said that some of the men would be in that evening, and that the matter could be arranged. "They will be glad to sell us a boat," Luca said to Godfrey. "They are very poor, the Ostraks. They have nothing but their tents, their boats, and their clothes. They live on the fish they catch. But fish are so plentiful, they can scarce get anything for them. So they are very glad when they can sell anything for money." The Ostrak men arrived just before it became dark. They wore high, flat-topped fur caps, a dress something like a long, loose blouse, and trousers of fine leather tucked into boots that came up to the knee. Most of them had bows and arrows in addition to their fishing gear. Godfrey felt no uneasiness among these men, as he would have done among the Buriats in the east, for they were now at a distance from any convict settlements, and these people would know nothing about the rewards offered to the natives in the neighborhood of the mines for the arrest of prisoners. A present of some tobacco, of which Godfrey had laid in a large stock, put the Ostraks into an excellent temper. Fish were boiling over the fire when they returned, and the two travelers joined them at their meal. After this was over and pipes lighted, the subject of the boat was discussed. The Ostraks were perfectly ready to trade. They said they would sell any of their 6 boats for 3 rubles, and that if they did not think any of these large enough, they would build them a larger one in 3 days for 6 rubles. Godfrey had exchanged 20 rubles for kopecks at the first village they had passed after reaching the river, as he knew that notes would be of no use among the native tribes, and without bargaining, he accepted the offer they made. After passing the night, stretched by the fire, they went down with the men in the morning to inspect the boats. They were larger than he had expected to find them, as the fishing population often shift their quarters by the river and travel in boats, taking their family, tent, and implements with them. "What do you think, Luca?" "They are large enough," Luca said, "but they are not in very good condition. I should say that farthest one would do very well. But let us have a look at the state of the skins." The boat was hauled ashore and carefully examined. 3 or 4 of the skins were found to be old and rotten. The rest had evidently been renewed from time to time. "We will take this if you will put in 4 good skins," Luca said to the owner. "It will be 6 rubles if we put in fresh skins," the Ostrak said. "We will put in good skins and grease all the boat, and then it will be the same as new. The other skins were all new last year." "No," Luca said. "You said you would build a whole boat larger than this for 6 rubles." The men talked together. "We will do it for 5 rubles," they said at last, and Luca at once agreed to the terms. There was no time lost. The Ostraks ordered the women to set about it at once, and leaving the matter in their hands, went off to their fishing. Godfrey asked them to take him with them, leaving Luca to see to the repairs of the boat. The fishing implements were of the roughest kind. The hooks were formed of fish bones, bound together by fine gut. The lines were twisted strips of skin, strong gut attaching the hook to these lines. The bait was small pieces of fat, varied by strips of fish with the skin on them. Clumsy as the appliances were, jack, tench, and other fish were caught in considerable numbers, and among them 2 or 3 good-sized salmon. The nets were of coarse mesh, made of hemp, which grows wild in many parts of Siberia. They were some 10 feet in depth and some 20 yards long. The upper ends were supported by floats made of bladders, and the whole anchored across the stream by ropes at the extremities, fastened to heavy stones. In these nets, a considerable quantity of fish were taken. The fishing was over early, for there had been a good supply taken on the previous day, and as at this time of year they would not keep, it was useless obtaining more. When they reached shore, the common sorts of fish were thrown to the dogs, a dozen of the best picked out, and with these 2 of the men started at once for the nearest village, where they would be sold for a few kopecks. The rest were handed over to the women, while the men proceeded to throw themselves down by the fire and smoke. Godfrey went to see how the women were getting on with the boat. They had already made a great deal of progress. The skins, which had been chosen by Luca from a pile in the hut, were already prepared by having fat rubbed into them. The hair was left on them, as that would come inside. The bad skins had been taken off, the others cut to fit, and now only required sewing into their places. As a matter of course, Godfrey and Luca took their meals with the Ozjaks and greatly enjoyed the change of diet. They gladdened the hearts of their hosts by producing a packet of tea, of which a handful was poured into a pot of water boiling over the fire. The liquor was drunk with delight by the Ozjak men and women, but Godfrey could not touch it, for some of the fish had already been boiled in the water, which the Ozjaks had not thought it necessary to change. At night he went out again with them in the boats for a short time to see them spear salmon. A man holding a large torch made of strips of resinous wood stood in the bow of the boat, and on either side of him stood an Ozjak holding a long barbed spear. In a short time there were swirls on the surface of the river. These increased till the water round the boat seemed to boil. The Ozjaks were soon at work, and in half an hour 20 fine salmon were lying in the bottom of the boat. And then, having caught as much as there was any chance of selling the natives, they returned to their yurts. The next morning the work on the boat was resumed, and as all the women assisted, it was finished in a very short time. Then melted fat was poured into the seams, and the whole boat vigorously rubbed with the same. By 12 o'clock it was finished. Then there was a little fresh bargaining for 2 salmon spears, a supply of torches, 6 common fox skins, and 3 large hides for stretching over the boat at night. Some of the lines and fish hooks were also bought, and a few fish for present consumption. Then Godfrey and Luca took their places in the boat, and bidding farewell to the Ozjaks, paddled out into stream. The boat was some 20 feet long and 6 feet wide in the center. It was almost flat-bottomed, and drew but 2 or 3 inches of water. A flat stone had been placed on a layer of clay in the bottom, and they had taken with them a bundle of firewood. Godfrey was in the highest spirits. It was true that the real dangers of the journey had not yet begun, but so far everything had gone very much better than he had anticipated. He had not thought there would be any chance of recapture, for he knew that unless they came into the towns, the Russians took no trouble about the escaped convicts. All the convicts with whom he had spoken had agreed that there was little trouble in sustaining life in the forest during summer, for that even if they could not obtain food from the peasants, they had only to carry off the sheep at night from the folds. "That is why the peasants are so ready to give," one said. "I don't say that they are not sorry for us, but the real reason is they know that if they did not give, we should take, and instead of being harmless wanderers, as they call us, we should be driven to become bandits." Still, Godfrey had anticipated much greater difficulties than they had met with. In fact, up to the present time, it had been simply a delightful tramp through the woods. The next part of the journey would, he expected, be no less pleasant. They had a large and comfortable boat, well adapted for the navigation of the river. There would be no difficulty as to food, for fish could be obtained in any quantities, and grain was, he had heard from some of the Tartar prisoners, who knew that portion of the Yenisei, abundant and extraordinarily cheap. He seated himself in the stern of the boat with a paddle. There was no occasion to steer, for it mattered in no way whether the boat drove down the river, bow or stern first. But at present it was an amusement to keep her straight with an occasional stroke with the paddle. Lucas sat on the floorboards at the bottom of the boat, and set himself to work to manufacture from the squirrel skins 2 fur caps of the same pattern as those worn by the Ozjaks. Godfrey had asked him to do so in order that they might be taken for members of that tribe by anyone looking at them from the villages on the banks. As to the dress, it did not signify, as many of the more settled Ozjaks had adopted the Russian costume. Godfrey intended to fish as they drifted along, but they had at present at least as much fish on board as they could consume while it was good. Luca, as he worked, sang a lugubrious native ditty, while with his knife he trimmed the skins into shape. Having done this, he proceeded to sew them together with great skill. "Why, you are quite a tailor, Luca," Godfrey remarked. "Everyone sews with us," Luca replied. "The women do most, but in winter the boys help, and sometimes the men, to make rugs and robes of the skins of the beasts we have taken in the summer. What do you say? Shall I leave these tails hanging down all round, except just in front? They often wear them so in winter." "But it is not winter now, Luca." "No, it is not winter, but you see the Oshjaks and most of the Russians wear their hair long, quite down to the neck. Our hair is growing, but at present it will only just lie down flat. If I leave on these black tails round the caps, at a little distance it will look like hair. Then, if you like, I can make 2 summer caps to put on when we land to buy anything." "Very well, Luca. I think the idea is a good one. The people do wear their hair long, and our close crops might excite attention. This is better than gold digging at Kara, isn't it?" Luca nodded. "No good for man always to work," he said. "Good to lie quiet sometimes." "I don't know that I care about lying quiet generally, Luca, but it is pleasant to do so in a boat. I am keeping a lookout for wild fowl. It would make a pleasant change to fish diet." "Not so far south as this. The Yenisei swarms with them in winter, but in summer they go north. Just before the frost begins, you can shoot as many as you like." "That will be something to look forward to. When does the weather begin to get cold and dry?" "Where I lived, the nights began to get cold at the end of September. But we shall be far down the Yenisei by that time, and it will begin early in the month." "We shall be a long way down," Godfrey said, "if we keep on at this pace. We must be going past the banks 8 or 9 versts an hour." "That is nothing. It will be more than twice that sometimes. The Angara between the lake and Irkutsk runs 15 versts. When I was taken east, we saw barges, each towed upstream by 20 horses, and it took them sometimes 4 days, sometimes 6, to make 45 versts." As they went along, they passed several fishing boats, but as they were keeping in the middle of the stream, while the boats lay in the slacker water near the shore, there was no conversation. Twice the Oshjaks shouted to know where they were going, but Luca only replied by pointing down the stream. The journey was singularly uneventful. At night they lit a torch for a short time, and generally speared sufficient fish for the next day, but if not, they cut a strip or 2 from the back of one they had caught, baited 3 or 4 hooks, and dropped them overboard, and never failed in a short time to fill up their larder. Sometimes they grilled the fish over the fire, sometimes fried them, sometimes cut them up in pieces that would go into the kettle, and boiled them. Occasionally, when evening approached, they paddled to the shore near a village, and Luca, whose Tartar face was in keeping with his dress, went boldly in and purchased tobacco, tea, and flour, and a large block of salt, occasionally bringing off a joint of meat, for which the price was only 4 kopecks, or about a penny a pound, 5 kopecks being worth about 3 halfpence, according to the rate of exchange. 100 kopecks go to the ruble, the silver ruble being worth from 2 and 10 pence to 3 shillings and 2 pence, the paper ruble about 2 shillings. At first Godfrey had steered half the night, and Luca the other half, but after the second night they gave this up as a waste of labor, as the boat generally drifted along near the middle of the river, and even had it floated inshore, no harm would have been done. The fox skins made them a soft bed, and they spread a couple of the large skins over the boat, and were perfectly warm and comfortable. Godfrey thought that on an average they did 120 miles a day. On the 8th day the river, which had been widening gradually, flowed into another and greater stream, the Yenisei. Hitherto they had been traveling almost due west, but the Yenisei ran north. As they floated down, they had much conversation as to their plans. It was now nearly the end of August, and it would not be long before winter was upon them. Another month, and the Yenisei would be frozen, and they would be obliged to winter. The question was, where should they do so? Now they were on the Yenisei. Luca was on his native river, though his home was fully 1,000 miles higher up. Godfrey had at first proposed that he should disembark here and make his way up the banks home, but the offer filled Luca with indignation. "What are you going to do without me?" he asked. "You can talk a little Tartar, quite enough to get on among my people, but how could you get on with the Ozjaks? Besides, even if I were to leave you, and I would rather die than do that, I could not go to my home, for in my native village I should be at once arrested and sent back to the mines. I might live among other Tartars, but what good would that be? They would be strangers to me. Why should I leave you, who have been more than a brother to me, to go among strangers? No, wherever you go, I shall go with you, and when you get to your own land, I shall be your servant. You can beat me if you like, but I will not leave you. Did you not, for my sake, strike down the man in the prison? Did you not take me with you, and have you not brought me hither? What could I have done alone? If you are tired of me, shoot me, but as long as I live, I will not leave you." Godfrey hastened to assure Luca that he had only spoken for his good, that he was well aware that without him he should have little chance of getting through the winter, and that nothing therefore was farther from his thoughts than to separate himself from him if he was willing to remain. It was some time before Luca was pacified, but when he at last saw that Godfrey had no intention whatever of leaving him behind if he were willing to go with him, he recovered his spirits and entered into the discussion as to where they had better winter. He had never been below the town of Yeniseisk, but he knew that the Ozjaks were to be found fully 1,000 miles below that town, especially on the left bank of the river. But below that, and all along the right bank, the Tunguses and Uraks were the principal tribes. It was finally agreed that they should keep on for at least 800 miles beyond Yeniseisk, and then haul up their boat and camp at some Ozjak village, and there remain through the winter. "We will get at Yeniseisk whatever you think the Ozjak will prize most, knives and beads for the women, and some cheap trinkets and looking-glasses. Some small hatchets, too, would probably be valued." "Yes," Luca said. "Ozjaks have told me that their kindred far down the river were more like the people to the extreme north by the sea. They are pagans there, and not like us to the south. They have reindeer which draw their sledges. They are very poor and know nothing. From them we can get furs, but we can buy goatskins and sheepskins at Yeniseisk." "We shall have to depend upon them for food," Godfrey said. "Why, we can get food ourselves," Luca said somewhat indignantly. "When the cold begins, before the river freezes, we shall get great quantities of fish. They will freeze hard and last till spring. Then, too, the river will be covered with birds. We shall shoot as many as we can of these, and freeze them too. Flour we must take with us, but flour is very cheap at Yeniseisk. Corn will not grow there, but they bring it down in great boats from the upper river." "But how do they get the boats back, Luca?" "They do not get them back. They break them up for firewood. Firewood is dear at Yeniseisk, and they get much more for the barges for fires than it costs to build them in the forests higher up." "Then how do they do for fires among the Ozjaks?" "I have heard they do not have wood fires. They kill seals. There are numbers of them farther down the river, and from their fat they make oil for lamps and burn these. We shall be in no hurry as we go down. We will float near the banks and may kill some seals." "What are you thinking of?" For Godfrey was looking rather serious. "I was thinking, Luca, that these things we are thinking of buying, the things to trade with the Ozjaks, you know, and the flour and tea and goatskins and so on, will take a good deal of money. We don't spend much now, but when we get into Russia, we shall want money. We can't beg our way right across the country." "No," Luca said, "but we shall not be idle all the winter." "How do you mean we shall not be idle, Luca?" "We must hunt. That is what the Oshjaks and Tunguses do. We must get skins of beaver, sable, ermine, and black foxes, and we must sell them at Tarukhansk. There are Russian traders there. They do not live there in the winter, but come down in the spring to buy the skins that have been taken in the winter." "That sounds more cheerful," Godfrey said. "You had better get another flask of powder, and some more bullets and shot for me, Luca, and some better arrowheads for yourself." "Yes, we shall want them more than anything. We can do without flour, but we cannot do without weapons." "Well, you must do the buying, Luca. They will take you for an Oshjak from some village up the river, who has come in to lay in his stock of provisions for the winter. It is of no use my trying to pass here as a native, though in Russia I might be taken as a Russian. End of Chapter 11.